Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right, hope everybody's excited. We are excited to be here this morning and kick off our FY27 annual retreat. It's good to see everyone, and we're going to start with introductions, and we will go from right to left. And after we do the introductions, even though it's not on the agenda, I've asked Commissioner Dunlap to lead us in an invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll go right into the agenda. It's not on?
No. Good morning. Better. Dr. Kim Campbell, Deputy County Manager.
Good morning, Leslie Johnson, Deputy County Manager.
Good morning, Michelle Attry, Deputy County Manager.
Good morning, Derek Ramos, Deputy County Manager and Chief of Staff.
Good morning, Christine Smith, Clerk to the Board.
Good morning, Arlissa Easton, Deputy Clerk to the Board.
Good morning, Laura Meyer. I represent District 5.
Good morning, Susan Rodriguez McDowell. I have the honor of being elected of the people of District 6.
Good morning, Mecklenburg County Commissioner. Can you hear me?
No,
What do I have to do?
just turn it down.
Good morning, Mecklenburg County Commissioner Elaine Powell, representing the northernmost part of the county, District 1. Welcome.
Good morning and welcome, everyone. My name is Mark Jarrell. I've been elected by the people of District 4, also have the honor of serving as chair.
Good morning, Lee Altman, County Commissioner serving at large, and I also have the privilege of serving as Vice Chair.
And I'm George Dunlap, elected by the people of District 3.
Good morning and welcome, everyone. I am Yvette Townsend Ingram, also known as Commissioner YTI, and I serve you at large.
Good morning and welcome to all. My name is Arthur Griffin, and I have the pleasure of serving as County Commissioner at large.
Good morning. My name is Vilma D. Leak. I represent the most powerful district in the county, that's District 2. Thank you for being here today.
Good morning, Tyrone Wade, County Attorney.
Good morning, Michael Griswold, Director of Strategy and Innovation.
Good morning, I'm Adrian Cox, County Budget Director.
And good morning, I'm Mike Bryan, Mecklenburg County Manager.
Thank you. At this time, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Dunlap.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to Thee at this time thanking You for all Your many wonderful blessings. We thank You, Father, for just being able to be in this building. Father, as we come with humbled hearts, thanking You, Father, for the opportunity to serve this community. And Father, in serving, we want to remember those who are downtrodden, those who are on their bed of affliction, those who are in prisons and behind prison walls, those who are homeless. Father, if it is Your will, we ask that You would give us the courage and the strength, the knowledge to address these issues in the way that will be pleasing in Your sight. And Father, when we've done the things that You've assigned us to do, we ask that You would give us a home in Your kingdom where we can praise You forever. These blessings I ask with the forgiveness of all Thy many sins. This is my prayer for Christ's sake. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Mr. Manager, I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning once again. I'd like to first begin by thanking my colleague and good friend, Dr. Diedemeyer, who you will be hearing from shortly this morning, for being such a reliable and gracious host. It is always a delight to be on this campus, and I'm so grateful for our friendship and ongoing partnership. To Chair Jarrell, Vice Chair Altman, and members of the board, good morning, and thank you all for your flexibility as it relates to the scheduling of this year's retreat. In my 23 years with this organization, I have quarterbacked a lot of budget retreats, but this one is different for more reasons than one. It's going to be challenging. I actually do not recall a budget cycle that consisted of the set of challenges that I anticipate sorting through in the next several months that has not been prompted by a global pandemic, such as COVID, or a national crisis, such as the Great Recession. Despite these challenges, I am very confident that in the end, just like prior fiscal years, you will adopt on June 2nd a budget that will meet the needs of this entire community. The presentations that you will receive are extremely intentional. They build on our collaboration as manager and board, along with the inaugural fall retreat we held last October. As you will witness throughout this retreat, our current revenue growth projections no longer allow us to make some of the large investments we have been accustomed to making in the past. As impactful as our output has been over the years, we find ourselves at the intersection, one that calls for an extremely targeted focus on outcomes, an organizational reset, and a new approach to how we budget and serve this community in a sustainable way. Not to mention the times that we find ourselves in because of activity on the local, state, and national level warrant that we reassess and reshape how we spend and allocate our limited resources and services to our residents. As I prepare my first recommended budget, I have challenged my deputy county managers, my budget director, and the entire cabinet to rethink how we budget. And I recognize that the challenge of rethinking how we budget, it starts with me as manager. Gone are the times when the county could be everything to everyone. Before each presentation, you will be provided with an outline of proposed metrics for monitoring and reporting our progress in your areas of interest that are now associated with the balanced scorecard. Your feedback is critical as we finalize this performance management framework. My team and I will be looking to this collective body for guidance as it pertains to the upcoming budget. Your feedback will also inform my ongoing work, my organizational reset, and the way we leverage our community partners, some of whom you will have a chance to hear from as the retreat progresses. I hope that their presence will provide greater perspective to the realities of our shared work. In a true collaborative fashion, I am excited to have all members of my executive team actively participating in presentations and discussions. Their engagement, along with that of our community partners, will provide for a much more direct and substantive dialogue. The county's desire to holistically and effectively serve our residents rests on our ability to leverage our resources and those of our community partners to yield greater impact, for we are better together. I am certain that our discussions over the course of the retreat will not only shape the way we address our mandated responsibilities, but will also inform how we invest in services that fall outside our core duties in a manner that accounts for both apparent and underlying realities. As your county manager, I must ensure that I carry out the wishes of this collective body in a way that will ensure that this organization remains viable and resourceful beyond the season that we have all been called to serve in. I look forward to our engagement and your collective guidance as part of this budget process. Please note that I have carved out some time at the end of the agenda on day 2 to discuss any topics of interest or items you may want to consider as I develop my recommended budget. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Rebecca Herbert to walk us through an icebreaker. Thank you.
You can clap for him. All right, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning.
We are going to, can I advance? My vice president of that? Yes, okay, thank you. Look at that, awesome. Okay, Stay in your groups. Put pens down. All right. So, how do you think you did? All right. So, you've got the worksheet. Okay. So, you want to go through the worksheet? All right. So, when I say 3, point to the most honest person in your group. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Point to that person. All right. All right. So that person, you're going to be the scorer. You're going to be the scorekeeper. And Mr. Thompson's going to circulate and verify that we're all being honest. All right. So Commissioner Powell, Christine, who's this person over here? All right. Great. Carly. There we go. And A group, who's going to be your record keeper? Okay, great. What's your name? Allison. Welcome, Allison. Okay, or I don't know, you may have been here a long time. Hi, Allison. I'll find out. We'll be in a group together. All right, okay. So those honest people, Jenny's going to read the answers, and you're going to get 1 point for every correct answer, okay?
Okay. Sports and leisure. Who was the highest paid athlete in 2022? Lionel Messi.
Messi.
All right. Very good. I love it. All right, question 2. When was the first Indy 500 held? 1911. Okay. Sounds like no one got that one. Okay. Moving on. Which Canadian hockey player is considered to be the greatest of all time? I think we all know that one, Wayne Gretzky. Where did the 2000 Summer Olympics take place? Sydney, Australia. And what number? And what number does every Major League Baseball player wear on April 15th? 42. There it is, 42 for Jackie Robinson. All right. You guys be sure to tally your numbers in terms of the ones that you got correct. All right? We're going to move on to Mecklenburg history. When was Mecklenburg County established? 1762. Okay. Who was the first Native American tribe to settle in Mecklenburg County, in the Mecklenburg County area? Catawba, correct. All right, Camp Green in Charlotte was created to house military personnel in what war? World War I. Very good.
Make sure you're marking 1 point for every correct answer.
Bank of America Stadium is built upon what former hospital site? Good Samaritan. Very good. Good Samaritan Hospital. Great. I like it. Okay, and the last one under Mecklenburg County history, the town of Huntersville was established in what year? It's quiet. 1873. Okay, let's move on to, be sure to mark all of your answers. Be sure to track the ones that you did get correctly. The last category is pop culture. What name is singer-actor Stefani, is it Germanotta? Yeah, okay, better known as? Lady Gaga. Very good.
Rah, 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 rah.
Okay. Go, Rebecca, go. All right, number 2. Bill Gates co-founded Microsoft with which of his childhood friends? Paul Allen. Very good. We got some big brains in here, big brains. Okay, what book held the record for the fastest selling book in history? Harry Potter and...
Which Harry Potter?
Wait a minute, wait, hold it. Wait for it. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Okay. That's what it is. Okay. Okay, go ahead, take it, take the point. Take the point. If you did Harry Potter, take the point. Okay. All right, number 4. What is the name of the mall in the 3rd season of Stranger Things? Starcourt Mall. Very good. Okay. I love it. I love it. Last question. Who was the headline performer of the 2025 Super Bowl halftime show? Kendrick Lamar. Very good. All right. Now, if you guys will, tally up all of the answers that you got correctly. And we need to know your totals per table. Okay. A, how many? 10. 10 at A. Can y'all beat that, table B? Yes. Yeah? How many? 11. Table B, 11. Section C. Okay. It is. It's always about the fellowship. Okay. Table D. 9. Okay. So our winners.
All right, so everybody but B, go back to your seats, and Jenny's gonna bring, no, everybody, you wanna do this now?
Yeah, let them go.
Okay, everybody can go back to your seats, but if you're group B, we have a gift for you. So just, we can do that. So everybody come on back to your seats.
Look at that.
All right, we're gonna come back to our seats. We wanna wrap this up, and then we'll give table B their prizes.
And just to...
Yep. All right, so we're coming back.
Hello.
And Jenny will show you. Table B, for your efforts, you win a lovely Mecklenburg County branded beverage. Keep the hot hot, keep the cold cold. So table B, that's your gift.
That was really great.
Next time, Commissioner, next time. All right, so we're coming back. All right, so Jenny's got some questions for you. Stick with us for the next few minutes. Jenny's got some questions for you, and then I'll hand it over to me.
All right. So we in the sake of time, we want to kind of just address these for the 9 for our commissioners. Can you tell us what this experience was like for you? Maybe just a couple of you, if you choose to share. What was this experience like for you? Arthur.
Feeling vulnerable and having to rely on younger folk that watch all these movies.
Okay, feeling vulnerable and then having to lean on and lean in to.
Absolutely.
Okay, very good. Like that. Yes, Commissioner.
Confident that everybody knew more than I did.
Good stuff. Surrounding yourself with smart people. Yeah. Love that. Love that. Anyone else?
Well, I kind of had the same feeling of, well, like I work too much. I never even heard of Stranger Things. Like, I don't even know what that is. And so...
It's okay, Commissioner. It's okay. We know you are a worker bee.
I am.
We do know that. Yes, you are. Okay, very good. Now, what about just for the 9? How did this exercise? How did this go for you? Anyone want to share? Yes.
I think it was a great icebreaker. You guys usually come up with something that's really good that gets us involved. As you can see, we were enthusiastic. We were, I think we have a Jeopardy contender in our group. But it was fun. I liked it.
Great.
Well, I learned something. 1911 for the Indy. I'll never forget that.
Nice. Very good.
I won't either.
You remember that day?
Yeah, of course. Well, Jenny, other than coming in last, it went really well.
Oh,
it was fantastic.
Good. All right, so what worked? What would you say what really worked with this exercise that we just did?
The teamwork.
The teamwork.
Yeah, I think for our group, it was just acknowledging that you don't know everything, and so you have to rely on people who do.
Lean in, lean on.
Very good.
I'd agree.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your feedback. Thank you.
And then we'll kind of bring it home. Oops. Just, you guys have teed this up beautifully, but whenever we do an exercise like this, we do want to have fun and we do want to emphasize the learning. And so Jenny's really brought that out in your answers right now, and just some things to build on. Again, lean in and lean on. That's really what we want you to think about today and day 2. And in front of you, you'll see these slides. The 3 big ones from this type of experience is value differences, be willing, and explore alternatives. And again, just some things to think about as you go forward today and day 2. Really that valuing differences, really it's when we want to demonstrate that practice, right? It's not just like a nice thing to say, but we really want to demonstrate that in how we build upon other strengths. And I love this phrase, and I've heard it a lot lately, is humility always wins. And one of you have already said, you know, I wasn't the smartest person in that group. And there's a lot of smart people in this room, right? And at the same time, humility always wins, right? Reverence for other people's talent, expertise, lived experience, and we really want to encourage all of that today in the work you're doing. That willingness to be vulnerable, that willingness to listen, to kind of be awkward and sometimes even silly in front of your colleagues or your bosses. And then finally, exploring those alternatives, right? So having that attitude of abundance. We're not striving for that win-lose. We're really striving for that win-win, that attitude of abundance. There's plenty for all of us. There's plenty for our community. And then striving for something even better than we thought. Right? It's not about what you want or what I want. It's something even better than we thought was possible. So thank you for your willingness to play this morning, and we look forward to being with you day 2.
All right, thank you for that. That was a great way to start the day. And now I think we'll have a welcome from Dr. Diedemeyer.
That's correct.
Absolutely. This is your house.
No, she needs to go on the stage. It's my house, our house provided by the people of Mecklenburg County. So I want to just say that. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now listen, I came from an early meeting across town and I missed half of the quiz, but I'm sure there was a question in there, but we're just going to go back over it in case I missed it. And that was, there had to be a question on that quiz about who is the best community college in Mecklenburg County.
CPC.
Central Piedmont, okay.
Piedmont.
And there is a 3-part question. And so then the second part of that would have been, you got that one right, by the way, who's the best community college in the state of North Carolina?
CPC.
All right, you guys are doing fantastic. And so with all that, we must be the best community college in the
Nation.
you guys are so fast. I knew those were already preset, and so I did great. Well, welcome to the Harris campus, and welcome to Central Piedmont. It is always so great to have you on our campus. Thank you for choosing us year after year. I know sometimes you go elsewhere, but thank you for using our facilities and engaging with our team. County manager and the staff have been always wonderful to work with. And so as you go through today, and then on Friday, if there's anything that you need and we're not meeting your needs, please let a member of the team know. We want to make sure that you're comfortable. So in my welcome this morning, I want to say a couple things. Welcome to 2026. What a great year so far. And I want to say thank you for your service. And I mean that, given a lot of things over the last year or so. You know, as public servants, and I consider myself one because I obviously work in public education, we sign up for this for sure because we say yes. But oftentimes the work, I don't want us to lose focus, and I'm saying this because I want you to know on behalf of my team, we stay focused. And what you do and what we do is really important for our community. And so I'm really appreciative of every single one of you. You show up, you give back, you ask great questions, whether it's about the college or so many other things that matter to this community, and you care. And so for that, I don't think that this community maybe says thank you enough to this body. And so on behalf of Central Piedmont and me personally, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your dedication, for your service, for your compassion, just for who you are. And I heard as part of your quiz to be humble, to be kind, to be willing. We may not always agree. We may have differences, whether it's in leadership or how we run education or workforce development or budgets or whatever the case may be. But I know at the end of the day, and I hope you'll always reflect on me as your leader of this college, but as the college itself, the spirit of a good intention about who we are as people will go a long way. And so I just think if we can stay focused on that. So I want to just say thank you from the bottom of my heart and from the college. Thank you for your continued service. I really, really do appreciate it. With that, I want to say just a couple things as I close. I want to say that, leadership matters. And I talk to my team about that all the time. And when we come and present on the budget, I'll probably hit upon some things that we've done to make sure that our leaders are continuing to grow, that they're adaptable and flexible, because higher ed has been changing for years, just like the world has been changing. And so staying positioned for that. And so leadership does really matter. And you all have been through recently a leadership change as well as a county. And I just want to say that over the last 7 months, it has been wonderful to get to know Mike Bryant even better. We already knew each other. We've been meeting frequently, probably every other month, I think, staying in communication about all the good things that we can do together and collectively. But I also want to say thank you to him for putting together the community collaborative that I was invited to be a part of. Great work so far about that. And so thank you to Mike and his team. They are tremendous assets to this community. You made a wise choice, by the way. And it's been great to continue to work with him as well as the members of his team. So again, thank you for that. I wanted to pass that along to you. And then a final thought, and I promise, Mr. Chair, I'll yield my time. And that is, I want, again, as I said earlier, each day is a gift. And I hope that we will all stay focused on the core mission of this community, and that's to make life better for our citizens. So I've been 33 years in higher education. I know, you all are shocked by that. I too started out, I heard George, Mr. Dunlap say earlier, his team was full of young people. He said, we got young people on our team. I wanted to whisper to him and say, you actually have youthful intelligence who haven't forgotten half of what we've learned, Mr. Dunlap. So say it differently, youthful intelligence right there. But I want to say that each day is a gift, and just to stay focused. And I've spent 33 years at this. And proud that I'm a community college grad. I think I turned out okay. But what we do in this community matters as workforce partners, as community partners. And I spend every day I get up, it's about how do we transform lives. I got to see 1,700 graduates in December. I got to shake all those hands. I can't wait to know the number for May. And that is a privilege. And what we do at these seats is a privilege every day. And I am so grateful that we are in partnership together. So, Mr. Chair, I hope you have a great retreat today and Friday. And again, if you need anything, but thank you again for what you do. Welcome to the college.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dietermeyer. And I think next on the agenda is Adrian Cox, our Budget Director. The lights for Adrian.
All right, thank you so much. There was a clicker somewhere, and I need it
down
back.
on the table right there?
I need it back.
You see it? Yep.
Good eye. I didn't see it.
All right. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chairman Jarrell. And good morning, county commissioners, county staff, and everyone who has joined us for the 2027 annual retreat. As our manager mentioned, the agenda for this retreat is a little bit different than in prior years. This year, we have built the agenda around the topics and the information that the board shared with us at our fall retreat back in October. We've also been intentional to designate time on the agenda for the board to have dialogue about these important issues. So I would invite you at this time to open your binders to the agenda, which should be found on that second tab, or you can follow along with the slides that are here on the screen. The retreat consists of a series of sections by topic, each with a very similar format. Each section will be introduced by one of our deputy county managers. Then Michael Griswold, the Director of Office of Strategy and Innovation, will present a brief snapshot of the budget and performance scorecard. Next, the board will hear from a panel of experts. After each panel, time is allotted for the board to discuss the topic as well as ask questions of the panel. Policy questions will be recommended for the board for some of the topics to help facilitate these discussions. And the first section will be on housing and homelessness with an introduction by Deputy County Manager Dr. Campbell. The budget and performance snapshot, panel presentation, and board discussion on this topic is scheduled to go up until 1 o'clock. And at that point, we will break for lunch. After lunch, we will move to our second section focused on violence prevention for justice involved in at-risk youth. This section will be led by Deputy County Manager and Chief of Staff Derek Ramos. Following the budget and performance snapshot, Public Information Director Suzette Niedrich will moderate a conversation with a panel of county, city, state, and nonprofit partners that are working in this area. Then the board will have another period of discussion for this topic. We will continue with the portion of the retreat that may be noted in your agenda as tentative. A break is scheduled before going to dinner. Following dinner, the board will receive an economic update from our county economist, Brandon Simmons, who will be joined by our county assessor, Ken Joyner, to touch on the trends in the real estate market and their impact on the county's tax base. This will conclude our first day of the retreat, and the board is asked to recess for the 29th and return on Friday, the 30th. On Friday, we will begin again with breakfast at 8 o'clock. There's another icebreaker planned in the morning, led by Rebecca Herbert. Deputy County Manager Dr. Johnson will introduce our first section of the day on workforce development. Following the budget and performance snapshot, the board will hear from a panel of leaders on the forefront of workforce development in our community about the current landscape and a direction for future collaboration. Again, the board will have a period of discussion on this topic, and we will break for lunch at noon. All right, let me get it to move. All right, here we go. After lunch on the second day, the section will focus on environmental leadership, which will also be led by Dr. Johnson. You will again receive a budget performance snapshot, followed by a panel of county staff that are working to implement the elements of the county's environmental leadership action plan. The board is scheduled to discuss this topic up until the afternoon break at 3:30. Following the break, Deputy County Manager Michelle Attreed will introduce a section of the retreat focused on financial updates. I will provide the board with some information about maintaining an affordable and competitive tax rate, which will include examples of how taxes and services affect county households. The last presentation of the retreat will be provided by our Chief Financial Officer, David Boyd, and will include a report on our county finances, projections for next year, and proposed updates to the county's financial policies. Dinner is scheduled for 6 o'clock following the financial update. After dinner, the board will have a forum to discuss any areas of interest, provide reflections from the retreat, and to provide direction to county staff to inform the fiscal year 27 budget. The retreat will conclude with closing remarks by County Manager Michael Bryant. I also want to let the board know that although we have pivoted from a 3-day retreat to 2 longer days due to the weather, we have been able to accommodate all of the original topics except for a section on access to care. And we plan to bring this section to the public policy workshop on March the 10th. Also, please note that the material for this retreat is available online on the county's website if anybody needs to reference it. And also, please be aware that there are both page numbers and slide numbers within your binder. So please reference the slide number if you have questions for presenters. And with that, Chairman Jarrell, pending any questions, I would ask the board to recognize Dr. Campbell for the first item.
So thank you, Adrian. Let me make sure, colleagues, if you have any questions, let's get them out now. I think it was pretty self-explanatory, though. No? Okay. Before I recognize you, Dr. Campbell, I do want to say, colleagues, I want us to make sure that, as Adrian said, the manager said as well, we really need to pay close attention to the policy questions that are being teed up. And to the extent possible, let's make sure that we're giving manager and staff the indication around where we're landing on those policy questions. So that would be the primary focus of what we want to do. We've carved out a lot of time to be able to do that. So a lot of the discussion will be more than 3 minutes, because most of the time we'll have multiple rounds. And so no one should feel rushed, because you will get a second opportunity or a second bite at the apple as we go deeper into these discussions. So don't feel rushed as we do this. And with that being said, are there any questions? Okay. So at this time, I'll recognize Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. I'd have the panel come forward, please, at this time.
It's a lot of sugar. It tastes so good. I know. I saw somebody drink. Need some insulin. Hey, y'all.
Someone is in a good mood today.
I'll just leave it up here then. When we were parking. Oh, no, you gotta sit down.
Yeah, really good movie. I love it.
Dry run. All right, good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Today we're kicking off our time together with a presentation on homelessness, housing instability, and coordinated responses across an array of services that addresses the immediate needs as well as long-term affordable housing solutions in our community. Housing stability occurs on a continuum, so we'll begin with an overview of our homeless prevention and intervention strategies and arrive at innovative options for addressing affordability in our local housing stock. As you will recall, Chair Jarrell prioritized affordable housing at the fall retreat and underscored housing as a critical driver of equity, health, and opportunity. He emphasized that housing influences job retention, chronic disease outcomes, access to educational opportunities, and even to transportation. He highlighted that while not a mandated service, affordable housing is positioned as a vital public investment. Indeed, when we consider the impact of the lack of affordable housing on our community, it is not unreasonable to determine that it is essential to advancing public health and economic progress. Our willingness to engage in exploring creative solutions with our partners impacts each and every one of us and our collective quality of life. Our chair has issued a clear call to action. If not us, who, and if not now, when? We thank him for his bold charge, and we thank this board for your vision that everyone in Mecklenburg County has access to a safe and affordable place to live. So with that, I will turn it over to Mike Griswold, and he will provide an overview of our relevant balanced scorecard measures. And then we will have a fantastic presentation by each of our panelists, and then a facilitated discussion. We really need some direction from y'all. Our resources are limited, and there are lots of opportunities for investment in this space, and we're going to need some direction as we prepare to begin our FY27 budget. So with that, Mike, I'll have you come up. Y'all don't
We were waiting until the end, but you're right. That's it. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Well, thank you, Dr. Campbell, for that segue. Right. Well, good morning, everyone. Chair Jarrell, Vice Chair Altman, members of the board, and County Manager Bryant, thank you for the opportunity to present this strategic overview. Before we get going, I'm here today to share the beginnings of a roadmap for the future of Mecklenburg County. My goal is twofold. First, to summarize the significant investments made across key priority areas since 2018, and second, to demonstrate how those investments align with our balanced scorecard. You'll notice an intentional shift in our reporting. We're moving away from outputs, such as the number of meetings held, and leaning into outcomes to show the actual change in the community's condition. Each section is anchored by specific SMART goals, categorized into two types. First, there are internal operational goals. These are goals and metrics that the county can, generally speaking, unilaterally influence or directly control, such as how quickly we process a permit or the efficiency of our community resource centers. Second, there are community indicators, and these are the big rocks, if you will. So these are the outcomes like the total number of people experiencing homelessness or the timeliness of felony case disposition. Now, while our investments can move those needles, the county cannot control these alone. Success in those areas requires deep partnership with public, private, and nonprofit partners. Now, I want to be very direct about my objective for this retreat sessions, and the manager mentioned this earlier. In addition to the feedback and discussion that we hope to have over the next 2 days, we're presenting these goals and targets to you because they represent our current definition of success. If you feel that a particular metric does not capture the operational excellence that you expect, or if you believe that a community indicator focuses on the wrong outcome, we need to hear those specifics during this retreat. We want to ensure that when we report back to you, we are using the yardstick that you, as our policymakers, have defined. Finally, the handful of sections that I will present to you this week represent only a fraction of our scorecard. I plan to come back before this board later this spring to present the final recommended scorecard for all 20-plus objectives on the county's new balanced scorecard. And with that, I'll jump into our first section, which is housing and homelessness. There we go. All right. So this slide summarizes the scale of our investments. And in FY26, the county has committed just shy of $46 million towards housing-related initiatives. And since 2018, total investment is almost $335 million when you include ARPA. Those figures demonstrate that housing is not a short-term effort, it is a sustained priority and reflects the fact that housing challenges are complex and require long-term strategy. It's also important to note that this housing portfolio is not focused in one place or space. It spans the range of interventions designed to address housing needs across the continuum, from stabilization and crisis response to affordability, preservation, and long-term resident supports. For example, funding includes housing supports and subsidy services, which help residents stay housed and avoid displacement. It also includes NOAA partnerships and subsidies, which are especially important because NOAA, or naturally occurring affordable housing, is often one of the best opportunities we have to preserve affordability quickly and cost effectively, particularly in areas experiencing rising costs and redevelopment pressures. The county also funds emergency shelter support, which reflects the county's commitment to ensuring safety and stabilization for residents experiencing homelessness or housing crises. In addition, we also see investments in critical home repair projects, which can be one of the most direct ways to preserve housing stability, especially for seniors and low-income homeowners, by addressing major repairs that otherwise would create unsafe conditions or lead to displacement. The county also supports residents via the county's Homes program, which provides direct economic assistance to qualifying homeowners, thus helping residents manage rising costs and remain stably housed by applying funds towards their property tax bills. Overall, the message for the board is that this investment portfolio reflects both immediate needs and long-term strategy, preventing housing instability, expanding affordability, and improving resident outcomes through safe and stable housing. So I just wanted to orient you to the balanced scorecard. You all have seen this. We talked about this back in October. So we're going to focus on the scorecard alignment, which is objective 1.2. Oh. Hang on. There we go. All right, so objective 1.2 is to enhance resident access to safe and affordable housing. This framing is important, as this objective is not just about increasing housing units, it's also about ensuring all residents have access to safe and affordable housing, because housing stability, again, is essential to personal well-being, family stability, and community health. You'll see several SMART goals that reflect both the county's near-term actions and long-term outcomes. First, there is a longer-term outcome goal to increase the total number of affordable housing units by 2030. You'll notice that the target and baseline are currently to be determined, pending the board's discussion during this session, but the intent is clear. We're defining a measurable pathway to expand affordability over time. Next, we've included a goal focused on achieving an annual utilization rate for county-funded affordable housing units, and setting this goal at 95%. This is crucial because affordability is not only about building or preserving new units, it also requires ensuring existing resources are available, utilized effectively, and financially sustainable. There's also a strong stewardship measure meant to ensure that the county expends at least 95% of annual financial assistance funds. This measure ensures that resources dedicated to resident support are being deployed as intended, so funding translates into real assistance and not underspending. Finally, the slide includes a concrete stability measure, namely at least 70% of critical home repairs facilitated by the county will be for senior residents. And the most recent result is shown at 72%. That's an important marker because seniors are often at high risk of displacement due to fixed income and limited ability to absorb major repair costs. Maintaining and improving performance here helps preserve stability for key vulnerable populations. In addition to these internal measures, we've also aligned 2 community indicators to this objective. First, the county will continue to monitor the county's one number, which is the total number of individuals experiencing homelessness in Charlotte-Mecklenburg. While we have not specifically called out a target, because solving these types of problems takes a community approach, we have indicated the directionality of the change that we would like to see, namely a continued reduction in this result over the coming years. Finally, in partnership with county staff and community partners, we would hope to see an increase in the percentage of residents who exit to permanent housing who do not return to homelessness within 2 years. This is an important measure that speaks to the longer-term impacts that the work of county and community partners can have on local residents. Overall, this balanced scorecard makes the housing strategy measurable and accountable. It captures milestones, system performance, and resident outcome priorities, so the board can track both progress and effectiveness over time. And with that said, I will turn the floor over to my colleagues who will continue with the discussion. Happy to take any questions at the end.
Thank you. Yeah, will the panelists will you all just introduce yourselves so that everybody is familiar? I think everybody knows you, but just introduce yourselves for the people that are watching online.
Oh, sure. I'm Karen Pelletier, the Division Director of Housing Innovation with Mecklenburg County.
Karen from the county.
Karen, yes.
That's right.
Yes. Me next.
Go ahead, Jess.
Jessica Lefkowitz, with, founder and executive director of Hearts for the Invisible Charlotte Coalition.
Folsom Meacham, president and CEO of Enlivian.
LaShonda Hart. I am the interim director of the Office of Housing and Community Development.
Rebecca Hefner, Director of Housing and Neighborhood Services for the City of Charlotte.
Thank you.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chairman Jarrell, Vice Chair Altman, Board of County Commission, County Manager Bryant, and staff, and DCM Dr. Campbell. I'm Karen Pelletier, Division Director of Housing Innovation and Stabilization Services with Mecklenburg County, and today I'll be providing an overview on the county's investment in homelessness in Mecklenburg County, information on the impact and the trends we're seeing related to homelessness, a summary of how we learn and apply national best practices to ensure we're being good stewards of county dollars. And finally, I'll end with the latest information about the status of federal funding, specifically from the Housing and Urban Development, including how anticipated changes may impact the county in coming years. One of the ways that we track trends and needs of our homeless response system is by the one number. This slide shows our community's one number, which indicates that at minimum 2,333 individuals were experiencing homelessness in Mecklenburg County as of October 31st, 2025. This number includes everyone that has contacted coordinated entry, people living in emergency shelters, transitional housing, and those engaged with street outreach. Included in this number are 182 families. This is the highest number that we've seen. 142 unaccompanied youth, meaning young adults ages 18 to 24, and 142 veterans. October's number is a 28% decrease from October of 2024. We attribute this decrease to improved coordination of our prevention strategies, additional housing resources, and updating the ways that we define people included in our system. We now work to consider part of our outflow that I'll talk about in a minute if people have not touched our system within 30 days. We also attribute some of this decrease to the fact that we have limited shelter capacity in our community, meaning that if you're not in shelter, you're likely going unseen and unserved in our community. Based on these data, the minimum number of households experiencing homelessness right now, meaning the minimal amount of housing units we need to solve for this crisis, is 1,925. We do also consider the point-in-time count, which was successfully completed last week, and those data will be available this spring. Another data trend we monitor regularly is the difference between our inflow and our outflow from our homeless system. On this slide, the red line depicts the inflow, the number of people who entered our homeless system in October. In October, this was 600 individuals, or about 62% of the people were new to our system. So that's about, of the 600 people that entered our system in October, about 374 people had never interacted with our system previously. The blue line depicts our outflow, or the number of people that exited our system, of which that was 512 people. 35%, or 181 individuals, exited our homeless system to some form of permanent housing. That includes a subsidized housing, market rate housing, or permanent housing with family and friends. We also note that you'll see in the large drop in February is attributed to what we would refer to as some data cleaning based on our point-in-time count. And this is when our staff did a deep dive in really determining whether people were still included in our system. So the drop that you see in February is related to staff engaging people, determining their housing situation, and then removing them from our by name list if they were no longer experiencing homelessness. Our goal is to have outflow consistently outpace the inflow. As you can see, that happens on occasion, but with continued treatments, partnerships, and investments, we believe that this is attainable. Next, I will highlight some of the promising and best practices across our homeless response system that we ensure that we are good stewards of our public dollars. Promising and best practices are data-driven, evidence-based practices that ensure effective and efficient service delivery across our housing continuum. These practices allow the system to be innovative and pivot to the challenging needs of clients and the community. This list highlights some of the key experts in which we have engaged to improve our system response. It is worth noting that these entities have also looked to Mecklenburg County as a model in many innovative solutions in solving for homelessness. A First Place for Youth assisted us in creating North Carolina's first and only supportive housing program for youth who have aged out of foster care and were at risk of entering our homeless system. This project, implemented through a partnership with the relatives, is modeled after a successful project throughout California. Community Solutions, which is recognized as a national expert in housing solutions as they build successful learning collaboratives. They have partnered with us in several ways, particularly as we work to solve for veteran homelessness. They have also assisted in our prevention by providing flexible funding, helping us develop best practices regarding our by name list, and really looking at how we case conference people with very high needs and needing support and housing. They have also helped us enhance our coordinated entry system as we work to train staff on targeted prevention. The Corporation for Supportive Housing assisted with the implementation of 2 very successful supportive housing programs that target high utilizers of both our homeless response system and other services. MeckFuse provides subsidies and supports for 45 individuals who have extensive interactions with our homeless service, behavioral health, criminal justice systems. And Keeping Families Together is a subsidy and supportive services program that currently houses 50 families that have high interactions with our homeless system and our child welfare systems. We know that these resources work, as over 80% of individuals remain housed in these programs. With KFT, this program has contributed to an average of fewer reports to Child Protective Services and the ability to more rapidly facilitate family unification for children in foster care. Basically, being able to provide housing to families who are experiencing homelessness and their children are in foster care, families are able to provide actual home visits and return children to their home. These are just a few of examples that we work to improve our system on behalf of community or the entities. Other best practices are on this slide. Some of the evidence-based practices have been embedded into our system, including Housing First, supportive housing, and targeted prevention. Housing First is an evidence-based approach to ending homelessness that provides immediate access to permanent housing without conditions like sobriety, treatment compliance, and income. And they offer voluntary, individualized supportive services to help people achieve and maintain stability. Supportive housing is just that, housing subsidies with supportive services wrapped around the household to help them maintain stability. Targeted prevention works to target available prevention resources to households with limited resources and multiple housing-related barriers so they can maintain their housing. This resource is now embedded in our coordinated entry response, and we work upstream to prevent people from even facing an eviction. As we know that even an eviction filing can have a devastating and lasting impact on families and individuals. Staff have also received solution-based housing problem-solving training, which trains staff to really have conversations with clients to solve their own housing crisis. The county's FY26 investment of over $10 million has supported over 200 households in supportive housing in partnerships with 5 different agencies. This program supports This funding supports programs like Keeping Families Together and the Aged Out Youth that I previously mentioned, as well as funding at Forest Point or other special populations such as families fleeing domestic violence or individuals who are chronically homeless. Nearly 90% of households housed in these programs remain in housing, so we know that supportive housing works. The county also funds over $8 million in the Housing Innovation and Stabilization Services Division, and that provides funding for our emergency shelters, street outreach, like our partner here, legal aid to prevent eviction, supportive services for people, and staffing operations for the continuum of care, our homeless management information system, and coordinated entry. This funding not only adds infrastructure, but also the expertise and leadership in the community in solving for homelessness and housing instability. Oops. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. All right. So finally, I'm going to provide the most current information and direction that we have received from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, as it's related to funding for our Continuum of Care, or COC. In HUD's FY24, that's last fall, our COC was awarded, so that's for our community, was awarded $7.6 million. 90% of that, or about $6 million, went to fund permanent housing. So that would be our subsidies for people in rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing like shelter plus care. Congress approved that there would be a 2-year process, and this funding would be available for 2 years, meaning that the COC would not have to compete in FY25 funding application. However, the new administration attempted to issue an FY25 NOFO, or Notice of Funding Opportunities, with new policy priorities and new funding processes described now. So before reviewing this chart, I do want to make it clear that the information from HUD has been ambiguous, but we are trying to make sure that we have the best understanding and felt that it was important to make sure that you were as informed as possible with the information that we had in making decisions. HUD released a NOFO for FY25 in November. The National Alliance to End Homelessness, the National Low-Income Housing Coalition, local governments, and other nonprofits immediately filed a lawsuit against this NOFO and against HUD, inciting that HUD was harmful attempt to stop funding based on permanent housing programs. As a result, the court set forth a preliminary injunction temporarily blocking HUD's NOFO and canceling the original one. As it would result in immediate housing instability or return to homelessness for over 170,000 people across the country. In response to this filing, HUD rescinded the NOFO in December and reissued a new one. The judge also found issue with that and again paused that agreement. In January, HUD issued a final notice agreeing with the judge's position and is now working to issue results and maintain the funding that Congress initiated or approved last year. This case has not received a final judgment, and we continue to be in a wait-and-see mode with that. Even though we're working forward and working as maintaining the status quo, there are some changes that we do anticipate, meaning that even if this NOFO plays out for the rest of this year, we do anticipate that there being changes when this current NOFO expires and a new one will be issued later, perhaps in June. The release of the now suspended NOFO introduced potential new and significant policy and structural changes that may significantly impact permanent housing. It is possible that none of this comes true, but we want to make sure that you all are aware, as many of this is very likely to become a reality. First, HUD indicated in the NOFO its intention to shift away from permanent housing towards transitional housing and supportive services only. As previously mentioned, approximately 90% of our COC's funding is for subsidies for permanent housing. This is now suggested that we could land at more of a 30% of our total funding. The rest would return to transitional housing, meaning that families and individuals will maintain in a homeless situation, as transitional housing is not permanent and therefore people would still be experiencing homelessness. The rest would be transitional housing, street outreach, or other supportive services. For our COC, this shift would result in a reduction of $6 million and the elimination of permanent housing for over 513 households, or 255 people, that are currently stably housed in our housing programs. Next, HUD indicated that they want to make funds more competitive. Historically, 90% of our funding would be safe. This still allows COCs to elevate programs, shift funding away from poor performing programs, but keeps the same level of funding in the community. HUD proposes now to keep 30% of it safe, meaning 70% of our funding would be up from a national competitive process. Another shift is the new prohibition that can disqualify any project. Specifically, HUD may reject agencies who previously or currently conduct activities that facilitate racial preferences, use definition of sex other than binary, or engage in specific harm reduction practices. Previously, communities were scored on their work to eliminate these disparities. These will now count against us. Due to this shift, we are left with questions on how we will work and which we will do previously require or jeopardize potential funding. HUD's FY25 NOFO also articulates new policy priorities, including prioritizing mandatory treatment, advancing public safety, ending the crisis of homelessness on our streets, and promoting self-sufficiency. These new priorities will likely create new project requirements for housing and will reshape services, adding requirements of 40 hours a week for individual services on site for any program participant. Also creating additional burden on the cost to agencies. HUD also requires municipalities to enforce public camping bans and public drug use bans that will require agencies to cooperate, assist, and not interfere with law enforcement when enforcing these laws. This could result in the actual criminalization of homelessness. HUD has criticized the evidence-based practice of housing first that I mentioned previously and is working to eliminate that. That language was not even in our NOFO, and no language worked to support it. Both the COC and county staff are engaged with local, state, and national advocates and providers to strategize how to best ensure the status quo of funding and services does not displace people that are highly vulnerable and stably housed due to these coveted resources. Concurrently, we're also working to make adjustments to respond to these potential changes, such as developing agreements with mental health and substance use providers, expanding workforce supports, and analyzing our housing resources across our continuum. We stay hopeful that these drastic changes will not occur and will also be strategic in nature to maintain stability as much as possible. And that ends my portion of the presentation. And you're all welcome to clap for me too.
Thank you, Karen. We'll make sure we clap for everyone.
Thank you. I appreciate the consistency.
I should say thank you to Dr. Campbell for kicking that off.
She sets the bar high.
It's like, exactly, that's.
Yeah, people are stunned. That's, yeah.
I just want to test to make, oh, you can't hear me. You guys can hear me through the mask? You want me to take it off? Okay.
We can hear you through it.
Keep it on.
If you're more comfortable with it,
I want y'all to see my beautiful face.
there you go.
I will clap for that. I just want to say thank you to the Board of County Commissioners, County Manager, Deputy County Managers, colleagues. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak here today. This is the first time I'm actually able to share my story publicly. Who are we? Who's Hearts for the Invisible? We are a multidisciplinary outreach team addressing homelessness with ethical urgency. Now, you may say, well, urgency is ethical. It is ethical. However, everybody doesn't approach urgency the same way. In our program, if somebody needs support and it's an emergency, we stop what we're doing and we get it done. So that's where the ethical part comes in for us. Our story. Hearts for the Invisible was founded in 2020 during the onset of COVID-19 global pandemic. I began serving the growing homeless population in the Uptown encampment, known as North End encampment or Tent City, after being laid off as a bartender at the Westin Charlotte. So I was basically going out there every day. I didn't know what I was doing, but I was going out there every day trying to provide as many services to the growing needs of the folks that were in Tent City. In February of 2021, Mecklenburg County Public Health Department issued an abatement of imminent risk hazard order to the residents in the North End encampment. And Hearts for the Invisible was asked by this lovely lady next to me to assist with the coordination of getting those folks into the motel shelters. We were asked because we were out there every day. I think it was an I then, it wasn't a we just yet, but we're out there every day with growing relationships with the folks that lived outside. Our story. In January of 2022, Hearts for the Invisible expanded its services by contracting with Mecklenburg County to provide severe weather outreach. So severe weather outreach is basically you go out under extreme weather temperatures and provide, if it's the summertime, we're getting ice waters out to people and information about how they can access our shelter system. In the winter, it was about getting as many hot hands, sleeping bags, warming supplies to folks, and of course, letting them know about the expansion of shelter capacity. In May of 2023, Hearts for the Invisible was named lead street outreach agency from Mecklenburg County. Since then, we have added several street outreach social workers, including an outreach clinical director, several peer supports, social workers, but I just want to say something that makes this team extremely special is every single person on our team has some form of lived experience, whether it's domestic violence, mental health, substance use, homelessness, you name it, we've got it. And that also helps us to work with our clients better and get them to want to work with us because we have similar experiences. What we do. So street outreach uses a trauma-informed, person-centered approach to address the diverse needs of our unhoused individuals and families within Mecklenburg County. And like I just mentioned, because we have similar experiences as the folks that we serve, we're able to make those connections much faster than just someone with clinical experience that really has never experienced many of the things that they have. Hearts for the Invisible is also a housing-focused team, providing vital resources to people experiencing homelessness. The programs and services that we provide, that we connect our unhoused individuals and families with. Oh, I'm not clicking the thing. You do it for me? Sorry. We connect our unhoused individuals and families to vital resources and provide trauma-informed case management. We connect folks to physical and mental health referrals, substance use referrals, and harm reduction services. And of course, basic supplies, so we are passing out sleeping bags, hot hands, food, and information, of course, to our neighbors. We also assist with identification documents. Again, we're a housing-focused team, so if we don't have access to helping folks get their identification documents, they obviously cannot get housed. So we contract with Just Do It Movement to provide those services. We also connect people to shelter and housing referrals, many of which come from our coordinated entry system. We assist with employment referrals. We provide transportation, food referrals, and connections to veteran services. When Mecklenburg County named us the lead street outreach team, they changed my life and the trajectory of this organization. The investment from the county started May 1 of 2023, and this funding, which is APA funding, will go to April 30th of 2026. This is one-time funding of $2,036,825. Last spring, they gave us an extension, which would go from May 1 to June 30th to get us to the end of fiscal year, which is $60,000. And then just recently, we were funded $128,042 for our Beatties Ford Catherine Simmons enrichment project. That enrichment project is something new because it's going to show, it's basically an encampment resolution, so we're going to have intent services within one targeted area, an area that this community has needed to focus on for probably decades at this point. So we're going to make a great attempt, which we already have. We've definitely helped people get connected to mental health, substance use services, street psychiatry, and have done housing referrals. Partnerships. So again, I just mentioned the encampment resolution. So going into encampments and really trying to triage how to assist larger groups of folks that are experiencing homelessness, coming up with a strategy to address that. And again, with severe weather outreach, which you've all have seen, we have had a lot of that this week and have more to come. So this week alone, we strategized with all the street outreach teams to go out and get all our homeless neighbors, as many as we could, information about the expansion of shelter, and for the ones that were not willing to come inside, giving them warming supplies. KP actually joined us on Saturday, so she got to see us all in action. And I just mentioned the Beatties Ford project. Again, that is going to be an intentional response to homelessness in a extremely vulnerable area that the needs haven't been necessarily addressed in this way, probably for decades. The Charlotte Mecklenburg Continuum of Care. I currently serve as board chair, which I think this is my last meeting, it's tomorrow. But just a quick snippet. When I first started this work, I really didn't understand homeless services or the response systems. And when I first found out about the continuum of care, I used to bust up in those meetings saying, what y'all gonna do about these homeless people? And now today I'm board chair, it's crazy. So now, you know, working with Charlotte Mecklenburg Continuum of Care and also with Karen's team, I've learned so much, and the support and the intentional strategic planning that goes around this work and making sure that we are able to coordinate care in a dignified way has been amazing. I've learned so much, and I think a part of our growth for this organization comes from working with this team, with Mecklenburg County. We also have had the pleasure to work with the Domestic Violence Division with Mecklenburg County to assist men and women experiencing domestic violence in ways that we wouldn't normally be able to do, such as helping folks with if their car was broke down or getting folks into temporary shelter. We had just a limited amount of funds, but we spent them dollars to help those folks. Oh, the good part. Since May of 2023, Hearts for the Invisible has served. So this, when I say May of 23, this is the data from when we actually were first funded from Mecklenburg County. We served 1,552 neighbors, 378 of those with children, 262 of those were people 55 and up, so our seniors. 796 of those folks were folks with mental health challenges, and 664 are folks that were chronically homeless. So chronically homeless means folks that have been homeless a year or more with a disability. And then we've permanently housed 327 individuals into permanent housing since May of 2023. trends. So what we're seeing is there is an increase in family homelessness with a lack of shelter opportunities for those families. So many people, it's not like in the movies where if you need shelter, you can get it. We have families that have diverse makeups, such as families that might have an adult with a disability that needs to be with their mom, or a mom with a teenage son that can't go into traditional shelter. And there's many families sleeping in cars and hiding because they're afraid that their children will get taken away. So we have been successful in finding those folks and rapidly getting them permanently housed. But it's still a struggle. With these families especially, we're noticing the increased number of those families need eviction support. So in many cases, when you're working with vulnerable families, one of their biggest barriers is that they've had an eviction. And a lot of this, as you all know, started from COVID, and people are just having a hard time picking up the pieces and can't come up with $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 so that they can pay that off to actually be eligible to apply for housing. In addition, our younger population, we're seeing more youth experiencing homelessness, and more people with pets, and typically they're pit bulls, so that creates a significant barrier for folks experiencing homelessness. Highlights. So I want to share this story of Mr. S. We met Mr. S a couple of years back, and he was sleeping in the streets of Uptown. And at first, and this is a gentleman that he has schizophrenia and severe medical issues. And at first, it took some time for him to trust us to allow him to start to access our services. But once he did, and he started to open up, we started to learn more about him. This is a gentleman that was outside since 1988. Now, I think I was like 6 years old. So imagine being outside for 37 years. And he shared with us that nobody had ever tried to help him. And if they did, it was like a Medicaid scam. So again, this is a person who would likely have perished in the streets had he not been attached to our services. And he is permanently housed in a county-funded housing program, which is Forest Point. We are so grateful for that partnership and that housing program. This story is very, very dear to me. I met this young woman, name's Bianca. I met her, I guess now about 3 to 4 years ago. She was outside. She was in a domestic violence situation out there with her little Jack Russell, in deep substance use and struggling with her mental health. And I started working with her before I was actually funded. So again, I was still learning the systems, learning how to really, really make a huge impact on how I supported folks while they were outside. So her last residence, she was sleeping in a broke down white van in Alexander Park, and the park rangers reached out. And they were like, we're getting complaints, we've got to get this car out of here. So she reached out to me hysterically, went to her, and I said, listen, it's time for you to make a change. It's time for you to save your life. And this is how we're going to do it. I said, will you agree to go to detox? She said, well, what about my dog? I said, I'll take the dog. What about my van? I'll take the van. She agreed to go to detox, and then eventually went to Hope Haven and graduated from that program. We paid for her to get her peer support certification, and she is now an employee of Hearts for the Invisible for now a year. Wow. She is also one of the case managers on our Beatty's Ford project. So with that, like, people remember her. I remember her. She was the one with the white dog in the street. So our neighbors are willing to access detox and mental health services because they remember seeing her in Uptown, in the streets of Uptown with that dog, homeless. So she's now over 2 years sober, and when I tell you that girl is in it to win it. She is in it and serious about this work. And again, people naturally gravitate towards her because they know her story and they see what's possible. One of the things I was, with this amazing amount of funding that I received from the county, was to come up with a strategic outreach plan for Mecklenburg County. So in that, we divided the county up by CMPD police divisions and the towns. So we have, between all the outreach teams, we have folks in all divisions and in the towns. Some of them, some caseworkers have several areas, but nonetheless, that's how we cover the county. Then we also have Roof Above's team that focuses on areas located near Quick Trips, which we have a ton of Quick Trips, so that's huge to have that team to support those divisions and towns as well. So we have the CARES team. They're in 4 divisions, which is Westover Division, North Tryon Division, Metro Division, and Central Division. And then also Ada Jenkins to cover North Mecklenburg. Additionally, in partnership with the city, we have street outreach referrals that now go to, you can get through the CLT Plus app or 311. So that, the referrals are coming in pretty rapidly. Teams are doing their best to kind of keep up with the demand to complete those referrals. And like I said earlier today, severe weather outreach. So we coordinate that with the other outreach teams to make sure that we cover the entire county. So each person, each outreach worker has a specific area, division, or town that they will intensely try to get to the folks that are unhoused, to get them the supplies and the information that they need to either come inside or to weather the storm. Our core community partnerships, these are the partnerships that throughout this funding process that we work with the most, and it's Just Do It movement. Like I said earlier, they provide our identification services. So you might be thinking, well, why do you need somebody to help you with ID services? This is why. Many of the folks that we serve may have been born in Texas, and it's very difficult for a person who was unhoused to try to get their Texas birth certificate or to navigate getting all the identifications they need to even get to the Social Security office. Amara Wellness Services and Always Willing to Serve, they assist us with additional peer support staff. And Hearts United for Good, they have been a great partner in that they help us with our snacks and food. So even the folks that we house, we're able to give them some food kits, and then they also house a lot of our outreach supplies, and we'll pretty much do or be whatever we need them to be when we're in a crisis as well. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak today, and I look forward to the question and answer process.
Thank you, Jess. Before we hear from our next speaker, I would like to recognize one of our elected colleagues who has joined us, Chairwoman Sneed from Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools. Board Chair is here, so thank you. Please stand up. She said she'll take a clap too, so. And I don't think we have any other electeds here, but thank you. Thank you for joining us, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, Rebecca Hefner with the City of Charlotte. So I bring you all greetings from Mayor Lyles and Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell, along with our entire City Council, in particular Council Member Luana Mayfield, who is the Chair of City Council's Housing Committee. So I'm going to share a little bit with you all this morning about the work that the City of Charlotte does on the affordable housing, in the affordable housing space, and really highlight how this work is done in partnership and really beyond that in deep collaboration with Mecklenburg County and the other partners that you see up here today. So I have a tradition when I present to my City Council at these strategy retreats with Mayor Pro Tem Mitchell. We like to bounce baseball analogies back and forth. So I will tell you today, I am the middle of your lineup. So my goal is to knock some of the points home that you've heard from Karen and Jessica and set up Fulton and LaShonda for that grand slam. So let's see how we do. So Karen talked about the current state of individuals experiencing homelessness. We also have a couple of other numbers that we look to think about what is the gap, the need, the current state across the entire affordable housing continuum from homelessness to home ownership. So our most recent numbers have been crunched from the 2024 data, and we're showing a rental affordability gap of nearly 50,000 units at 50% AMI and below. So AMI, area median income, for a family of four, I should have looked this up, is around $112,000 right now. And so 50% AMI and below covers both our families and individuals experiencing homelessness, but also a significant number of our essential workers in the community, including some of our public employees, our social workers, our teachers, our solid waste workers. Also, our latest number on median gross rent, over $1,700 a month in Mecklenburg County. And most recently, the State of Housing report showed that the household income required to afford a median priced home is almost $150,000. So there's a significant gap in our community between the income that people are earning and the cost of housing, which makes it especially important that we're all working together in this space. So the City of Charlotte works on affordable housing across the continuum, from homeless support, rent and relocation, housing rehabilitation, preservation and new construction, and home ownership. But this is a place where funding sources really matter. So the primary funding source the City of Charlotte uses for affordable housing is the biennial voter-approved housing bond. So the last housing bond in 2024 was a historic community-approved bond of $100 million for affordable housing, which is fantastic, but again, scratches the surface of the need. The city also receives a multitude of federal grants from Housing and Urban Development, similar to some of the grants that Karen shared that the county receives. We have some other local funds, and we have a bonus program that provides funding for transit-oriented development through a fee in lieu option. So I say all this because this is where partnership makes a difference. $100 million is a lot of money, but it can only be used by state law for capital investment and associated costs of capital investment. And it only excludes one thing. The entire state statute excludes only one thing, and it says this funding cannot be used for rental subsidies. So the importance of having Enlivian here and partnering with the county is critical. The city's primary and largest source of funding can help create units that are accessible to households at 30% of the area median income, meaning our most vulnerable households. But we've got to pair rental subsidies for the families with those units to make it work. I just want to emphasize that, and it doesn't happen by accident. It happens through this kind of collaboration that you see up here in front of you today. City Council, in anticipation of the $100 million housing bond, created a new affordable housing funding policy in 2024. So when Michael was up here earlier, and he was really talking about leaning into outcomes, and our city council is doing the same. So instead of focusing on the number of housing units that we create, our city council has challenged us to achieve some particular resident outcomes through our housing investment, and that's residential stability, neighborhood affordability, and resident and economic mobility. So it's a much more holistic focus. We call this approach beyond the bricks. We can't solve housing with a housing unit alone. This slide also illustrates the investment allocation goals that City Council has established. So we're on our third round of requests for proposals related to the Housing Trust Fund. They're due on Friday. We have about $49 million of this funding remaining. And I'm going to tell you, the requests are going to come in for much more than $49 million. We will have allocated this full $100 million bond before we even get to the next bond referendum in November. One of the things that's great about the way this is set up, one, historic investment in home ownership, which is really moving the needle on economic mobility for households, but also many of these categories represent a deep partnership with Mecklenburg County. So opportunities for rental housing preservation, which is a program that the city and the county do together, housing rehab and emergency repair, again, we're co-funding many of the same partners there. And then supportive housing and shelter capacity, council made their first award in that category in the last round, and that was $4.5 million to collaboratively fund the non-congregate emergency shelter, along with the investments that you all made in that shelter. One of the primary focus areas for our city council right now is Mobility Plus. The passage of the sales tax referendum and the funding of our transit system, our road investments, and our Better Bus last fall mean a lot of exciting investment and a lot of positive outcomes, but it also means we have a lot of work to do. Because we know that when we make public investments, particularly in transit, there's a risk for displacement of our households. So we've been thinking a lot about how mobility and our housing investments integrate. In the last 25 years, you can see on this map, the city has invested over $440 million in affordable housing units. Not the household investments, but units themselves. You can see them all over the map. The city's adopted transit and transportation plans are going to do exactly what we're trying to accomplish. We're going to connect these affordable places to live with jobs, amenities, and resident services. But most critically, investments in anti-displacement programs and services are required. They will help residents stay in place and enjoy the benefits as the transit system develops. Little bit of a side note, but integral here. The city's anti-displacement strategy isn't just about housing. So we work with neighborhoods as a whole to think about anti-displacement as it relates to housing, small businesses, especially legacy businesses in our transit corridors, but also culture and identity. Many of our neighborhoods where transit is building out or will be building out through this investment have a deep and rich history and culture, and we want to support the preservation of that culture as well as allowing individuals to stay in place. So broadly, the city has an anti-displacement strategy. That strategy was developed over the course of 3 years, and I think it was 22, 23, 24, with the NEST Commission. So this is a group, the Neighborhood Equity and Stabilization Commission, that the mayor and council appointed to really help the city think through policies, tools, and programs to protect residents and neighborhoods vulnerable to displacement. And so there's a whole range of programs that were recommended, but one of the largest recommendations that came out of that was dedicated funding. So out of the $100 million bond, for example, the city's investing $49 million, so almost half of that bond, in anti-displacement and land acquisition efforts. I'm not going to go through all of these, don't worry. The purpose of this slide is to demonstrate two things. One, we have a lot of different programs. Many of these are programs that we partner with the city, with Livian Hearts for the Invisible on. When we think about anti-displacement, we say we're looking for the right tool in the right place at the right time. Every household has different and unique needs. I mean, I think you can really hear that when you hear from Jessica, right? Every individual, every household has specific needs. So we have to be really intentional about how we learn about those needs, match those needs to resources, and then support them as they go. I want to highlight that the city and the county have been working together on this for years. I know, personally, I've known LaShonda for 15 years. Who was around in the days of the community collaborative? Yeah, okay, there's a couple of hands. So we worked on that together. But a couple of exciting things that we're doing together right now. Of course, the NOAA Acquisition and Rental Subsidy Program. The city and county partnership is essential to that because a piece of it is based on property taxes. And the work that we're doing together on A Home for All. So things like street outreach, housing rehab, supporting property providers, and rental assistance. We're co-investing in those. And of course, I mentioned earlier the non-congregate shelter. And I do want to highlight, Jessica mentioned this, but the work we're doing around Catherine Simmons in the Lincoln Heights neighborhood. The city calls this work Neighbors Building Neighborhoods, and it's really this idea of bringing together both the unsheltered response plan that you all invested in last December with the whole range of community development resources that the city can bring to bear. So we're looking at homelessness and health, public safety, various neighborhood conditions around code enforcement, the things we do with community development. The city recently purchased property right across the park in that neighborhood, and then also thinking about youth opportunities. And so, okay, one quick question, because I know there's a lot of staff in the room. How many of y'all have found it difficult to create an MOU between two public agencies? Okay, yeah. Okay, we're working on one right now between 4 public agencies. So I want to thank Fulton and Livian, Karen at the county, and we're working with the city and then Alliance Health to create an agreement that leverages vouchers, both in this collaborative, but also the opportunity to scale it. So this might be a mic drop moment for me, y'all. If that thing gets signed, 4 public agencies, I'll think about it. Okay. All right, so the last thing I just want to touch on is there's a range of emerging opportunities. These are the things that City Council is thinking through, and our managers are working together to talk through, and I know you all will have some conversation about today. There is limited funding, but with our creativity and by coming together, there's a lot we can make happen in this community. Scaling this collaborative model that we have established at Catherine Simmons, I mean, I'm already thinking about how do we grow that. It's been great to see everyone come together. Stabilizing and expanding shelter capacity. Jessica shared that the challenges we have, especially around family shelter. I'm excited about the co-investment in the non-congregate shelter because it fills a critical gap, but there's more work to do there. There's innovative models that our housing committee is currently evaluating that will also be partnership opportunities with the county, including a property tax grant model for affordable housing that we call TRESI. One thing you'll know, we make up words from time to time. In part, it's because we're doing things that other people aren't doing yet. So we're excited about that opportunity to explore. And then the last one is really just, and I think LaShonda will share more about this with you all, activating public land and the co-location of public facilities. I'm glad Chair Sneed is here because this is really CMS and the county and the city, and how can we not just create affordable housing on public land, but how do we really create affordable communities on public land? So lots of exciting and emerging opportunities. There are also a lot of emergencies, so we do deal with that day to day as well. But with that, I'm going to turn the mic over to a great friend and colleague, Fulton Meacham. Okay. Another sports analogy. I'm calling an audible. I would like to turn the mic over to another great friend and colleague, LaShonda Hart.
We love sports analogies, by the way.
Yes, that'll be great. Thank you. So good morning, Chairman Jarrell, Vice Chair Altman, County Manager Bryant, Deputy County Managers, and county staff. Today I want to walk you through how our housing investments and programs work together as a system: prevention, preservation, and long-term opportunity. Housing stability supports health, safety, economic mobility, and neighborhood strength. Our work spans across multiple programs and together reduce displacement, protect affordability, and expand access to safe housing and maximize public investment. Advancing stability and preserving neighborhoods. Preservation of naturally occurring affordable housing, or NOAA, is often lost when properties are sold and converted to market rate. Critical home repair supports neighborhood stability by allowing homeowners to remain safely housed and age in place. Proactive acquisition and preservation before market conversion helps prevent involuntary displacement, maintain community connections, and support long-time residents in neighborhoods experiencing rapid change. Affordable units help sustain mixed-income communities and prevent the loss of lower-cost housing as neighborhoods experience reinvestment and rising property taxes. These efforts reduce housing cost pressure while keeping communities intact. Long-term opportunity through rental subsidies. Long-term rental subsidies, typically 15 to 20 years, provide stability for both residents and property owners. This structure ensures units remain affordable and are not converted to market rate. Stable housing leads to better outcomes for families and individuals over time. Long-term affordability maximizes public investment by delivering lasting benefit rather than short-term impact. Affordable housing investments and use. The $89 million reflected here represents the housing investment managed through this body of work in these program areas, but not all county investments. That information will be reflected in what Michael Griswold presented. So we have a slight difference in numbers because this is representative of the body of work and the programs being managed currently. This investment supports several key housing areas that respond to immediate needs while also protecting long-term affordability. A portion of the funding supports direct capital investments, including ARPA funds, that help finance affordable housing, developments, and preservation projects. We also invested in property and land acquisition, which allows the county and its partners to secure sites for future affordable housing before costs rise further. Funding for land and infrastructure helps make development sites build ready. which is often a barrier to moving projects forward. Rental subsidy funding ensures units remain affordable over the long term and helps close the gap with what residents can afford. Critical home repair funding supports low-income homeowners by addressing urgent health and safety issues, allowing residents to remain safely housed. County units total. These 1,908 units represent a mix of housing, including preserved properties, developments currently under construction, and newly completed units. This number reflects both immediate impact and units that will be coming online in the near future. This means we are serving households at different income levels, including very low-income residents, low-income working families, and moderate-income households. By supporting a range of area median income levels, we are helping ensure housing options exist across the workforce spectrum, from service workers to seniors on fixed incomes. Preserved units help us protect existing affordability, while new construction increases overall supply. Both are necessary to maintain a healthy housing ecosystem. Together, this approach allows the county to address both displacement pressures today and long-term housing needs for the future. Affordable housing, new affordable housing units completed and under construction. This slide reflects the county-supported affordable housing units that are either already completed and currently under construction. New construction remains essential to increasing overall housing supply. These developments expand access to affordable units in areas of opportunity and growth. Production, which are those developments under construction, is a longer-term strategy, but it is critical to meeting future demand. The dollars associated with these units shows the county's role in helping move these developments forward, often as gap financing, making the projects financially feasible. NOAA preservation allows us to act quickly to maintain affordability in existing properties. The approach is often faster and more cost-efficient than building new units. Rehabilitation improves living conditions while securing long-term affordability for residents. Through $13.5 million direct capital investment and $27 million in rental subsidy, the county has helped preserve 1,026 affordable housing units. The Critical Home Repair Program stabilizes low-income home ownership by addressing urgent health and safety issues. It is especially important for seniors and residents with disabilities who want to age in place. Without these repairs, many homeowners would face displacement due to unaffordable repair costs. The program focuses on historically underserved neighborhoods with aging housing stock. Our partner agencies are Greater Matthews Habitat for Humanity, Habitat for Humanity Charlotte Region, Rebuilding Together of Greater Charlotte, and She Built This City. Common repairs include roof replacement, structural stabilization, and HVAC system repairs. Our critical home repair vendors also address electrical hazards and install smoke and carbon monoxide detectors. Accessibility modifications, such as ramps and walk-in showers, allow residents to remain safely in their homes. An investment of $10.6 million has supported repairs to 453 homes, preventing displacement and allowing homeowners to age in place. Housing Collaborative, housing stability supports. The Housing Collaborative helps households overcome financial barriers to securing and maintaining housing. Funds support eviction prevention, rent and utility arrears, and other stabilization efforts. Support also covers landlord-related costs like unit repairs, inspection fees, and readiness expenses. These relatively small investments often prevent homelessness and reduce strain on crisis systems. Upfront housing costs, upfront housing access costs. Many households struggle with upfront costs, such as security deposits and first month rent. Flexible funding for these expenses helps people secure units they would otherwise lose. This approach increases successful placements and supports long-term housing stability, and the total county and ARPA dollars expended from FY20 to 25 is $1.9 million. So opportunities to explore and building on what's working. Preserve existing affordable units, NOAA. While preservation is not new to the county, the timing of investment is becoming increasingly critical as acquisition windows tighten and competition from market buyers accelerates. NOAA preservation requires early, intentional capital alignment, often before a property changes hands, to ensure affordability is not lost during acquisition process. In many cases, the county's role includes providing long-term rental subsidy, typically for 20 years, which anchors affordability and stabilizes residents, even as surrounding market rents increase. A more deliberate prioritization allows us to move at the speed of the market, protect existing affordability, and prevent displacement before it occurs rather than responding after units are already lost. Leverage public land for affordable housing opportunities, maximizing public assets for long-term community benefit. The county continues to have conversations with partners such as Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools, the City of Charlotte, and other public and private entities to explore underutilized surplus land as potential affordable housing sites. Leveraging public land is less about immediate development and more about strategic positioning, reducing land costs, improving feasibility, and shaping outcomes aligned with goals. These discussions allow the board to consider how public land can be used as a long-term affordability tool, ensuring community benefit is preserved even as development occurs. This is an opportunity to set shared principles for how public assets may support affordable housing while balancing operational, educational, and neighborhood considerations. Expand critical home repair to include emergency repairs. The county currently contracts with several critical home repair agencies, as shared in the previous slide, and the demand continues to exceed available resources, as evidenced by an existing wait list. This opportunity focuses on expanding the current program by increasing the repair cap and adding an emergency critical home repair component, which does not exist today. Emergency repairs such as HVAC failures, plumbing issues, or structural hazards often determine whether residents, particularly seniors and vulnerable households, can safely remain in their homes. By strengthening and expanding this program, the county can extend the life of existing housing stock, prevent displacement, and reduce downstream housing instability while building on our existing model. These are opportunities for discussion grounded in the work that we already do design to strengthen long-term affordability, stabilize residents, and position the county to respond more proactively to housing pressures. Topics for board discussion. How should resources be balanced across prevention, response, preservation, and production? With limited resources, guidance is needed on how to balance investments across these areas. Prevention includes eviction support, rental subsidies, critical home repair, and supportive services. Crisis response includes outreach, shelter, transitional housing. Preservation focuses on protecting existing affordable housing and preventing displacement. Production supports new affordable housing developments, especially in high opportunity areas, and each component plays a role in a strong housing stability system. We look forward to the board guidance on how to prioritize our county investments moving forward. I will now turn it over to our final presenter, Fulton Meacham with Enlivian.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
One more time. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
How y'all doing?
You want to have a clap too?
Yes.
Another one.
My name is Fulton Meacham, President of Enlivian. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity today to speak. I think you said I got to take it on home. We're truly blessed, but aren't we truly blessed to have a home? I think we're here to bless others that don't have a home. And that's what we'll be talking about today. Thank you for the opportunity again for In Living to talk about what we do, kind of our part in improving the housing ecosystem and barriers to affordable housing. Our first slide I want to talk through is kind of our vision at Enlivian. Is we empower families and individuals to live more stable lives by delivering diverse, inclusive housing for those priced out of the market. We're talking about people like custodians, teachers, nurses, seniors, and the disabled. Our mission is to create innovative housing solutions in desirable communities for residents of diverse incomes and facilitate access to services to help them succeed. That's a lot different than HUD's definition of just decent, safe, and sanitary. And at this point, I want to show a quick video of the kind of the evolution of Enlivian. I didn't do that. That's not me.
Over the past 85 years, Charlotte's affordable housing mission hasn't changed. Enlivian still works to help people with housing, but now Enlivian is more than housing. Enlivian offers opportunity and hope.
Charlotte is a growing city, right? 150 people moving here a day. When we start talking about the housing supply is relatively lower than what the demand is, which is, keeps pushing up rental rates here in Charlotte.
Today, Enlivian helps residents with affordable housing, a mission that actually began after the Great Depression. City Council established the Charlotte Housing Authority, providing safe, sanitary housing to families down on their luck.
Everybody's got different situations, and in my situation, it was either find a place to live or be on the street. I owned a delivery service for 13 years, and I also was a district manager of 7 restaurants. In 2009, I had a heart attack. Well, everything hit me at once, and when me and my ex-wife separated, then that was a major blow to me, and I had to have a place to go. Well, Enlivian was there, and they took me in.
My grandfather passed away COVID year, and you know, it was hard for me at that time. I was going through a little depression spell. He's been the only father figure in my life, and I think about him a lot. I just been trying to find my ways into this world, you know.
Enlivian creates inclusive housing for people from all walks of life. Through the decades, the Charlotte Housing Authority used federal government Hope 6 grants to become more than sticks and bricks, revitalizing neighborhoods while establishing housing work requirements, complemented by supportive services such as life coaching, financial education, and other educational resources. Financial independence is the end goal.
So I'm a 24-year-old part-time student, part-time worker, and I'm majoring in applied science.
In addition to his studies, Justin works at Harris Teeter. He's on track now.
My coach, Leisha Logan, she has been a big inspiration for me. She's helped motivate me into finding my careers and, you know, keep me on top of my financial goals.
So often, that is a misconception in our community that our residents don't have goals, they don't have aspirations, they don't have dreams, they don't want more for their families just like we do.
Enlivian has helped Deanna find the best place to raise her family, using a housing choice voucher to afford rent in a great neighborhood with a plan for home ownership.
You had to learn money management, how to make sure you pay your bills on time, how to diversify. I have 3 children, Nevaeh, Deshawn, and Kamira. The 2 oldest are in college. Kamira, moving into this neighborhood, she's able to go to gymnastics. She's in cheerleading. The school system, it just offers so many different things for her to be able to be in, and it's a peace of mind. It is what it is.
I mean, this isn't, it's not a job, it is a mission. You have to care about people, and our team cares about people every single day. They come to us in all stages, right? And you have to meet them where they are and talk to them and see where they want to go and help them on their journey.
I'm thankful for Olivia for, putting me in a great neighborhood and, giving me the opportunity to take my time to, be in school and be part-time at work.
So I've been happy. I don't have to worry about a place to live because it's here.
I know I keep using the word opportunity because that's what it does. It gives her the opportunity to grow.
The opportunity to grow, to prevent homelessness, to work and be productive, to see a better life. In Olivian, from foundations to futures.
Thank you. I'm hoping that you can see from the video that our mission has changed, but our focus has never changed. It continues to be to help those that need us the most, those residents that are at 30% area median income and below. And here are some of our, I would say, some of the people that we serve by the numbers. So right now we have over 12,000 households that we serve, over 30,000 people. Our largest program is the Housing Choice Voucher Program, and I was just talking to Karen before I came in here, and she asked me, did I have a couple of vouchers in my pocket? And I said, I don't carry them around like everybody thinks I do. But it's an extremely important program for this city because, again, over 5,000 families are being served by this particular program, but it's a relationship between Olivian and the private sector. Private sector homeowners and investors would have to partner with us for our families to be able to live there. Now, I want to make sure you are aware, too, of this thing called source of income discrimination because this county and the city helped us come up with an ordinance to address some of those issues, but still it is prevalent in the city where you can have good credit, you can have no criminal background history, you can still be denied housing because you have a housing choice voucher. That's why it's so important for us to have good partners in this community that will house our families. We have over 1,100 housing providers that work with us in the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Our wait list is about 10 years. When we opened this up in 2014, we had 31,000 people show up with us in 1 week. And roughly about 100 of those families cycle out every year. So you can see how long it can take sometimes for people to get off that wait list. So as we continue to think through the housing and how we can house families, one of the things that Olivian did is said, we want to get into the actual development business. We want to make sure that the families that we serve have an opportunity to live in housing and quality housing. So we started to develop ourselves. Right, and so we're developing not just new housing, but we're also looking at how do we preserve housing that we have. We have created over 1,600 new apartments and developments that we've created through our development arm, which is Horizon Development Properties. There are two that I like to feature right now that are relatively new. We have the Gaston at North End. Again, this is a 144-unit mixed-income community serving 30 to 80% families. You'll see the capital stack here, and this will be consistent in most of the deals that you'll see, if not all of them. It's a 4% tax credit with commercial debt, along with some city housing trust fund. The second one is we just opened up last Thursday, Trella Uptown, 353 unit apartment building here that's mixed income, mixed use, again, serving between 30, and this is all the way to market. So what's unique about this property is it's a 70-30 deal. 70% of it is market, 30% of it is affordable. But what's beyond that is it's really all interdispersed throughout the building. It's not a poor floor or a poor door. We're all integrated. We never wanted to separate people and have separate doors here. It's one of the first, if not the first, in North Carolina. We have some upcoming developments that we are looking at as well, we have phase 2 of Delahaye Court. So we first started talking about the Gaston at North End. Delahaye Court was an obsolete property that we have demolished. We're looking at a choice neighborhood grant with the city, combining a lot of different properties in that area. One of those would be ours, which is the Delahaye site, along with the Atrium site, to create this mixed tenure community here, where we will have apartments. There'll be affordable apartments, market rate apartments, retail, as well as home ownership in this community. Center South, again, this is a deal that we have with the Fallon Group. This is just locations-wide. We're right in front of the pink building on South Boulevard, Strawn Towers area, 16 acres there. The first phase is 323 unit building here. This is another unique one for us because it's a completely private deal. There are no tax credits or anything. This is a workforce housing deal. 60% of area median income to 85% of area median income in market rate families that will live here. Why is that important? Our families need bridges to success. It's very difficult to go from subsidized housing to market rate, okay? The bridge is the workforce housing. They call it the missing middle. This is intentional to try to build that missing middle so our families will have those opportunities to kind of move forward. Another partnership we have is with Crossland Southeast. It is Evoke Living at Ballantyne, 60 units there. In this high opportunity community, it will be from 30 to 80% area median income families. So again, preservation. I think most of us understand that in this community, we have a lot of investors coming in and taking a lot of the properties that used to be affordable and making them market rate. We have a large housing stock at Olivian, over 45 properties that we have to invest in. And so we've taken the time and the interest in making sure that our properties can continue to be brought up to date. So we've taken the charge on First Ward, which was our first Hope 6 project here. We've done one phase already. We have another phase that we're doing. Fair Market Square, Tarleton Hills, that's close to Johnson C. Smith. All of these are areas that we are really focused on in improving our own private housing stock that we have. The next properties that you'll see, Oak Valley, Valley View, Grove Place, are examples of, again, yes, we're preserving those properties, but there's also opportunity to increase the amount of affordability. So for the properties like, let's say in Oak Valley, that we do have a housing trust fund application in. How you doing? And a low-income housing tax credit that we'll be putting in as well. But this property, right, is like, it had 50 units on it, right? It's an obsolete property at this point in time, but it has 50 units. It was on 10 acres, right? So we're now putting in this application for 264 apartments that will go here that will still be affordable, right, increasing the amount of affordability on those sites. And each one of these sites that you see on the screen right now, those opportunities to do two things: preserve, but also increase the amount of affordable housing that we need in the city, because we need both. Partnerships, we can't do anything without great partnerships. The CLC that has been discussed earlier and our partners, we really have felt since we've been here that homelessness is something, and the unhoused is something we have to address. We've invested these vouchers, whether they're project-based or tenant-based vouchers, into over 1,100 units in order to make those families have the opportunity to live there affordably. That's roughly a $90 million investment. I want to make sure that the county understands that that's the level of investment that we have in trying to make sure that our families that are unsheltered have an opportunity to live in this city. Along with our own wait list, that we have 826 families that were formerly unhoused that we have housed. Again, the partnerships that we have with the county through the senior nutritional program, ensuring that our families in our high rises have those opportunities to have a quality meal, to the MEC Success program with the program that we have that's at the Gaston at North End. That program is really addressing issues with families to say, you know, what are the barriers that are preventing you maybe from going to work? Is that child care, education, transportation? Let us Let's just put you in the right position so you can succeed. And youth services, Park and Rec has always been a great partner with us, giving our residents that opportunity to do something very constructive when they leave school. This is the part where I want to talk about some of the barriers to the creation and preservation of affordable housing. I've been said earlier here, roughly right now in Charlotte, it's about $2,000 for a 2-bedroom apartment. Okay, you need to be making about $80,000 a year to be able to afford that. Okay, I don't know about you, but it took me a minute to get to $80,000. I didn't come right out of college making $80,000. I wish I did, but I did not. But for a minimum wage worker, that's about 6 jobs that you have to have in order to afford that, right? We're really pricing talent out of Charlotte. Right, we're talking, and I want to make sure we saw the pictures so you can see some of the incomes that people make. We're talking about fast food workers, yes, school bus drivers. We're talking about hotel front desk clerks. We're talking about teachers. I think we need to have a healthy workforce. In order to have a healthy workforce, they have to have a place to live here, right? So as we continue to talk through how, excuse me, let me go back one. Some of the barriers that as a team, I think that we think that would assist us in creating more affordable housing or preserving more affordable housing is number one, it is money. I can't say it any other way, right? I know the private sector is not going to put more money in. It is normally the public sector that does it through the Housing Trust Fund, through the $6 million that the county gave in Livian to do Trella Uptown. It doesn't really happen without public investment. Right? It doesn't happen without public investment. To have a dedicated funding source for that, an additional dedicated funding source for that will go a long way. Developing in high opportunity areas. The map that you see on your right-hand side here is kind of a heat map that kind of shows you the darker it is, the more opportunities there are. And we've all gone through the Chetty study to talk about how we can move families from concentrated poverty to areas of opportunity because it starts to help not maybe that generation, but the generation to come, right? The kids, they may not need affordable housing. That's a way for us to reduce the need, but it's an investment in actually constructing things in these higher opportunity areas. And an expedited permitting process, again, for developers in general, always time is money. Always time is money. But when you're in a situation where you're cobbling together, in some cases, 5 or 6 different funding sources that are on all these different timelines, we need as much help as we could possibly get. And if there was a way to expedite that, if there was a way for us to have some level of priority, I think it would go a long way in putting more affordable housing on the ground. And then supportive services. It's been said, it's been demonstrated up here, you gotta have supportive services. That 50% and below area median income families, they need more than just the bricks and sticks. They do need supports. They need the things that we're talking about here of saying, hey, well, what are the things that might be preventing you from being able to go to work, right? Childcare is expensive. It is. $1,200 a month? That's right. Or more in some cases, right? Education has always been a barrier. But those are things that people want to address, but it does still take money, right? And so the supportive services end, if we can couple that with, right? So you have the housing, you can couple that with the supportive services, I think you'll start seeing families move through that continuum, right? Not just to get stuck there in intergenerational poverty, but you get that opportunity for them to kind of move up that economic ladder. So that concludes my, my presentation. Hopefully I got everybody home on time. Right? But thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. So, team, what we're going to do, go ahead. I'm sorry, Dr. Campbell. No.
I don't know what's wrong.
There you go.
All right. So I have just dropped a challenge to my colleagues because this was fantastic. Thank you guys so much. Best panel yet. Yeah, y'all don't know this about us, but we're like siblings already, and we compete all the time, so that's why. Anyway, and thank you guys, seriously, in all seriousness. This was really great. I think they did a great job illustrating the continuum and all the different areas in the space that require our intentionality and thoughtfulness as we talk through where to prioritize our resources, right? So can someone click the slide to the next? Oh, it's not, there it is. Okay, great. So what we wanted to do was keep up on the screen for y'all the range of options. Obviously, there's tons of examples under each of these areas, but really when we're talking over the next hour or so, well, y'all are talking amongst yourselves, we really want you to sort of focus on a couple of questions, right? Like, where should we prioritize our investments? Does it make more sense for the county to jump in on the front end, or should we jump in on the back end, or would you rather sprinkle across the entire pool of opportunities? Should we duplicate the city's funding and go all in on one area, or should we leverage our dollars against the others, sort of with the supportive services and other things that keep our most fragile residents housed? We all know that the resources are limited, and I think that we've done a fantastic job connecting the dots for you, as our chair had said, and I'll repeat again, that affordable housing is not a county mandated service, but it is connected to our mandated services, and if we don't intentionally invest, we won't be successful in the areas that we are required to be responsive to. So with that, Chair, I will let you do your thing.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. And thank you again to all the panelists. What I'd like to do right now, this is not on the agenda. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? Does everybody stretch their legs? Then let's be back right at 11:45. We'll start the board discussion, and we'll go through and make it happen. So let's take a break right now. Absolutely. You are present, thank you. We need everybody to take their seats so we can get started, please. Okay. Hey, team. I'm going to ask everybody to quiet down, please, because we're trying to get started. Thank you. All right, guys, as we take these breaks, if we're going to maintain any level of order, we're going to have to be back on time. Yes, ma'am. No, you're not. It's okay, though. It's just the first time. All right, so as we get started back, I want to thank Dr. Campbell. I want to thank the team. The panelists were fantastic and gave us a lot of good information. We have the topics for discussion. What we're going to do is start out with 4 minutes, colleagues. And I'm going to start from the ends and work our way in. And what we'll do is we'll start with Commissioner Meyer. I am asking panelists, everyone does not have to answer every question. If it's something that's relevant, please answer it. This portion is really more for board discussion to give feedback to our staff, and if you'd like to clarify something, would love to hear that context. Colleagues, I would also lift this up. If there is actually someone that makes a statement and you need to clarify something from another colleague, feel free to interact among board members for clarification or any level of insight that you might think is appropriate. So with that, the way the order will go, we'll start with Commissioner Meyer, then we'll go to Commissioner Leek, Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell, Commissioner Griffin, Powell, YTI, it'll go to Dunlap, and then Vice Chair Altman. So with that being said, 4 minutes, Madam Clerk, and we'll start with Commissioner Meyer.
All right, well, thank you, and thank you all for being here. And speaking your truth, I'm surprised you keep it calm because you've got to be really frustrated with the funding. And so I really appreciate everything you presented. There's so much that you guys shared, and to try to narrow this down, it's going to be really hard. I'll do my best. I do want to say, and Fulton, I think you said we have to have public funding for this. We can't do this without public funding, 100%. So, but that brings me to mind, we're not going to government fund our way out of this. And so I'm curious if there is corporate dollars pouring into this homelessness and affordable housing problem, and not just Fulton, but Jessica, do you receive any corporate funding?
I do not currently.
Oh, okay, thank you. Right. She does not. I just want everyone to hear that.
Right. So there's the Choi Fund, and I don't know if you want to take that one, but the Choi Fund is one of those funds that the corporate community did put dollars into to create more affordable housing. I'm not exactly sure if that is continuing. It is. But I think that's what we need. We do need corporate community to actually come in and assist us with below market loans. I think these are the things that we're talking about, and a CHOIF is a good example of that, but I think there needs to be more.
This brings me to another question. Homes for All, I only saw it referenced one time by the city. What does Homes for All that we invested in right after COVID, from what I remember, what has that done? What have we gotten out of Homes for All? And how much did we invest then, and how much do we invest every year?
So a Home for All is a framework that is in place, and we currently have active programming. I know one is upstream rental assistance, and critical home repair, ensuring that our vendors have the necessary workers that they need to get this complete, considering that we have a pipeline. So we have an unhoused piece of that, which I will defer to Karen, but on the upstream piece of everything, it's the eviction prevention piece of this. It is the upstream rental assistance that help those at 50 to 80% of the area median income. And again, with the critical home repair, having a consultant to come in and assess what the county does with critical home repair, what the city does, and then being in a position to let us know what more we're able to do in this space to become unified. On the homeless services side, I will punt that to Karen.
So I do believe that with the Home for All is a great opportunity to work with the corporations, the public or the private sector, and helping to invest in this, because you're right, like this isn't just a government-only issue, it's a community issue. That is part of, a Home for All is also part of what's inspired the non-congregate shelter that we're working to do for folks that are experiencing unsheltered homelessness with a lot going on. There is a partnership that Hearts for the Invisible is a part of with the Unsheltered, the Wellness Without Walls, that works to invest in street psychiatry. That's a partnership with Atrium and I believe Alliance Health, working with the street outreach teams with Hearts for the Invisible and Roof Above, and really bringing psychiatric services to the streets.
And what I understand is Home for All is coming back to the county?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll take that question, Commissioner Myers. So yes, just recently there was a news release announcing that the county is going to take over a Home for All from the United Way. You may recall receiving an update as a board on that, and the announcement went public recently. And that is a partnership between the United Way, the Foundation for the Carolinas, and the county. And the Foundation for the Carolina is going to be charged with the fundraising, which would include the private sector as well.
Okay, so that was my next question. Is that going to be, are we going to be investing, is that going to be a line item for us as well?
We will continue to fund the same level of funding that we provided, which is a little less than $700,000, I believe, for staffing. But in terms of the fundraising to support the programs that LaShonda and Karen referenced, that will fall on the Carolinas, on the Foundation for the Carolinas.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I do have a question about this process. Do you want us to focus on these, period?
We are specifically looking for guidance here, recognizing there's going to be other conversation as well. I'll yield to the chair on how he'd like to facilitate that.
Yeah, I think if you can, address anything, and if there's nothing up there that's like a hot button for you, then go with.
Honestly, every single thing. This is what's so difficult, and I know your job is difficult to staff. Is every single one is a hot button issue. Every single one is important. Street outreach. I see Jessica do this, and I'm so amazed that she's doing this, with her group, and she just, all the way into NOAA preservation and how important that is. I personally have to hear others, but to rank these and to say what's more important, this is not going to be very easy. So I'm done. Thank you.
Right, well,
and that's what we want you to realize, because this is just the first topic. You're going to have additional topics.
I know. Well aware. Thank you.
I just want to reiterate the challenges that we're going to face together going through this budget cycle.
I'll take her time.
You good to go?
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Leek.
Let me first say thank you for your presentation. The problem I had...
Can you pull your microphone to you, Commissioner, please?
I'm sorry. I said thank you for your presentation, and it looks like your presentation was shifted to that end more than scoping all of us as a part of this process. That was one of my concerns. The other thing is 150 people move here a day. We cannot house 150 people a day on the backs of the county. That's a must. So the city needs to stop the growth. A moratorium needs to take place and stop the growth until we can do what? Meet the needs of the growth. If you listen to the news today, water is everywhere in one part of the city because of the piping. So that has not been taken as a part of this process. So I would encourage you to do that as a member of this committee presenting today, to talk about the city looking at a moratorium on growth. so that we can come to some decision as to how do we take care of those who need it the most. Years ago, Fairview Homes, Little Rock Apartments, there was provision being made for people to move into those apartments, but the salaries of the people who work there cannot today live there anymore. So how do we deal with the city and the county to provide workforce by which people can afford and be trained to live within the confines of the community? Can you answer those for me? And the other thing is, certain parts of this city is never cleaned up. Kathy Simmons, I go there once a week. For 5 weeks I've been going to meetings, 5 months I've been going to meetings. Kathy Simmons. And it's filthy over there. The city has a responsibility to clean it up, and we're not doing it. So I'm not fussing at you personally. I'm talking about the job of what the city is supposed to do. Ballantyne is not nasty. Ballantyne does not have a drug abuse program in their community. So why is it always on the black side of town where these disruptive living conditions exist? Help me, somebody. I'm talking about my district and my people who have been neglected. So answer those for me.
Start.
I can't really speak to much of it other than to say that most of the programs that we work with in the county now, there is an emphasis on helping with workforce development, and that is working to help get people to market rate housing. But you're right, like we need more opportunities for people in skill development, economic understandings, things like that. So I can speak, and I know that the county and the city have been partnering on Beatty's Ford, Catherine Simmons, but I'll let Rebecca address.
Sure. What I will add around that is, this is, we've been partnering for years, but I think the level of collaboration that's occurring in a focused geography is really critical to seeing success, because we have to have the unsheltered response, our street outreach partners, Alliance Health, and others at the same time as we're doing our code enforcement activities, our home ownership investments, our solid waste cleanup. And by bringing all of those things together, then we're creating a safer and cleaner environment for the people who live in the neighborhood, as well as opportunities for economic development. So I think the level of focus and intention and collaboration that we're seeing now is going to yield results that we haven't been able to achieve in the past.
My next concern is having left Eastern Mall community without a tax base, without any rebuilding, and it was left up to the city to make sure that they did something with that property, and they're just beginning to do that. So I hope that you will keep that in mind. The other last thing I want to say, we build these facilities, but we do not have good management. I talked to the young man on the end about it, that we are not keeping the property up. If you look at First Ward, beautiful when it was built, it's deteriorating now. And he explained to me what the problem is. So when you build and we repair, and especially for my seniors, I thought we were going to concentrate strictly on my seniors to make sure that they were being responded to first before anybody else. And then when I looked, there was a wide program, everybody. And I'm thinking about my people who are senior citizens that cannot afford to keep their property up.
We're definitely looking at all aspects of the property management. If you know anything about us, we have a new property management company that we've developed that is taking over properties that were third-party managed, because we think we can do a better job at it than they have. And the investment back into those properties, First Ward, we've done a phase of First Ward at a tax credit, and we're in a second phase of that now. But we agree with you that we need to make sure the properties look market rate. When they're first built, they look that way, and sometimes they don't. over a period of time, and that's a combination of both property management and, I would say, residents taking care of the property in which they have the opportunity to live there. A place like Little Rock, we've changed the entire property management team, along with now there are mandatory work requirements and supportive services there that weren't there in the past because we had to change the actual subsidy, the subsidy method that we were given there. And so we're really investing back into the people.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
Let me say thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all, panel, for this presentation. I just have to say, Jessica, you rock. I mean, so you're a bartender, and then you're like, I got to do something about this and COVID, and you don't have I mean, whoa, we got to have coffee or something. And I mean, I know would
love to.
We've hung out a little bit before, but like your story, I want to see a movie about it or something like that. I mean, or a book, you know, like seriously, you are the kind of person. We need like you times 1,000, right? People who are doing, they see a need and they go and they do it. So my hat is off to you. If I had a hat, I would be taking it off. So thank you. And you know, I really a couple of things I would just wanted to hit on is I really like the trend, the inflow and outflow slide on slide 12, where it's showing, you know, the incoming and the outgoing is just like, it's like a sieve that just, there's no bottom. Like it's just like coming in the top, going out the bottom, coming in the top. Like, that just feels really overwhelming. I also really like slide 55, which is showing the total county investment, I think, and also slide 56, where it's showing the units and how they're dispersed among the, you know, the different AMIs and the units. Thank you for that. That's really clear how that's presented, so I appreciate that. The federal changes that you talked about, I don't understand the switch of focus from permanent housing to transitional housing. And after I get my thoughts out, if you could just maybe touch on what in the hell is the purpose of that? What's the deal with that? I don't understand it. Okay. So as far as our topics for board discussion, I really want to hit on what I think, for me, what jumps out to me is eviction prevention. And so part of this is, you know, we get these reports from the sheriff, these heartbreaking, off the chart, you know, numbers of evictions that him and his deputies are having to, you know, kick people out of their homes. Like, we have got to increase prevention of evictions, and I'd love to know if you guys can talk about that. I want to understand how many are we stopping, because the number that we get is how many we're not stopping, and that number just keeps going up. So it would be great to have some data around that. I also am really supportive of critical home repair, especially for seniors. I think that is something that I'm so proud of that the county is doing. You know, it has to be, in my view, you know, we have to focus on the most vulnerable populations, right? Like, I don't think our focus should be so much on new building. Like, I don't feel like we can invest in building affordable housing, because it is a drop in the bucket. When you look at what the city is doing, $100 million, you know, every other year is just like a drop in the bucket. So we have to focus, in my view, on the vulnerable populations and preventing eviction. So.
And Commissioner SRM, I assume that includes also the emergency repair that LaShonda Hart referenced as well, because that's the next tier that she presented to the board for consideration.
Yeah,
So that's the HVAC and the water heaters and the other things that she referenced.
Yeah, I didn't really see the, I don't sort of know the before and after, like what does that mean? You know, they didn't used to have emergency repairs, or, you know, that.
So with the emergency repairs, what we learned is that there could be a senior, that could be a rain that happens, or like this ice storm that happened where there's ice on roofs and all of a sudden that brings in a leak. And so within 24 to 48 hours, if there is an emergency event that has happened or occurred, we could get a vendor out to take care of that emergency repair. And that is currently what we do not have.
So what you're saying is a prioritization of emergencies would be a new thing?
It would be an addition. Like she said, we currently do not have that, but obviously that is a need that is occurring as well in the community.
Okay. Thank you.
One other thing I wanted to add to what you said, Commissioner SRM, where we do provide capital or subsidy when it comes to new developments, we always request 10% of set-aside units. And those set-aside units range in those AMI categories that you've seen, anywhere between 50% AMI, 60 or 80%. But I really put emphasis on the 30% AMI because we work with our internal partners, Karen Pelletier, with the populations that they serve that may have income, but they need the 30%. So I just wanted you to be aware, wherever we place funding in new development, we request set-aside units.
Yes, yeah, I'm aware, and I'm really, really proud of that, and I think it's important. But as far as if I'm looking at new investment, you know, where I would want to prioritize it would be more prevention.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Griffin.
Wait, they didn't get to answer my other questions. Huh? Oh,
Did her time expire?
but don't they get to talk after the ding? They get to talk after the ding.
They get to talk. Okay, so you're exactly right, but you were talking after the ding, so if you can, let's, no, we're gonna get you, okay, I want everybody to know, we're gonna do multiple rounds here. All right? So. Oh, God.
Okay.
Answer the other questions, and then we're gonna go to Commissioner Griffin so that we can make sure time is allocated evenly.
So I can respond to prevention quickly. And so one of the things that we've done is work with our partners with Community Solutions. We were just awarded $200,000 from the city to do just that regarding prevention, and that's access at our coordinated entry system to really work for targeted prevention that if not for this resource, you will end up in eviction court. And we're able to address things upstream because we don't even want to get people to where an eviction's been filed, because in North Carolina, that can still count against you. And it's devastating forever kind of impact. I don't have the data in front of me regarding the number of people that have gone through legal aid that the county funds. I can get that number back to you, but it is in the thousands that they are able to interact with and at least provide education to, but I don't have the actual amount of how many evictions have been prevented through legal aid, but we know that when people show up with representation at a court hearing or with legal guidance, they're less likely to be evicted. So we've done, I think, a good job in trying to enhance our coordinated entry system to really target people that are the most vulnerable, because that's who ends up in our streets and in our shelters.
Thank you.
Was there another?
There was the what the hell question about
All right,
permanent
well,
housing, transition housing. Like, what's the deal with that?
So I don't know what is in their head, but what I can say is that the information that we have received from HUD when the first thing came out is that there's just really this interest in everything being mandated and housing now being a reward for good behavior. So after a longer experience of homelessness, working with those intensive services, then housing being that option. That is our understanding based on the direction that HUD has given.
We'll talk later. Thank you.
It's probably better.
Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The feds are getting out of housing as much as they can. They're not even paying Fulton enough money to maintain what he's doing. So that's why he's going into different methods for providing housing. I've been in this game for a little bit, probably about 1990, 1995. Working at Legal Aid Society, we tried to figure out what we could do. A young white lawyer named Follett, cut his hair, went to Raleigh, got law changed so that the county could get involved with housing. At the same time, Dunlap, Leak, and myself and others tried to buy additional land around all of our schools because land was real critical. And so, Mr. Chairman, one to do for us is to see if we can have a policy joint meeting, not just staff, with the school board, with the city, et cetera, and drill down on those specific things that Ms. Hefner talked about, where it's taken years and years just to get MOUs together. Let's deal with policymakers to start that particular conversation. There's plenty of opportunities as relates to surplus of land. We just can't get there at the staff level. We have to do that talking to policymakers to make that piece more doable. The principal problem is people don't have any money. They're low wage. Dr. Allen, my first retreat, I think in this room maybe, gave us a report. She said 45%, and it's in our Pulse report, 45% of our we have low wage earners in this county. If you have low wage earners and you're bringing in 150, somebody said, people a day or whatever it is, you know, the cost of living goes up, but the wages aren't going up. So we got to figure out how to provide whatever public support we can to increase the affordable housing for those 45% or so low wage earners who just not going to be in a position to buy a $500,000 home, but going to be working at McDonald's or doing our whatever we go to the store with. So from a policy perspective, I think we need to talk to our colleagues to see how we can improve the opportunity for more affordable rental housing. Certainly not forgetting about home ownership, that's important, but 45% of your folk can't afford an apartment. They're not going to be able to afford a house without some substantial help. That's the first thing. The second piece, Griswold, coming back to SMART goals, you talked about, and there's several instances of this. I'll just give you one example because I only have 4 minutes. Critical home repair. That's also something the city does. So what is the end number? So today when the city and you get together, is that 1,000 seniors? And then we're doing 10%, 30%, the city's doing 15%. So during fiscal year 27, we should be able to do 50% of the critical home repairs that we are aware of at that particular point. So if we could narrow that down, that would be helpful from your perspective. The other piece, and this comes back, Mr. Chairman, to policy decisions. And most of you were here in 1997 when Pat McCrory said we're going to build affordable housing at stations along the Blue Line. We're getting ready to repeat history. Let's figure out how we can communicate with our partners who are working along, because we all got representatives on the Metropolitan Public Transit Authority, to make sure this happens this time as opposed to waiting another 30 years. So that's a policy decision among the electeds. The other piece, which is really challenging for me, is that this is one over the world.
Please finish your thought.
I mean, one over the world. You're going from homelessness, to unsheltered to home ownership. And we can't do all of it, but what we have to do is figure out how to collaborate along that continuum as to where to make the county's investments having a greater return on that investment. I got a lot more to say. I'll pick that up on the second round.
All right. Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, can I just comment, and I'll make it brief. So, Commissioner Griffin, just 2 points I want to make with respect to you all as the policymakers and bringing that forward and collaborating with the other governing bodies. I look forward to that. I also want to call out as your administrators, myself, Dr. Hill, and City Manager Jones, we are having those conversations. That is part of the community collaborative that we held back in November and scheduled to host again in March. In addition to that, it will be inclusive of identifying those metrics that we agree upon, using the example of the critical home repair, so that we're not stepping over each other, but we're working together to say, okay, how many as a community as it relates to critical home repair, what should that number be as a target? Instead of the county having its own target, the city having its own target, as well as other partners. That is the whole point behind this community collaborative, is to get in alignment with each other so we can collectively track our progress in that space instead of having all these independent reports out. Thank you.
Hopefully we'll get that for this budget cycle so that we can be able to provide you that direction.
We're in that direction. We're going in that direction.
Thank you.
Next.
Commissioner Powell.
Well, thank you. One of the greatest honors of my life is to be in a room with so many people that care about the community. And it's just, thank you for all the work that you do. And I agree with Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell. It's really nice to hear your story, Jessica. It's, like we hear so many presentations, and it's just nice to hear boots on the ground, like your personal experience. Thank you for sharing that. I'm coming to the same coffee, lemonade, or whatever. And, maybe even taking us out to see something that you want us to see. I would really like that.
I would love, I don't know if I would love to do that.
Top priority for me is really meeting the needs of the most vulnerable. And when you say there's limited funding for rapid rehousing of victims of domestic violence, I just feel like how can that be? How can that be that there's limited funding? So my background is healthcare. I have seen the victims, and they go back because there aren't enough touch points and not enough places to go. And so it is number one to me, how. And when you get the chance after my ding to respond to that, how much funding do you need? Why is it so limited? But also the funding for seniors and the disabled. Some of the things that are happening at the federal level will affect them the most. And so they are at the top of my mind. I am concerned about, adding a new category at this point with the tight budget. So while I understand the importance of emergency repairs, I just need to know more about that, because some of the repairs that are needed are so expensive. And I have had interaction with people that were getting emergency repairs from the city. So is it a town's thing? And wait till till my ding is over before you answer. The critical home repair program has been really successful in my district, and really increased the stability for the families that receive that. So I really appreciate it. I would like to have some understanding, the conversation, I don't know if it's real or misleading about surplus land. I've only heard this in the past few weeks that there was surplus land, and so I'd like to know where it is, some examples of where this land is. When Mike Bryant was getting sworn in, one of the poet that was at his swearing in talked about the words that people say and the things that they do. And really, it doesn't matter about the words that you say. It matters what your action is. And so thank you to all of you for your action, because the words are meaningless without it. And there's so many people that have so many words that do nothing. And so I'm very thankful to the county manager for having the community, whatever you're calling it, community forum, what's it called? Collaborative.
Quality of life collaborative.
We need that. I feel like some of the business partners say they're partners, they use that term, partner. And you're only a partner when you want something. You're not a partner when we need you. And so I feel like the bare minimum is done just to get the tax benefits that they want, but they're partners. And so we need to have this collaborative because we need them to be real partners. And we need way more than words. We need action from them. Or this will not be a place that anyone wants to live. It will decrease the quality of life if they're not stepping in. And so hopefully you can answer the questions that I asked about funding.
So I want to kind of clarify about the domestic violence funding. What I meant by that was the Community Support Services Domestic Violence Division. I don't know if that's the correct thing. They had some extra funding that they needed to spend down, and we were able to help them spend it down. So I'm in no way in a position to tell you if they have enough, or that wasn't necessarily the case. Karen can probably speak to that. And then I did want to say, it's from the street outreach perspective, seniors, that's my jam. Like, seniors, to me, I mean, outside of our children, are the most vulnerable out there. So with street outreach, I can say this comfortably amongst all the teams, prioritize working on housing for our seniors within our programs that are outside.
Thank you.
So the county currently funds Housing for Good, which is a rapid rehousing program for families that are experiencing homelessness as a result of domestic violence. We initially were able to serve 15 families a year. We're at, I think 12 a year because family size has increased and rents have increased. And so the money that we have for subsidies isn't stretching as far. I will say that HUD has provided us funding in our community as well to serve an additional 27 families or individuals that are homeless as a result of domestic violence. That's a partnership we have with the county and Salvation Army to house additional people through that. But just like any subpopulation, there's still not enough resources to go around. So we really work hard through county staff and the COC to prioritize people who are the most vulnerable and working to get them housed as quickly as possible.
Thank you. All right, so to respond to your emergency critical home repair and the surplus, because we don't have emergency critical home repair, our vendors will come to us when there are homeowners that may come to them to say, we need this one thing done, this happened. It's usually something that is climate, that has to do with the weather outside, or something that has went where they've patched it up over time, and now it's at a point where they just can't sustain it, and they need the one thing done. With our critical home repair program, they take the time to walk from the front door to the back door and look at all of the repairs that need to be done. And so we have a pipeline there now. It may take between 6 to 8 months for the actual person who put in their application to get the walkthrough, to get the work done. But with the emergency critical home repair, again, these are things that come up in a very short window of time where they will deploy their staff to handle that one matter. And so when it comes to our towns, we had an emergency critical home repair situation that came up, and I had a conversation with Warren, and it was in Huntersville. He was like, LaShonda, if it was not in Huntersville, I would take that and I would do that now. And so we're currently trying to work through what we could actually do for this constituent, because that need does come up for emergency critical home repair more than what we know.
And I'll just add this, the city's housing bond now, for the first time ever, included housing rehabilitation and emergency repair. So there's a $5 million investment from the city in that, in addition to the resources the city and the county already put in. But again, if it's outside the city limits, the bond is restricted in that investment. Some of the city's funding can be countywide, but not that bond money.
Thank you. And then as it relates to the surplus land, Commissioner Powell, I do not have a list. We are in conversations. And so I mentioned that the county, the city, and CMS, we're in conversations. The county and the city are in conversations. We're in communications with developers. And so what happens is situations and circumstances change, and we may learn that there is a surplus opportunity, but we are having these conversations and exploring what could possibly be opportunities. And then when that comes up, how can we move and shift, and what can we do with it?
And Commissioner Powell, if an opportunity presents itself, certainly it will come before the board.
Thank you.
Before any action is taken.
Thank you.
Commissioner Watiai.
I want to echo what everybody else has said. Everybody's presentations were amazing, but I think, Jessica, yours was the most powerful. And for that reason, my question is to the efficacy of all of our programs. Is there a way to duplicate that across the board? Because one, if it's working and it appears to be working, we need evidence that it's working, and then we need to be able to replicate that in multiple areas. So that's my first question. My second one goes back to communication and what Commissioner Jarrell had asked back in our earlier one that LaShawn Carter put together the memo. He wanted to develop a side-by-side comparison of city and county programs so that we can see, and you guys have done an excellent job of saying how you collaborate and how you coordinate, but a side-by-side view of the program so that we can see maybe where there are gaps, right? Just having that more defined. And for instance, like the critical home repair, I know that the definition for that has changed back and forth, right? Now, in my mind, I had somebody the other day ask me, I had two people ask me two different housing questions. I sent them all to LaShonda. LaShonda, thank you so much for handling it, but I just sent everything to her. So I want to be able to define those things more clearly so that our community, because again, I think if we communicate it better and we define it a little bit better, then actually we'll see that there is an even greater need. I know that's not what we want, but that's where we are. And in particular, that need being for like teachers. I'm glad that Chairwoman Sneed is here because during the King Day celebration, we heard about a teacher where all of these programs, they got together, teacher was homeless with a child sleeping on the floor of another person's. There should be a program within the city, the county, somebody where immediately they knew to call one of those and we would be able to help. Teachers, anybody that is a critical service provider, it is kind of disheartening when you're sitting here providing services to somebody and you need the exact service yourself. And it's a testimony that more people have nowadays. There are issues that, you know, I asked if we could survey our employees. Well, you know, I think that if there wasn't a way to show them that, oh, we're not just taking this information just to take it, we're seeing what we can do to develop programs so that you do not have to fall in that number. There's ways to make inferences. We know that not everybody with the county makes $80,000 a year. So we know that there are some people that we need to really work on. And it's not feasible for us to do that, and I understand that. Also, strategic placement of NOAA. It seems that NOAA, the naturally occurring affordable housing, is probably our safest bet since we cannot any longer be all things to all people. So are we strategically, like picking up on what Commissioner Griffin said about the housing, you know, the determinants of health, if you don't have, if you have housing, but you're not on a grocery store line, or you're not on a bus line or some kind of transportation line, you're still creating another issue. You got someplace to live, but it doesn't exactly meet all your needs. So being more strategic in how we acquire the naturally occurring affordable housing. Do we have a list of where that is, where we should not be building and where it's more optimal to build? So those are the kind of questions that I have. Let's see. Strategic planning, blah, 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 better. Yep, did that one. Oh, this one. Ensuring that, you know, Fulton brought up the fact that we have those that do the discrimination with the vouchers. We need to absolutely make sure that we are not doing business, getting contracts to anybody that would not accept those vouchers that are discriminating.
Yeah.
That's it, sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay, so thank you for your question, Commissioner YTI. As it relates to the NOAAs, right now we have one provider, but we're also in a joint RFP with the city. They have an open NOAA RFP process that if there are other providers that have NOAA properties and they're interested in getting the funding, we could do it that way. But with the one provider that we utilize right now, when he brings those deals to us, he always shows us where the stores are, where the transportation lines are, to ensure that those that are already there, they have access to those things, easy access, as you were saying. And so he is very intentional when he brings those deals to us that that alignment is in place, that you were concerned.
And I would just add, as part of the RFP, the city utilizes a housing location tool, which is a site scoring tool. Anyone can access it online at the CLT Community Hub, enter any address, whether it's for a potential NOAA or a potential development, and it scores sites based on access to amenities, access to transit, and opportunity.
Just echoing your sentiments about affordable housing and I'm saying for our heroes, right? The individuals that are in this room that work for the county, the city, police officers, teachers. We want to try to open that up, especially at Trella Uptown, because that's what we designed it for, is really to be housing for our heroes. How do we get in contact and make sure that, you know, your HR departments know that this is something that's available as a resource to your teams, that they can actually apply there and live right in Uptown. So that's something we want to make sure we open up to this group and let them know that that's something we want to do. When it comes to source of income discrimination, I agree with you 100%. It's difficult to find out all the individuals because there are just thousands of households and they may or may not accept it. I will say this, though, is that anybody that's coming and asking the county, the city for funding, it should be a requirement for that to happen.
Amen.
It should be I think it should be a requirement for that to happen. One, for there to be some level of affordable housing and workforce housing there, as well as that for them to accept the housing choice voucher. Okay, and then we need to talk about, you know, exactly how do we test that?
Right.
You know, back in the day, there were those shoppers that would go by and say, hey, you know, I'd like to rent an apartment from you. And you get those statistics back. I think we need to find ways to also do that, more of that.
Concur. Thank you.
And I'd like to address your the early questions. From the unsheltered side and from the street outreach side, our strategic outreach plan is a working document. So we're forever looking and creating new solutions. I'm always about, and I think Commissioner Leeds can tell you, I'm a solution-focused person. But I'd like to address this. I know one of the things that many in the community might not think about our unhoused folks is that they actually do want employment. And this is the folks, whether they're in substance use or not, whether they have mental illness, no matter what the situation is. Most people, I think most of the people that are experiencing homelessness actually do want employment. And that is a huge, huge barrier. We don't currently have access to employees that are willing to work with this population. And I think in reference to that, that's where the transitional housing is important, because taking a shower when you live on the streets and going to a job is also a barrier. But I'd like to say this, and this is something to be acknowledged in our homeless response. You guys all remember Tent City. That's how I started. But what we learned during Tent City and the encampment resolution, which was, 200 people in that encampment. That project was led by Karen Pelletier, sitting right next to me, is that we can fix this problem. We had, for the first time, and I can tell you when I first started versus when Karen Pelletier got involved in the Tent City project, we saw that collaboration actually work. So when community stakeholders actually joined forces, which we did for several months, we were actually able to house almost 90 people in just like 4 or 5 short months, which was a big, big deal. And these were super vulnerable folks. So I think the biggest thing, we need more employment, and we really, really need to increase like intentional collaboration. Like, we don't need you to raise your hand if you're really not about this work and really trying to create solutions to mitigate these issues.
Commissioner Dunlap.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start with the first question, or the last question. How should we limit resources? How should our limited resources be balanced? If you look at the 4 categories, failure to work in any one of them all leads to homelessness. Any way you look at it. And for that reason, I think we need to balance our resources among all 4 of them and not just focus on one particular issue. So I want to get that out the way. And I want to go back to a couple of things that I noticed in the slides. For example, and I can't get the pages right, but I know on page 2 with the county's presentation, there was this notion of how much the county spent. Yeah, it says total for FY26 funding, $45.9 million. That's 1 year. The county spends $100 million in 2 years. Essentially, the county is spending as much as the city is every 2 years. I think we should think about that. That's what we're doing. And the other thing that I noticed in that presentation was that in, what did I do with my other paper? Right. See, I'm all flabbergasted. Was the amount of money that the county has spent in the last several years versus the 25 years that the city has invested in affordable housing. I think they did something like 400 and some odd million. And what was it?
480.
480 in 25 years, and the county did how much? You got those presentations.
A lot.
334 since 2018. So something is wrong there, and I don't know what it is, but we need to figure out what it is. The other thing that stood out to me was the amount of administrative fees, which is why I'm happy about the collaborative, because I think there is a way to reduce those kinds of fees if we're working across all political bodies. Your emphasis on critical home repair. A storm happens, something happens in the home, it needs to be done. And so if some dollars need to be shifted to that area, we definitely need to do that. At least, I'll never forget this conversation when we first started talking about this, when Mark talked about the tree that fell in the home, in the yard of a senior, and she couldn't afford to remove the tree. And we were all thinking that, well, critical home repair ought to be able to do this, but it didn't. And so the question is, what do we do to make sure that this 70, 80-year-old lady doesn't have to have a tree in her yard? So that's one thing we need to add to the stuff that we're doing. So I support the critical home repair. And of course, I'll never forget Tent City. As a result of that, we did this study that we then handed over to a nonprofit organization. And Mr. Manager, I'm excited. I'm ecstatic at the fact that the county is now going to take that back over and do the job that we should have done 2 years ago. And then lastly, I want to congratulate Fulton. Most of you don't know the story about how he was challenged on billing Trella on North Tryon Street. Some powerful people did not want that to happen. And I thank you for your resolve.
Thank you. Thank you for your support.
It's true.
If I could clarify one thing so that I don't get in trouble with my board, Commissioner Dunlap, I don't want to set us up in competition, but I will just clarify that the funding that was referenced in the city presentation is not our total amount of funding. It's just funding in units, and it does not include COVID, ERA, and ARPA funds that came over the last 5 years. But your point was well taken. I think it's a good investigation, but just so I don't get in trouble.
Thank you.
Commissioner Altman.
Thank you. All right. So I'm going to take my time to ask questions for the first 4 minutes, and then I'll give some thoughts I have about prioritization on the back end. You know, with the scorecard that's on page 3 of our book, I would like for staff to look at that, because it seems like, if that can be put up there, I don't know, but it seems like some of the goals are more, they might be inputs and outputs, but not outcomes. The last one, improving the % of residents who exit into permanent housing and do not return to homelessness within 2 years, that sounds like an outcome. So I really like that one, but I do want to really try to focus on outcomes with what we're measuring at the board level. I want to understand, you know, regarding the update from the federal government, there was it says that the new changes may penalize communities' progress in addressing unsheltered homelessness. So I need to understand better what the feds are proposing to do that actually would penalize us for our progress. and the shift to transitional housing that the feds may be contemplating, how is transitional housing defined? Like, what's the duration that qualifies as transitional? I would like to ask Ms. Hefner, who I'm so grateful for being here. It is not easy to come to a different body and have to sort of fully represent and defend. So I thank you for your being game to do that. But looking at page 21 of our book, it says that the investments around transit-oriented development is $5 million. However, and that seems like a very low number, if I may say so, and it concerns me. However, on page 23 of our book, it says that there's $49 million. So I'll ask you if you can to flesh that out to help me understand it. I would like to ask, I'd like somebody on my board said something about the county doubling down on buying land around stations, transit stations, and I'm very, very interested in that. I apologize for not remembering who said that. Arthur. Mr. Meacham, thank you so much for being here. I'd like to understand when local entities do not honor the ban against source of income discrimination, what is the consequence? Where is the remedy there? How do we support that remedy? And I would love for you to tell me if you could update what's going on around Strawn Towers, just because it's an enormous block of land that I hope is on track to deliver more affordable housing. And I had thought that if you're getting county support, you do have to agree to not discriminate on the basis of income, source of income. So I thought we already had that in place, but I hear a question mark from you, so I would like clarity around that. And I will pause to hopefully get some more clarity. And I think my first question is probably directed to Karen around the feds.
That is good. I mean, to be able to just ask all those questions is awesome.
I think I actually started with the scorecard, so.
Yeah, so happy to jump in. So, yeah, we're happy to go back and look at these goals. I'm interested in a little bit more detail from you. So you mentioned that some of these seem more like outputs instead of outcomes. Can you share a little bit more about which of these kind of landed for you, which didn't? Because as we were going through, we were trying to not only capture, the kind of the breadth, but also the depth here of, the number of units, making sure that we are filling them so that we don't have them and that they're just not filled, but then also trying to make sure that whatever funding is set aside that we're doing that. So trying to bake in some kind of operational and logistic and kind of stewardship outcomes, but certainly interested in some more detail there.
Well, I also am so grateful for our chair of the school board being here, but I listened to all the great SOFG discussions and learned so much from that. And it really does inform how I look at us. And just so, for example, like measuring at the board level, whether we are spending county-funded affordable housing units, are we spending all the money we put aside, to me doesn't seem like outcomes. I want to know like how many units, how many unsheltered people we are servicing. I'm less concerned at the board level knowing that we spent all the money. I trust y'all are getting the money out the door. I think we need to more focus on outcomes, and that seems a little more like an output, but I could be wrong. Yes, Karen.
So, excuse me. So part of the grant application or the NOFO for HUD is that there is a scorecard that we also have that we work to, the higher the score, the better chance that we'll have to be rewarded with additional funding. Traditionally, we have been able to get points for things like doing a really good job with our point in time count. And as that number increases, that means that there's an inference that means we've done a better job broadening that. Working on the number of people that have that are living unsheltered. Well, our number of unsheltered people has increased because we have the fabulousness of street outreach now going out and doing that. Things like credit that we've gotten for implementing Housing First across our continuum, bonus points for that. Using harm reduction on saying that you don't have to get sober, but let's talk about safe ways to use. All of those things now will count against us in what we believe is the priorities of HUD now. And so that's where we're trying to balance about still staying true to the values of housing first, harm reduction, street outreach, doing a really good job getting people connected. We still want to do all of that, but we also now have to be more mindful of what that'll look like. So that's what I'm talking about with how those things will kind of, now they're going to count against us. They've also said they're going to go back and look in communities and say, oh, they didn't mention it, but they used to do it. So we're trying to kind of figure some of that out with the guidance of the National Alliance with that. Regarding transitional housing, they haven't given a pure definition of what that is, but typically what we're talking about is truly like a temporary housing solution. And so whether that's in a single site that everyone there is in a program, some of our substance use services have a transitional housing that people can live there and be there, but it's not a permanent. And once you've completed the program, that's when we talk about permanence. We're looking to see, does transitional housing also include rapid rehousing, meaning that it could be scattered sites somewhere in our community, and then have that subsidy and wraparound support? HUD hasn't been clear if they're going to count that. That's how we're interpreting it, but we'll need to learn that when they do release the next NOFO.
Thank you.
I think I'm up next.
Okay.
So in terms of transit-oriented development, one of the things I want to emphasize is that for the city's approach, housing is just one component of transit-oriented development. We have a planning effort right now along the Silver Line called Transit-Oriented Communities. There's a community coalition built around that, and it's really advising the city on priorities for housing and anti-displacement, but also business and placemaking and culture. So within the Housing Trust Fund itself, again, this is just one of the city's funding sources, City Council set aside $5 million specifically for land acquisition in transit areas. We also have a funding source, our Affordable Housing Fee in Lieu funding source, that is specifically dedicated to land acquisition in transit areas. Right now, that fund has a balance of commitments of $16 million, and we've already committed $5 million. So $21 million plus the $5 million in the bond. So the city's dedicated land acquisition right now is up to I lost track of the math, $27 million. And then within the other categories, there's also transit-oriented or proximity to transit is also a priority within the other categories. So, for example, if we fund several affordable housing developments along the transit lines, so it's not just the money for land acquisition, but it also includes funding out of the other categories for developments along the Blue Line and Blue Line Extension or the Gold Line, and then in the future, the Silver Lines and Red Line. So there are lots of different ways to piece those funds together. And then to the question, there was a second question about the $49 million for anti-displacement and just in the bond, and that's a combination of the categories, land acquisition, NOAA preservation and anti-displacement, rehab and repair, and home ownership. We consider all of those to be anti-displacement activities.
Okay, and finally, so when it comes to source of income discrimination protection, it is something that the county as well as the city passed the ordinance on, so that is in place. I think the question that you're asking is what are the teeth in it would be found more in the actual contracts, and I can't say what's in either one of the documents that the county or the city does as far as a TIG, for instance, as an example. I'm cautiously optimistic about the last one you asked me about, and that is Center South. So we're talking about Strawn. There's a 16-acre area The plan is to build like 725 apartments. These would be workforce housing apartments, though, from 65% to 80% area median income, coupled with market rate. And so our first phase of that, we feel very confident in will come out this year. It's 329 apartments. You saw it on one of the slides. This is going to be our first residential component of that particular area. And again, I left out is all supposed to have a office and hotel.
All right, so we're going to go to round two. We're going to go back in the same order. Commissioner Griffin, I'm going to ask you to direct your when it comes back to you, sir.
All right.
Okay. Let's start with Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. Again, thank you all.
Okay.
With the topics for board discussion, I'm going to zero in on that. And the way I look at it is if somebody is in a home, we should help keep them in that home, which is critical of payer eviction prevention, housing stabilization. So that ranks extremely high for me. But that's not to say that we should not take care of those who need a home. And so while I do believe that we should rank preventing housing instability really, really high, my next would be the affordable housing and the street outreach and getting people housed. So if we could keep people where they are, and I'm a big supporter of critical home repair. I mean, people with dripping roofs and, they can't live like that. People are living in situations that are horrifying, and we have to help those people stay there, but with repair. And so those are my highest ranked, is the preventing housing instability and homelessness.
Thank you.
That helps.
Yeah, that does help. Thank you. Commissioner Leek, back on you.
Thank you. Again, let me say to you, to the city, that that you consider a moratorium and deal with the growth. And once we do that, that'll take care of some of the problems that we have. The other thing is, are these our residents who need homing? Are the persons who moved to this community because they figured they could come in and get a job and get training, but we can't take care of them as it relates to housing at this point. Am I right? So I want to thank each of you for your presentation, and especially to you, Mr. Little Rock Apartments.
Meacham.
I know who I'm talking about.
Okay.
But he and I had some long talks. My husband built those apartments in 1971, 72, when it was not popular to build housing for poor people. So I'm grateful for that, to keep it going, and hopefully we can do some repairs to it. But I want to thank our manager for coming up with the idea of affording us the opportunity to share what our interest is. My seniors, how are we going to take care of my seniors who need repairs? Names, address, telephone numbers, I've given those to you, my dear friend. And some people have not heard a word from anybody as it relates to, so how do we handle that?
So Commissioner Leek, as you and I have talked about before, it is a process. And so when you hand that information over to me, I have to work with our providers, and I'm circumventing what the process actually is. And so what we were able to do with the insight that you provided and at the discretion of our county manager was to create this card here that when your seniors do come to you, you can give them this and they can call the number, because this is the process. So they start by calling the number of the Critical Home Repair Agency, and then they're placed into the pipeline. They go through the application process. It doesn't start with me, it starts with the vendor.
Maybe my thinking was that it would start with you first.
No, ma'am.
But it has changed. Am I right, Mr. Manager?
It says LaShonda Hart has described.
Okay. I'm not sure that's working well. So we need to probably readdress that if possible. If possible.
Sure.
And thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Rodriguez McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Karen, at the beginning, when you talked about the one number, 2,333, did you also, when you said the 1,925 number of total of units needed, was that referring to that number? Like,
it was a total household number. So the 2,333 is a number of individuals.
Right.
But it's just over 1,900 households.
Okay.
So that includes two adult households or families.
Okay, so I wanted to just make sure I understood that's what it would take for people to not be living outdoors is 1,925 places for these households to live indoors.
It includes, experiencing homelessness, so it's broader, so it's outdoors, it's in shelter, it's in transitional housing, yes.
Okay, all right, cool. And then the other question I have is on slide 55 about the total county investments from FY20 to 25. There's three graphs that show property acquisition, land acquisition, and land infrastructure. These are ARPA dollars. Can maybe, Mr. Bryant, can you say what those are? Like, what are those? I don't remember. Those are. It's slide 55 on page 28. It's a little graphs. There's three numbers there.
I can respond. Yes. All right, I can respond to that for you. So during the ARPA Affordable Housing Projects, we were able to provide funding to the West Side Community Land Trust. And in that instance, it was about actually for them acquiring the NOAA properties and going in and being able to rehab them. But that funding was just for them to acquire those NOAA properties. And then we also have where we work with Habitat for Humanity of the Charlotte region for actual land acquisition for home ownership. So the funding that we provided to them was for them to acquire the land to actually build housing for home ownership. And those would be the examples that we have of funding that we've provided as it relates to your question.
Okay, that really helps. Thank you. And then one last question. What are the other ways that we prevent evictions besides legal aid? Was there other examples?
So we do have, through our coordinated entry system, we've accessed funding either through the city or through the through grants with community solutions that we're able to provide financial assistance to prevent eviction. The other piece is through a Home for All. There is an upstream rental assistance funding as well. That's one of the programs that'll be shifting over to the county, that the providers will still provide that, but we're really needing to focus maybe a little bit differently in helping to serve people that are more vulnerable and more likely to end up in our homeless system, because the biggest indicator of experiencing homelessness is a previous episode of homelessness.
Right, right. And just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, is that like, would those numbers be on our scorecard? You know, like, I'm trying to get at that, like.
Well, I think one of the things that Michael Griswold is saying, like, we need to give him input of what we want to see on the scorecard, for sure. Is that accurate, Michael? Yeah.
Awesome, because that would be a great one to know. Thank you.
And LaShonda had a comment before we go to Commissioner Griffin.
So, Commissioner SRM, what I want to say as it relates to eviction prevention, during the pandemic, we stood up Eviction Prevention Community Collaborative, where we had our partners in the courthouse. One of the things that we should keep in mind is that even though legal aid will do their part, a lot of times those individuals may have to pay rent bonds, and they have a certain period of time. So where there is eviction prevention and there are legal assistance that's involved, there also needs to be funding because there is a reason of why they're in the position that they're in. And if they have to pay a rent bond, when they don't make that rent bond, they end up going back to court and they're getting evicted. So with attorneys, they need to be coupled with funding to be able to help them be able to sustain and then be able to determine what's happening. And so that was something that we also collaborated with the city with their dispute settlement program. So those individuals are already in the courthouse. And so when we talk about the collaboration, it was legal aid that was at the courthouse. It was Dream Key Partners that was administering the funding, and then the dispute remediation where they had conversations with the actual landlords and the tenants to work something out. So it's definitely layers to this, but paired with funding, it could definitely be more effective to the point that KP was making, Karen Pelletier.
Thank you.
Let me go to Commissioner Griffin, please.
Start calling her KP.
Thank you, Chairman. Real quickly, on the homeless piece, is there a legal component to help the homeless filing for income like SSI or for Medicaid or VA? And what is that resource? Critical home repairs, I remember talking to Brad Simmons when he was the mayor down in Mint Hill, and the irony, it just was phenomenal. But both Mint Hill Mayor and Rusty Knox up in Davidson both talked about affordable housing for different reasons. And down in Mint Hill, the concern was, how do I keep my seniors in their homes so they'll live a little bit longer? So critical home repair continues to be important for me. The other piece in terms of housing, seniors and families with children, because we're trying to break the intergenerational cycle of poverty. And I'd like to start trying to use the word mobility housing, where everything is sort of transitional. So when we make investments on housing, we also find a way to also support them with education services, health services, upskilling, et cetera, because otherwise we just continue to just warehousing people.
Yeah.
So let's try to help people move forward. The last piece is on surplus land. I sent to the manager, the chair of the board, and to Commissioner Powell. One example was the Ballantyne property of 20 acres that was sold. This board actually purchased Graham Center. And surplus in this context means once the original purpose is met, that property is now surplus to that original intent. And for many, many years, I sat on the intergovernmental committee where the city, county, and the school system met regularly and compared their list of surplus land. We all have surplus land. So I think we ought to take a deep dive, and that might be, Mr. Chairman, a reason for us to have this policy decision, because there seems to be a lapse in understanding, what's actually available that might be used for housing or to reduce the cost for affordable housing. I got others, but what I'll do is just put it in writing and send it to somebody to kind of get some of these questions answered. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. I love what Commissioner Dunlap said, because, when you look at the numbers of what has been invested from the county from 2018, it's big. And I don't think people realize how big it is. Because the needs are so big, they don't realize what the investment has been. I would like I don't think Adrian has the answer to this, but I would like to know, we have the total funding for 2026 and the funding since 2018. How much of the funding was spent outside of Charlotte city limits? I would like to know that.
I do not know that.
Okay, so if you could get that on your list of questions. I think a lot of times conversations are city-centric, and I represent 3 towns. I have to have that in my mind. On the, prioritization of what is important, I think it's listed in, like, I would put something above it. Like, I would put my number 1 priority for this is more touch points. I just think the more touch points we have, the more we reach people. But then I would list it in that order of how it's listed on the board. I have concerns about the affordability, especially for county government, the affordability of how we expand and affordable housing supply, especially in my district, there are investors already gobbling up all the land around the red line. And so I don't know how affordable that is, and I don't know how we could ever afford it, especially right now. But it's worth exploring to see if there's any, generous people that want to sell it to the county for a good price. Anyway, I think that's all my questions. I don't think I need all my 4 minutes, and I know Adrian will get back to me. Thank you.
Commissioner YTI.
Thank you. So I wanted to go a little bit more granular and actually piggyback off of what we've been talking about with regard to balanced scorecard and what we want to see on there. In my mind, in my head, there's plenty here that we need to do and understand. For instance, what Arthur was talking about with regard to the surplus land. Well, do we have a goal for what will become surplus land, the number of naturally occurring affordable housing, because that happens over time? Do we have a goal that we want to get to? So that determines efficacy. Where our programs are working and where they're not working is when we look at our key performance indicators, then we look at our goals. We have to set a goal. You got to set a goal. And then determining, did we get to that goal in the amount of time that we said we were going to get there? And then we identify why we could or could not. For instance, when we're talking about, it struck me the number of, when she mentioned, and this is not something that you just automatically think about, well, it's employers discriminate against somebody if they know that they're homeless, or how do you get information if you don't have an address? Are we going to those places to get them the information that they need if they don't have an address? Like, do we have a count of that? How many of those people, are we keying in on the reason for the housing instability? Is it because they're migrant and they don't have documents, and so they're kind of stuck in the system, especially in this political environment? Is it because that they have a criminal record and or whatever the issues may be surrounding that, and we don't have enough? Is it because not just strictly income? There's probably multiple layers of things that is causing the instability, but we need to know those things, and we need to be able to measure it so that we can see what programs are working and what aren't, and then working out the efficacy, because right now we do have so many limited resources. So I want to know, can we put those things, can we quantify that? It's hard to quantify qualitative things like that, but just doing a better job of putting that in a dashboard so we can go back at any point in time and say to the community where we are, well, we know that we have a goal of putting 500 units on this line in District 2, where they're going to be building, there's going to be affordable apartments, 500 affordable apartment units. There's going to be a place there for you where we have folks that will be hired, and they'll be on a transportation line. I know that's a lot, but just getting to that area where we're working smarter with the fewer resources that we have, and then, because we have to remove certain language, there's another way to skin a cat. Are we then targeting people of lower income or whatever it is rather than race?
Sure. So just one quick response there. So, I think one of the things that we're trying to do is identify what those big rocks are for the enterprise or the corporate scorecard. Mm-hmm. We are also then going to go into another phase where we go into the department level and build out department scorecards and build out department KPIs. So I think some of that maybe more contextual type data would likely be maybe more appropriate at the department level. But I hear you that, to make any of these policy decisions, we're going to need abundant data to do that. So certainly we'll go back and look at
that. Commissioner Dunlap.
All right, just a couple of things. I noticed that in the city's report and the county's report, you both used the number 2,333 homeless people. I'd like for each of you to unpack that, because I want to know if you're using the exact same numbers or are you using something different. The other thing, as it relates to the inventory of housing locations, I appreciate the fact that you identified properties where there was 1 or 2 properties on a big acreage. And with the new UDO, it gives us the opportunity to have more compact development. So I think that'll help us in terms of reducing the cost of building affordable units. And I think that was the only thing I wanted to update on this.
I can address the one number. The county manages that data collection, and we utilize both our staff resources and your public-facing dashboard. So it's the same number because it's the same source.
Okay. So in Mecklenburg County in its entirety, there are those 2,333 people who are unhoused.
Correct. And these are, yeah, correct. And that's information pulled from our homeless management information system that county staff manage.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair Altman.
Thank you very much. So I appreciate that this presentation began with the slide that had the best practices, because I do want all the work we do to have been previously informed by a review of what's happening in similarly sized communities across the country, so that we can be sure that as we're innovating, we're also benefiting from what other people have done. And I also really will be interested when we get to the right moment to hear what staff recommends, because the subject matter expertise is on staff and I don't myself possess it. So I feel somewhat, limited in making the recommendation, knowing that I would really do want to hear what staff thinks is the best balance. I think Commissioner Dunlap is correct that all of these things are a part of an ecosystem, and that there does need to be balanced. So with all of those disclaimers, however, I will attempt to answer the question, and here it is for me. I cannot abide people in this community who want to come in at night being turned away. I can't abide it. So, if I had to rank, that's where I would put my emphasis. It is a moral imperative. If someone is asking for shelter and they actually want to come in, not on my watch do I want us to ever have to turn them away. I want to say, Ms. Lefkowitz, your leadership, the team that you have put together, going out into the community and having that one-on-one interaction is the program that seems so like it's doing such amazing good work, like authentically changing people and their outcomes. So I just want us to be able to expand your ability to do that, because you're proving what can be done. I thought a lot about Clanton on the Rise because many of us, oh gosh, I just lost it. Many of us went to go tour it. It was a motel that was not a great not a great asset in the community, that was turned into permanent housing for people with a lot of barriers. But what I really loved about it is it's a very small footprint. It's a hotel room, not a one-bedroom apartment, which I assume is a much smaller square footage, a smaller price point. Oh, can I please finish real fast? There's a tiny kitchen in there, there's a bed, and there's a shower. And for us to have more of Clanton on the Rise type, I hate to get into tactics, because I doubt that I have the best practice, but it seems so wonderful because it gives somebody a kitchen, a bed, and a shower for a lot less money than a one-bedroom apartment, which is very hard for us to get enough of. So I love that model. I would like to see us double down if we have agreement there. Thank you.
Oh, of course. Can I say one thing?
Please. Yeah.
Just going back, Ms. Alton, on the question of Strawn Towers, I wanted to make sure I educated. The first phase was 65 to 85. There will be other phases there that will go down to 30% AMI. I just want to make sure this is just a phased approach, but there will be affordable housing to the 30% AMIs in that Center South proposal that we'll be developing in that area. Just wanted you to know.
Good. All right. So, one, I want to say thank you all for the presentations. They were extremely impactful, informative, and educational, not just for the board, but I also think for the community. Because as we're going through the retreat, we want to make sure that the community can understand the issues that we are grappling with and that we're wrestling with. And the five of you represent a continuum that shows the complexity, but also the interconnectivity that is needed to do the work. And I think my colleagues have done a fantastic job of framing the different perspectives and the different challenges that we have to deal with. And they're real. And as you can see, we have to make some very difficult, heart-wrenching decisions. But you know, we have to make them. We have to be able to prioritize. And so, Dr. Campbell, I want to just publicly say thank you for, you know, your leadership. So for me, it's not really difficult. I just am a firm believer that the county should be in the affordable housing space, period. I am a firm believer that we should be producing units in whatever way that looks like. We should complement our partners in the towns and the city. When you have 50,000 unit deficit, to point fingers that this one is supposed to be the one to have enough money to do it, that's hard for me to. It's hard for me to get that thought process. Even on the city side, I've had conversations with our colleagues there that, you know, they can't just arbitrarily say, in my opinion, that the county only deals with homelessness, or we're the only ones that deal with shelter capacity, or, you know, these are community challenges that I believe that require community solutions. One thing, and Commissioner Griffin has said this, but Mr. Manager, one thing that I would like to take offline is coming up with a joint cross-collaborative committee, a standing committee that includes the city, the county, CMS, and our representatives from state. I'm talking about an elected bodies to have a joint committee to deal with the policy questions that Commissioner Griffin said. But I would like to work towards standing something like that up if we can get consensus among the board members to move forward. So I'll talk to you guys on that later. But also, the other thing that I'm going to say, and I apologize, colleagues, I'm going to take a little time because I didn't go on round one. So with respect to my thought process on prioritization, I agree with Commissioner Dunlap and others who have said, all four of them, I mean, we're in the space of all four. I think we should remain there. But if I have to prioritize, I truly believe that expanding the supply is where we could get the greatest return. We cannot turn this community, the way people are moving into our community so rapidly, we can't turn into a downtown Los Angeles or Seattle. We can't turn into those places because we have just people that can't be, or that are going to be unhoused. We are going to have to increase that supply in my mind. So I think the NOAA strategy, I love it. I frankly want to reduce the shelter. I don't want a need for a shelter, but the reality is we have to have it. But that's where I think we have to start looking at systems, and I would be interested in staff helping me understand how do we move from the programmatic to real systems work so that we don't have a need for, or such a great need for increasing shelters, because I really believe if we build it, they will come. You know, we'll be just on this continuous cycle of increasing shelters, increasing shelters, increasing shelters. So if that looks like, to me, more investment in transitional housing or something like that, I would be more inclined around that thought process. And I welcome the education around that as well. I think we saw during COVID, absent rent subsidy, we would have had tens of thousands of people on our streets.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think we found keeping people housed, I mean, it had a tremendous impact on the community during a time of crisis. So that's why I've been a big proponent of rental subsidies, and I'll remain that. The next points that I want to make, Fulton Trella was amazing. And to Commissioner Dunlap's point, I was in the room. I was in the room when people were taking shots at you and shooting you down, and you held your ground. And I have to tell you publicly, to see where we were, I want to say that was like 7 years ago, to what you produced. I mean, that's just phenomenal. So just kudos and much respect to you for holding on to your vision and your dream. So
thank you to y'all. I would not have been able to stand up without this commission's backing, as well as my board. So thank you.
Absolutely.
For the community.
Absolutely. So, so as I look at that list, I don't see the homes program up there, but you know I'm a big proponent of it. So critical home repair, of course, but my number one priority would be the expansion of the supply, what that could look like. NOAA preservation, of course. And then I think Fulton raised an amazing point. The permitting process has to be addressed. We have to prioritize those folks that are going to get into this space of affordable housing. They have to be priority number one. The other thing, we lift up teachers, we lift up firefighters, we lift up police officers, and we should, rightfully so. We have to stop having this conversation without lifting up public health, social services, our social workers.
That's right.
County, Mecklenburg County staff is included in that. And I'm going to always push back on conversations where we're only talking about our teachers. And I think Commissioner YTI is exactly right when she referenced this idea of, Mr. Manager, anybody on our staff or anybody who is a critical worker, forget that. I mean, we're one team with our city colleagues, whether they're town of Davidson, Pineville, Mint Hill, Matthew, whoever, anyone who is delivering services for the people of Mecklenburg County should never be on the street. They should never have to set up a GoFundMe to be sheltered. They should never have a GoFundMe to have to eat. They should never be absent of medical, the ability to see a doctor. We can't have that. And I don't care what town it is, what city. If you are in Mecklenburg County footprint and you are a critical service worker, you work for any of the towns or us, that can't be. So I hope we can look at something where there can be something set up to help those folks. And so I know I've taken a lot of time. People want to eat. And so I will take the rest of my comments offline. But thank you all for what you've done. I know it is time to eat. I would like to get back here and start the next session at, is 2:05 reasonable, team?
Yep.
I think that's reasonable, right?
Yep.
All right. How about 2:05? Thank you, panelists.
We need another icebreaker.
I'm looking for my medicine, trying to be ready, be ready, because
And I think everyone's all right, you ready?
Yes.
Mr. Dunlap is ready. He can hear from right there.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started, everybody, so we can keep this thing moving. I am going to recognize Deputy County Manager Derek Ramos.
Good afternoon, Chair Jarrell, County Commissioners, County Manager Bryant, County staff, and members of the public. My name is Derek Ramos. I'm Deputy County Manager and Chief of Staff, and I have the privilege of introducing today's topic on violence prevention for justice-involved and at-risk youth. Our agenda today will include the following. First, I will provide a recap of the board's successful fall retreat in which commissioners presented on issues and topics of interest to the board. Next, Michael Griswold, Office of Strategy and Innovation Director, will provide an overview of the balanced scorecard and board priority alignments to public safety. I will then introduce our esteemed guest panelists who will engage in an interactive, moderated discussion on youth violence. Finally, I will conclude the discussion with the preview of board policy questions, followed by the board engaging in Q&A and dialogue with the panelists and each other. At the October Fall Retreat, Commissioner George Dunlap spoke passionately about youth crime in our community. As a retired law enforcement officer and former chair of the Justice and Public Safety Committee of the National Association of Counties, Commissioner Dunlap's experience and expertise in public safety helped provide the board with a baseline understanding of youth crime in Mecklenburg County. The board received data assessing the needs and risk of recidivism for justice-involved youth. His presentation included a summary of existing programs and services for youth, as well as initial recommendations to help reduce rates of youth crime. A few examples cited included having a safe space for youth to gather, more robust mental health resources, and additional prevention programming. During discussion, Commissioner Dunlap cited the need for the board to receive more timely and comprehensive updates on the status of youth violence initiatives, as well as a need to properly evaluate youth programs and services to ensure program outcomes are achieved. County Manager Bryant concluded by indicating his interest to receive clear board policy direction regarding the county's existing role providing youth programs and services. I will now turn it over to Michael Griswold, Director of Strategy and Innovation, to provide a high-level overview of the balanced scorecard and board priority alignments to public safety.
All right, back again. All right, so what I'd like to do, so I want to highlight our investments in youth safety, which is an important part of building a safer, stronger community for the long term. This slide shows that the county's current and cumulative financial commitment to youth-focused safety and support programs. For 2026, we're investing $4.5 million towards youth safety and youth programs focused on violence prevention. That's a meaningful amount this year, and it's targeted towards programs that help prevent harm, support at-risk youth, and strengthen community partnerships. If we look back over time, since 2018, the county has invested nearly $44 million in total, and that cumulative figure is important because it shows that youth safety, again, is not just a one-off priority, it's sustained over multiple budget cycles. These dollars support efforts that wrap around young people in different ways, giving them safer environments, more opportunities, and stronger support networks. Some key investments that the county has made include child development and community policing initiatives, which establish partnerships between police officers and mental health clinicians to ensure coordinated expert response for children and their families who are impacted by trauma. Support to the Youth Advocate Program, which provides community-based services as alternatives to youth incarceration, residential placements, and neighborhood violence. Support to Studio 345, which is a free youth development program that uses the arts to educate and inspire students to stay in school, graduate, and pursue goals beyond high school. And then support to Communities in Schools, which helps keep students connected to the community, the school, and caring adults who support their academic and personal success. Together, these investments reflect a holistic approach, preventing youth from entering harmful situations, supporting their development, and keeping them engaged in positive community, educational, and recreational opportunities. The key message from this slide is that the county is backing its youth safety goals with both current year funds and a track record of commitment over the years. These investments are about public safety today, but they also build long-term resilience for our young residents so that they can grow into adulthood with stronger supports, safer neighborhoods, and better outcomes. Now, if you think about the broader safe and prepared community strategy, youth safety investments are both proactive and strategic in that they reduce future pressures on the justice system, support healthier communities, and demonstrate that the county is willing to invest in prevention rather than being reactionary. So now I'd like to, again, orient you to Objective 5.1, which is in the top right corner of your screen there, which focuses on supporting justice system policies and practices that enhance public safety and reduce recidivism. Now, while youth safety itself is important, it is also part of a larger county goal to foster this safe and prepared community. At a high level, this objective is about advancing a justice system that is fair, effective, and well coordinated, one that protects our community while also creating pathways for rehabilitation and successful reentry. It's a balanced approach, strong public safety outcomes, plus an emphasis on reducing recidivism over time. On the scorecard, we track several important SMART goals that reflect both performance outcomes and accountability. First, the pretrial services public safety rate. The target here is to maintain at least an 82% public safety rate, and the most recent result is 92%. That tells us that pretrial services is meeting its safety expectations well above the target, and it signifies strong performance in ensuring public safety during the pretrial supervision period. Second, staying in the pretrial space, there's the pretrial court appearance rate. Again, the target is 92%. Most recent result, just shy of that at 85. So this is an area that could use some attention because court appearance rates matter for case progress, fairness, and avoiding unnecessary detention. It also highlights an operational focus, so improving supports or processes so more individuals reliably appear in court as required, but it's also a reminder that there are external factors, or there can be external factors, that sometimes influence results as well, given that the department reports that increased immigration enforcement activities have likely had a negative impact on appearance rates broadly. Third, recovery court's 2-year recidivism rate, which is the first of two reverse measures where a lower result is better. The goal is 18% or less, and the 2025 result was 12%, which tells us that we are well below target. That is a strong success signal in that the recovery courts are effectively reducing reoffending among participants, showing the value of treatment-based approaches. Fourth, reentry services 2-year recidivism rate, again, a reverse measure. The target here is 13.5% or less, and the result is just about half of that at 7.6. Again, markedly better than the target. This underscores that reentry supports are meaningfully lowering the likelihood that people return to the community to reoffend. It's also a powerful indicator of program impact. The slide also includes 2 additional community indicators, one of which is still under development with our Criminal Justice Services Department and partners. So first, to have a well-functioning local justice system, it's important to dispose of cases in a timely manner. While the proposed target here is still under development and pending finalization, the most recent result shows that only 31% of felony cases were disposed within 365 days. This is an opportunity in an area where there may be opportunities for improving case processing timelines, reducing backlogs, and enhancing system efficiency. The county continues to partner with the local justice system to identify opportunities to collaborate and innovate together. Finally, it's important to monitor the capacity of our local jail to understand trends and be aware of changing or evolving needs. Discussions are still ongoing on the specifics, but we believe that it's important to monitor the functional capacity of the jail. While there are always details and nuance, we would generally hope to see that the average daily functional capacity less than or equal to 100% of the jail's rated functional capacity, which I believe is right around 1,600 or so. Results above 100% signal strain on capacity and underscore the importance of efforts to safely reduce unnecessary incarceration, improve case processing, and expand alternatives that reduce pressure on jail populations. Together, these measures give the board a clear picture. Some aspects are performing strongly, especially around reducing recidivism, while other areas could use some focused improvement. This paints a roadmap for where to invest attention, policy support, and resources so that the justice system can remain fair, safe, and effective over time. And I'd also like to note that this is a great example of exactly how the balanced scorecard and continual improvement processes are supposed to work. As leaders, we can set a goal and monitor progress against that goal, and we should. And if challenges emerge or results are not quite what we had hoped, then that's an opportunity to come together, collaborate, and find solutions on behalf of county residents. The overarching message is that Objective 5.1 is both aspirational and concrete. We have specific targets, measurable results, and clear signals about what's working and where opportunities exist to better serve the community. With that, I'll hand it back to Deputy County Manager Ramos to continue the panel.
Thank you very much, Michael. As you know, the causes of youth violence are multifaceted and touch on a variety of social determinants of health affecting youth, their families, and their community. Today, you'll have an opportunity to hear directly from experts serving youth representing a broad, multi-agency, public, and nonprofit sector perspective. Our panelists offer services for youth across the continuum of programming, from programs serving all youth to programs serving at-risk youth with alternative to detention programs, to programs for youth in the juvenile justice system. You will hear each expert's perspective on the needs of our youth, programs that are working well, and opportunities to improve collaboration and outcomes for our youth. At the conclusion of the panel, the board will have the opportunity to engage in a robust discussion and Q&A with the panelists and each other. But first, the voice of our youth must be an integral part of any discussion regarding their needs and their future. I will briefly highlight just a few of those voices in this room today. The Community Engagement Task Group, which is a group of the Criminal Justice Advisory Group, launched a new effort to reach youth when it hosted its first Youth Resource Fair at the Valerie C. Woodard Conference Center. This free fair was designed to support and connect middle and high school students with dozens of local organizations that provide opportunities for youth to learn and thrive. It also included live entertainment and programming for youth to speak about what it's like to be young today and the challenges they are facing. Here's what some of the participants had to say afterwards about the event.
This is inspiring to other children, just to, because most times we don't really get to express how we feel, especially when it comes to counselors, parents, everything. So it's just amazing that we got to be able to come up there and speak how we wanted to, say everything that we needed to make sure that the point got across.
There's so much more out there than just the things that are going on in their neighborhood, and it will reduce the crime rate and the amount of children going into violence and crime, and definitely allow them to know that, hey, maybe I can do that one day.
So as you hear throughout the panel today, direct engagement with youth and meeting youth where they are will be key when considering any successful interventions and programming. I will now introduce our distinguished panelists. I'll start from your left to right. Today we have with us Dr. Kimberly Scott, Interim Health Director with the Public Health Department. We have Dr. Rakeshila Stewart, Deputy Director, City of Charlotte, Office of Youth Opportunities. We have Hope Knuckles, Mecklenburg County Program Director of the Youth Advocates Program, Inc. We have Sonia Harper, Director of Criminal Justice Services. And we have Corey Edwards, Chief Court Counselor, Division of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention with the North Carolina Department of Public Safety. As we begin the panel and throughout the discussion, we will display on the screen commissioned artwork developed by Mecklenburg County and the Arts and Science Council to promote gun violence prevention under the theme, Violence Free Begins With Me. And with that, Suzette, the floor is yours.
No hand claps after lunch?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Suzette Nedrich. I'm the Public Information Director for Mecklenburg County, and I am very excited to be here to moderate this discussion with you. Here's our esteemed panel, and they are here to engage, inform, and connect with you so that this important issue is something that you can have a direct contact to. So with that, let's begin, panel. Let's start off. Let's set the foundation for this discussion. What is your organization's role in helping to address violence prevention for justice-involved youth? And Sonia, I'm going to begin with you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Suzette.
Lean forward.
Yeah. So I think, as far as like the role that criminal justice services play, when it comes to our youth in our community, a couple of our primary roles are first and foremost our youth treatment court. So within our unit within CJS, we are working with those kids that are on active juvenile probation that have significant substance abuse issues. And so through our Youth Recovery Court, we are working with our partners, which includes Corey's office with the Division of Juvenile Justice, as well as treatment providers and other court members, our judges, and our attorneys to really kind of help those kids get connected and stay engaged with substance abuse services and also other, behavioral health services that they may need. The other thing that CJS does, and Derek had referenced, is we are the conveners of the Criminal Justice Advisory Group. And so we are the group that also works with the CJAG to develop different initiatives and strategies that our justice leaders, are interested in. And so that's where our work with the Community Engagement Task Group comes together. CJS also provides the oversight for our Juvenile Crime Prevention Council contracts and services that are provided through that advisory board.
Thank you, Sonia. Corey, I'm going to jump next to you.
Okay, thanks for having me. What we do, actually, our main concern is promoting and making sure that the community is safe. Residents should be able to walk down the streets and not be victimized. And okay, I'm sorry, I'll get closer to this mic. I'm not a mic person.
You can bring it to you.
Okay, but our job is to make sure that the community is safe. We want to make sure that the residents in this community are not victimized, and we do this mainly by putting services in place for the juveniles that we work with. Our job is to strengthen families, work with the juveniles, not just us, myself, but the judges, the ADAs, defense attorneys, Sonia's office, as well as the JCPC programs. We do a lot every day, and like I said, our main concern is trying to make sure the community is safe and at the same time take care of our juveniles because they are our children too here. So that's what we do.
Thank you, Corey. And Hope, if I can just come to you to answer that question?
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Youth Advocate Programs, also known as YAP, is a national nonprofit. We service 33 states and Washington, D.C., with the mission to deliver and advocate for safe and effective community-based alternatives to residential care and incarceration that empower individuals, families, and neighborhoods to thrive. We oversee 2 programs in Charlotte. The program I oversee is the Mecklenburg County Youth Justice Program, partnering with the county since 2019. With youth ages 11 to 18 years old, we serve approximately 36 youth annually. The Youth Justice Program empowers participants by helping them see their strengths and connecting them and their families with individualized tools. Our next program is the Alternatives to Violence program. We are in 2 sites off Betty's Ford Road and West Boulevard. Another nonprofit oversees the 3rd site. YAP ATV serves individuals ages 14 to 25, identified as most at risk of violence engagement. The team connects with individuals through canvassing, hosting events, and speaking with individuals who may be vulnerable to danger.
Thank you, Hope. I'm going to just move down the lane. Dr. Stewart, please answer.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Can we have the mic a little closer to you?
A little closer?
Yeah. Thank you.
Is that a little better?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Good.
So with the Office of Youth Opportunities, which is a new initiative that the city started about 6 months ago, our goal and our role is to continue to engage and inform students, or youth rather, so that we can ensure that we are supporting the reduction of violence. We do that via our 3 pillars, which are youth career experiences, youth safety, and youth development. Another part of our role is we are a connector. So we're not only connecting the youth to various resources across the city and across the county, we're also working with various community-based partners. So we are funding them or partnering with them so that they can have increased capacity, so they can have intentional impact with more youth across the city, as well as increasing their capacity.
Thank you. And now, please, Dr. Stewart or Dr. Scott.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. So the Mecklenburg County Public Health Department has an Office of Violence Prevention, which is dedicated to taking a public health approach to addressing community violence. So that means we try to look at issues upstream before actual acts of violence are committed. So that might mean mental health supports. It might mean looking at the conditions that shape the overall foundation of what shapes families within communities and making sure that we address those upstream issues. We also know that, it's extremely important that we look at violence as a public health issue in the same way that we might consider how we approach diseases. So that means looking at data to understand what trends and patterns are, understanding what groups are at risk so that we can be a support to our system of partners who are doing direct service work to provide resources and help for our youth. So that is our component of the work. We serve as conveners. We make sure that we have access to timely data to connect data to partners and inform broad global strategies to help with youth violence prevention initiatives across the county.
Thank you. Now I'm going to begin with you again, Dr. Stewart. Here's the next question for the panel. In your view, what is the most significant opportunity or challenge facing justice-involved youth today in Mecklenburg County, and why?
Thank you. So from the lens of which the Office of Youth Opportunity sits, when I think about the biggest challenges, I think about our youth have multiple complex issues. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's not where we can go in with one particular program or one particular partner to solve their issue. So I remember having an opportunity with my partner, Dr. Scott, to sit in with the Office of Violence Prevention because they had an opportunity to survey their 100 youth. And at the same time, the city, based on a youth crime referral from our mayor, we had an opportunity to survey about 300 youth. And what we did is we asked them, what are some of the things that are missing? What are some of the things that you need? So they talk about mental health, access to food, access to additional resources, access to a safe space. They talked about how they have competing interests, right? So they have so many responsibilities. What scares me sometimes is that our youth have adult responsibilities. So when you think about all of those things competing, those are some of their challenges. So it's very important that we have conversations like we're having today so that we can identify where do we all fit in and how do we close that gap.
And while we're here, I feel like I see you nodding, Kim, so I'm going to ask you to add in on that question.
Sure. So one thing that we've heard resoundingly clear from our youth is the need for expanded access to mental health resources. We've heard this through our Youth Advisory Council, which I hope we can dig into a bit today to talk a bit more about some of the recommendations and how that group is convened. But it's also showing up in our community health assessment data. And that's the system that public health uses to track and monitor trends in community. We're seeing that youth emergency room visits for suicide attempts, despite some downward trends in recent years, it's still too high, quite frankly, for our community. We're seeing our young adults continue to report 8 or more days of poor mental health days in our community. So we know that mental health is a growing challenge in our community that's not only shown in the statistics, but also through the figures that we hear and the stories that we hear from youth in our community that we engage through these experiences. So that's one growing challenge that we have committed ourselves to addressing through our violence prevention initiatives. We've leveraged some funding opportunities through federal grants, including our RECAST program grant, to focus on mental health supports for youth to respond to that need. So it's a growing challenge that is continuing to progress, that we certainly need to invest resources in from a collaborative standpoint to support the needs of youth as they've directed to us through their feedback.
Thank you. Hope, I'm going to ask you next. What are the challenges facing our youth in Mecklenburg County from your lens?
And I'm going to piggyback off of the mental health. Mental health, not only in the youth, but in the family. What YAP does is we go into the home and we want to figure out what is going on so that we can connect our families with those resources. But mental health in the family is a really big challenge. We can't connect you with programming or expect for you to go to school and you're not mentally healthy or cognitively responsible. And that goes as far as the parent, getting the parent to understand that they have challenges also. So that is where one of the main issues are. For me, also just substance abuse resources. We work with YRC Court very closely, and substance abuse as far as youth, inpatient, is an issue. Recently losing a young person to an overdose, and we tried to get the help, the inpatient help, and because of her medical insurance, it was not available. So that would be another one. And then just having those behavioral health and mental health assessments, making sure that our families are being assessed properly so that they can receive the resources that they need.
Thank you. Sonia, can you speak to the challenges of our youth?
So I think, I think as everybody has kind of already touched on, I mean, there are a lot of our kids are just faced with just a myriad of different challenges, and a lot of those are challenges that are, are typically responsibilities of adults. I think the thing that makes it a lot more complicated is, again, as folks have already sort of mentioned, it is making sure that we have, adequate and appropriate services available, but we also have those services and available in the communities where these kids live, because accessibility is the other piece of that. And so, if we've, and I think with Hope's program in particular, I think the thing that's very unique about them is they are bringing those services into communities. They are bringing those services into homes. But if you are, especially if you are a young person, if there are not things available to you within your neighborhood, I mean, you may not be able to connect and access what it is that you need or what it is that you're looking for. So I think, again, availability and accessibility to both prevention and intervention programming, I think, is extremely important.
Thank you, Sonia. And Corey, you represent the state. What is your lens on this?
The same thing Sonia said. No, really, I was thinking what Sonia was saying, but another area is placement. We need places for our juveniles, and from my lens, and working with DSS, we have a lot of juveniles that are sleeping in offices. We have juveniles that are in our facilities that are detained only because they don't have placement. They're not a public safety issue. It's not a concern to bring them back out. The only reason they're in detention is because they don't have places to go. I know we have to do a better job of trying to find places for these juveniles so they don't have to sit in detention, come to court, just to address the need of placement, which we do not have. So that's one of my major concerns.
Thank you, Corey. The next one is talking about young people and their role. Specifically, what role do you see young people playing in the violence prevention efforts, and how does your work empower youth to become leaders in this space? Hope, I'm going to start with you. Please.
So we connect our youth with resources. We do assessments that let us know what they're interested in. What do they want to do as when they grow up, when they graduate high school? Is it college? Is it a trade school? But I think the most important part is connecting them with the things that they've never done before, like riding a horse. It's amazing to me how many youth we're in Charlotte have never been to a Hornets game. Connecting them with opportunities to DJ, or a lot of them love rap music, they're rappers. Connecting them with those studios so that they can see if this is the right path for them, but also giving them those employment skills, making sure that they have the tools that they need to be successful. We don't go into the home and say, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to do. No, we ask them what do they need from us. We build our individualized service plan based upon their needs and what they want to do. And we work from that. So I think it's just important having those conversations. We build that rapport with that family, and we just become an extended part of the family. A lot of my staff, they continue, even after the 6 months that we work with the youth still reach out. I started out as an advocate. I still communicate with a lot of my young people from 5 and 6 years ago. It's important to have those relationships.
Thank you. Sonia, I'm going to move to you. When Derek showed that video of the Youth Resource Fair, you played a huge role in that. That speaks to the fact that young people can engage, can choose to engage. Can you, from your lens, tell us what is the youth role in moving this work forward?
Well, I think one of the, interesting and unique things, which I mean was somewhat reflected in the video, is the work that of the CJAG and their community engagement task group, and that right there was really the group that was a very strong driving force to being able to hold that event. And I would say just through that community engagement task group, they have developed like a youth leadership board because they've been very interested in bringing the voice of young people, particularly young people who have been impacted by the system in some sort of way, bringing them into the fold of the conversation and really giving them an opportunity to come into the conversation about policy and practice, things that, the system that we do, the things that we offer, the things that we don't offer. And how they are impacted by that. So I think, that video that you saw in the resource fair there, that was one of two events that we've held similar to that so far. Is that right there was really driven by the kids who were part of those conversations. They were talking about what is missing from their communities, what are those things that they have interest in, what are those different kinds of services and things that either they or their family need. So I mean, our really intention and effort behind that was to hear from them, to learn from them, and then to bring, our partners and folks together. Because I would say that's one thing CJS does very well is we're good at convening and bringing folks to the table. And that was like our intention with that is connecting to our different partners and resources. And I think for that event there, we had roughly about 40 community-based and government organizations who came out to that event. So it's really about, some things are just as simple as just listening and hearing folks out.
That's right. And Corey, from your lens, you just said, from your role is to make Mecklenburg County safe. From what you see and young people and the work that involves you, how do you see their role in moving this work forward?
I would say with my staff, we're in their homes daily. They're court counselors. They counsel these children and their families. And a lot of times, my counselors say that we just need to stop and listen to what the kids have to say and see what the families have to say. Everybody has different needs, whether they have instability, mental health concerns, some of them just looking for employment. And they come to me for various reasons. They don't wake up and just say, I'm going to commit a crime. Some of them commit these delinquent acts for a reason. Not saying that to everyone, but there are those that need help, they need services, they need us to be involved and to listen. What I will say is the JCPC programs, my office, we take time out to hear what these juveniles have to say and what their families have to say to see where we can intervene and add services or assistance to them. And it's not just detainment, it's not just court, but we're involved, whether it's resources, whether we raise money for them, food, clothing, whether we just help them out getting into college. But our concern is to help all the juveniles, the families, as much as we can, but we do this just by listening. And that's what we have to do, start listening to the juveniles when they speak.
Thank you, Corey. If I could move down here, Dr. Scott, I'm going to ask you, what role do you see young people playing in the violence prevention efforts, and how does your work empower youth to become leaders in this space?
Right. So we recognize that we are not experts. The youth are the experts, and I think that's the common theme that we're hearing across the panel, making sure that we're creating spaces for youth voice, not only to listen, but to inform actual decisions, policies, and programs. And one thing that I'm really proud about from the Office of Violence Prevention is that we embedded that in our work very early on. We engaged youth in the development of our strategic plan for our office. Youth gave input on what strategies should be included. We continue to engage youth in a more formal capacity after the plan was developed through our 100 Youth Advisory Council, and that has evolved over the years. It started as a partnership with some of our youth-serving nonprofit and community-based organizations, working with them to engage the youth that they serve to give us feedback on what they hope to see in efforts to reduce violence in the community. And the youth gave us so many recommendations. We have pages of feedback from youth on what they want to see in the community. And our role is making sure that we provide that information back to our partners, to our peers within our county network, and others to make sure that they have access to the information that the youth share with us. So we are extremely proud of that effort. It's evolved. We have now started an internal initiative where we have an actual group of advisors that serve on the Youth Advisory Council. They'll be in place over the course of the year. We have representation from throughout Mecklenburg County. We had an immense response to our call for participants. And again, we value the voice of youth, and we make sure that we create spaces so that they can give their input, and we can then take that feedback and incorporate it into our programming. And we've already started to make some adjustments to how we approach the plan moving forward based on things that our youth are sharing. And again, one thing that we keep hearing is mental health needs, mental health needs. And one thing that we've done as a result is start a partnership with Talkspace to make sure that we can expand some access to virtual therapy programs for youth in this community. So we are taking a proactive approach to make sure that we have those communication channels open so that we can hear that real-time feedback from youth and leverage our resources to be responsive.
Thank you. Dr. Stewart, the city's perspective?
So when it comes to the role of the youth in moving this work forward, the youth should actually lead the work. What happens is we create the work based on what we think they want and what we think they need versus giving them an opportunity. So what we've done is we have partnered along with the county and with CMS, because we do have the Charlotte Mecklenburg Youth Council, which is operated by Generation Nation. So we do make sure that they have a seat at the table. The city has also recently invested $600,000 in a social norms campaign where we will have youth to create the social norms campaign and be paid ambassadors across the city, across the county, so that we can make sure we are reaching youth with the information that they want, how they want to receive it. Youth should also be helping to create the program. So when we think about our legacy program with the Office of Youth Opportunities is the Mayor's Youth Employment Program, We're going into our 40th year. So what we're doing this year is we are creating internships that are in alignment with feedback that we have received from the youth, whether it's, I can't do the whole summer, I need 2 weeks. I want to do something throughout the year because I need funds, not just during the summer. So we are allowing their voices to be heard and to be a part of how we are creating the programs that are to service them.
All right, thank you. I have one more question for the group I feel is a great tie-in to our manager. How can we improve collaboration between the county, city, state, and nonprofit partners to better serve our youth in Mecklenburg County? And Corey, if I can begin with you.
Yes. I guess I want to say for us, JCPC programs, we don't speak much about them. They don't get the recognition that they deserve. And I know with my staff, we work a lot with these programs. And it's not just the JCPC programs, but programs like YAP, and there's others. The more programs we have for these juveniles, the less delinquent acts they will commit. They'll make better decisions, they'll have mentoring, and make better adult decisions that are positive and not just unpositive things or delinquent things. What I do want to say about the JCPC programs, I don't guess it's much time to speak about them. I want to paint a picture for you guys. We've had a juvenile that continued to commit crimes. He came to us from his mom saying that he won't go to school. He's starting to use substances. He's always drinking. He's hanging out late, hanging out with bad kids, doing things that they should not be doing. We got him involved with us. We got him involved with the JCPC program. One of the staff started mentoring him and worked with him for 2 or 3 years. And to make a long story short, now he's married, finished college, has a full-time job, and this is the work that the JCPC programs do. Right now we have 12 programs. Last year, the 24-25 season, they've seen 1,048 juveniles. 324 of those were court involved, 624 were not court involved. They all don't have to come to us to get services, but if we have programs out there, they can get with these juveniles before they commit a delinquent act and come to us. And I always say, if we didn't have these programs, how would this city look? And if we had more, how would it look? So this year, our plan is to see 1,054 kids, and I would love to see 2,000 kids. And if it was my way, I could see them all, you know, and I know I got 2 minutes.
It's all right.
This is what I do every day. I see the kids, whether it's stealing candy, rape or murder, they still have families. They still have to come back to this community at some point in time. And we have to do something to address their needs when they're here, when they go away, and when they come back, because they're going to be adults at some point, and I don't want Simon to have to work with them or them heading to the sheriff's office. But we got to get with them. The earlier, the better. Studies show the earlier you get with these juveniles, the less crimes they will commit or be alleged to have committed. That's my piece on it.
Thank you, Corey. You know, you represent the state, and often that can be such a faceless, impersonal perspective, but you being here and sharing those stories and telling us you know our youth, I think is very powerful. Sonia, if I can move to you, how can we improve collaboration between the county, city, state, and nonprofit partners to better serve our youth?
So I think, you know, just one of the things is that I think, yeah, there could just be better, really, connectedness and communication. Because I think, you know, there are lots of spaces where, you know, programs, entities, whomever it is, are working with our kids, but we don't always kind of communicate and connect, and we don't always know what each other is, you know, is doing. I think, you know, but I do think, I will say, I think that that's getting better, you know, as we've kind of seen, you know, investments in things that, you know, grow over time. But I think, you know, there isn't, at least in my opinion, I don't think there's any kind of like one group, entity, organization that's really kind of consistently kind of pulling folks together and helping to really kind of like identify what's there. You know, there isn't a, you know, sort of like I don't know, for lack of a better term, like a directory of, you know, all the programs and services. A lot of times folks don't know, you know, who's providing, you know, services and supports to kids and families. And a lot of times too, I mean, some of the best work that's happening are by these small sort of grassroots organizations that again are based right there in communities. And I think also, you know, to kind of to Corey's point with the JCPC, you know, and again, JCPC is an advisory board of our BOCC. But I think, you know, a lot of times there's, you know, not always an understanding as to exactly what all those programs are, what's being funded, and again, how we're tied together. You know, it's like the JCPC, we support a program in Rakeshala's office, our diversion program, which is really significant because that diversion program, I mean, serves roughly about 400 kids that come, you know, that keep them from hitting Corey's office. So if we can divert those kids, then they don't go further into the system and end up on like juvenile probation or further into the court system. So I think it's just, yeah, there's definitely opportunity for better kind of connectedness and communication just to again, to bolster that collaboration.
Thank you. Hope, what are your thoughts about improving collaboration?
Just to piggyback off of both of the comments that were made, I do believe that early intervention, diversion programs, getting ahead of it, just be proactive instead of reactive. It's hard trying to get a 17-year-old to buy in and want to do the right thing, but when you get a 12 or 13-year-old that's barely, you know, in the system yet, it's just so much easier and you have a better success rate. And so that would be the situation for me, is just to have that the programming to provide for those early intervention. I think that that's might be what we're missing or not connecting with the programming.
Okay, thank you, Hope. Dr. Stewart, I'll come to you. I mean, I can clearly see everybody is doing really important work, but this is about improving collaboration. Your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. So to improve collaboration, I think what needs to be done is strictly education. We need to educate ourselves on what each other is doing. We're all doing something from a different lens. So we have the health approach here, which I knew nothing about a few years ago, but it truly makes sense, and it frames how we create our program and how we outreach to the youth, and understanding that it has to be done at a holistic approach. We appreciate the support for diversion, Sonia, and we have learned that we are able to impact the entire family when we operate through that program. So I think understanding what we all do, what that looks like, will give us an opportunity to understand where the gaps are and how to fill them.
Great, thank you. Dr. Scott?
Yes, I keep thinking and reflecting on everyone's comments. There's an opportunity to coordinate the coordinators. We're all doing so much work in our respective spaces, but how we actually convene together to advance our shared goals. So I think that's definitely an opportunity. The other thing that I was thinking about while reflecting on comments is just this opportunity to, beyond a directory, just truly map out everything that's happening within the violence prevention ecosystem. So from justice involvement to public health approach, having it centralized in a place that people can access so that we can truly understand, to earlier points, the depth of the work that's happening across the ecosystem to help us inform where there are gaps and where there are opportunities for us to just scale up or leverage things that are already in place. So I think the long and short of it is improved communication. There's a lot of good work that's happening. We're improving in a lot of spaces, but creating systems so that we can truly coordinate the coordinators amongst one another.
Thank you so much.
Suzette, if I could add real quick.
Yeah, of course.
In addition to the education, the piece that's really important is being open to change, right? What happens is we've been doing things for so long. This works. We're going to continue to check the box, and we're going to continue to do it. But we have to remember, if someone mentioned, it might have been in the earlier session that I was watching, but we do have 157 people moving here a day, and some of those are youth. And they're bringing their own values, their own cultures, their own ideas. So things have changed. So as we're educating each other, and the coordinators coordinating the coordinators, and us creating our directory, we have to be open to understand that maybe what worked 5 years ago may not work today. So we have to come to that education table with an open mind of, let's really think about what we can do to impact our youth of today.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely hearing that a convening would be helpful to all of you. I'm going to do a little walking and talking in my world. That's what this is called. Sonia, you have the first sort of direct question. There are many types of programming that serve justice-involved youth. How critical is community-based programming to help address the needs of the youth locally?
Well, you know, like I mentioned earlier, I think it's, you know, when we can make programs accessible and available in communities where kids are, it makes a huge difference. But I think, you know, the other thing is too, is, you know, we heavily rely on our community organizations to do this work. You know, again, our folks that are our community programs and folks that are in these communities and neighborhoods, I mean, they have skill sets and relationships, you know, that sometimes as government entities we don't always have or don't immediately have. And so, I mean, we rely heavily on them to be able to support these kids and their families. So, yeah, I think they're invaluable. I mean, we couldn't do this work without them.
Absolutely. Corey, the state funds Mecklenburg County some $2 million annually to help fund the local Juvenile Crime Prevention Council, JCPC, that you talked about, $2 million. From the state's perspective, how important are local JCPCs in identifying and addressing gaps in youth services here in the county?
Okay, I think I've answered some of that before, but like I said, I will say these programs do a lot, and there's a lot of gaps that we can't cover, such as placement. There's not enough funding for these programs to cover every area, and it is saddening in court or in my office to see that we have a juvenile that needs placement or needs some type of mental health treatment, and we can't find the PRTF for them or placement or even just a place that can do a proper CCA to address these juveniles' needs. These programs do great work, the ones that we have, but if we only have 12 to serve as many kids as this county have, that's nowhere near enough. So it's very important to have these programs. It's very important to have the funding, and I'm not just speaking, I know I probably wasn't supposed to say this, but I'm not speaking to just the county, but the state as well. Who's ever hearing this, we need funding for these programs so we can help the children that we serve. Because without these programs, my staff can't do this alone, and the courts is not there for treatment. It's there for accountability. So that's why we need the programs.
Thank you, Corey. Hope, I'm going to come to you, and some of this you've articulated, but if you could amplify, how does Mecklenburg County partner with YAP to offer services to youth and their families? How does YAP's approach differ from other organizations in the community?
Well, YAP works. No. Yeah, we go into the home and we take the holistic approach. We attach an advocate to that family, sometimes maybe two, based upon the intensity of the home and what the needs are. And we have a intensive in-home program. We do assessments, we find out what their needs, what their wants are, and then we create an individualized service plan. With that plan, we're strength-based, so we're pulling out those strengths of the family members. We have child-family team meetings, we meet with our families regularly, we meet with our community partners regularly. And I think just connecting with the resources, again, you're never as big as your resources are, but I think the resources are extremely important. But with the county, having that open communication and dialogue and being heard. We're like a mentor, but we're called advocates. And the reason why is because we advocate in the home, in the community, at work, at school. We have difficult conversations, and sometimes we may not agree, but the county and our partners, Youth Recovery Corps, DJJ, are open to our opinion and to the needs of the family.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, absolutely.
I do want to say the YAP does work. They come to us to get our most intensive kids. They always ask, who is the most intensive kid that you have? We will work with them. And my only concern is that they always have a waiting list. So if we can fix that, that'll definitely help.
Well, there it is. Okay. Dr. Stewart, what challenges have you faced in trying to keep young people involved in your programs, and how have you overcome them?
So initially, our primary program, as I mentioned, was the Mayor's Youth Employment Program, and we interacted with the youth maybe twice a year, initially to do some career readiness training and then for the application process. But we have changed that, and we now are offering career experiences year-round. It's very important that we continue to keep that contact with the youth so that we can keep them interested and keep them engaged. I mentioned a little bit earlier about the competing priorities. And what we're also doing that's a little bit different this year is we are truly meeting the youth where they are and creating programming for them. So the youth are at school, guess where my team is? They're in the schools. The youth are at the Y, we are at the Y. We were able to provide 200 passes for the Y from June to the end of December. They're at the church, we're at the church. We are truly changing up how we are engaging our youth, and as I mentioned earlier, just ensuring that they do have a voice at the table so that we can create programming not only that they need, but that they want, because we do want to prepare the youth today for the opportunities of tomorrow.
Thank you. Dr. Scott, I remember when you presented the Office of Violence Prevention, especially to this board. Can you articulate again, what is the role of Office of Violence Prevention in working with the private as well as public partners, including those on this panel?
Right. So the Office of Violence Prevention, we recognize that no one organization is going to be able to tackle this massive issue of community violence. So our goal is to hopefully move towards that space of being the coordinator of coordinators, making sure that we can connect the diverse network of partners across this county and the violence prevention ecosystem. And in practice, that means making sure we have shared goals. If we don't have shared goals and shared understanding of the issue, we have different approaches to what success looks like in the community. So making sure that we create space to ground the existing plans and shared goals that can be communicated across the collective. The other piece is just having that space to continue to hold ourselves accountable as a network. Once we've set those shared goals and strategy amongst ourselves, making sure that we have an ecosystem to hold ourselves accountable as a network is really important. So the OVP is really, we're a small but mighty team of about 6 staff and continuing to build infrastructure there. But our main focus is, again, to be a convener of partners who might not historically be involved in some of the preventive work through the public health lens, to make sure that they are connected, sharing information, identifying gaps and opportunities for scaling up or filling any opportunities that might not currently be addressed.
Thank you. All right, next round, panelists. And Corey, I'll just begin with you. What are some of the primary issues that you are seeing in the courts for justice-involved youth that the public should know about? Any trends that you're seeing? Obviously, you see the kids.
In court, I guess a lot of it is that the families, kids in the community expect that the courts are going to fix it. And our court's main job is for accountability and to keep the public safe. The rest of it's for us, and that's the community, JCPC programs, and our office. We're there for treatment. Juveniles need services. They need placement. They need homes, and they need to be heard. But the court, they do their jobs in holding juveniles accountable, but it's our job to do the treatment part.
Thank you. Sonia, your question, and without getting into too many specific details per se, youth violence is such a prevalent and dominant concern across the country. From your lens, who is doing this work well, and what can we learn from that work?
Suzette, that's not a question I can answer just very, very quickly.
Just broadly.
So, yeah, I think when you look at crime, whether it's adult or juvenile, I mean, there's, you really have to take a multifaceted approach to be able to, to have the outcomes that you're looking for. I think when we kind of look, specifically at juvenile crime, I mean, there are some things that, and not to get like too far into theory, but there are certain things that, have impacts in lots of different spaces. So I'll kind of start with again, and I'm not going to be short on this one, Suzette. So I'll kind of start with some things are like environmental. And so, it starts with communities. And I think, some of this ties to like what we heard with the previous presentation on housing. And I've heard Commissioner Leek mention this, time and time again over the years, is that, when we look at environmental factors, so if there's things that you can do, and this kind of goes to like broken windows theory. So things like vacant buildings, spaces that need to be, cleaned up. We look at like poor lighting. When you look at things like that and you address those things, one of the things that kind of happens with that is you really kind of decrease areas of opportunities for like crime to occur. And so, some of that's environmental. Some things there's also, there's a focused deterrence model, which is where you're looking at really kind of partnerships between law enforcement and community organizations to really kind of target, what we would consider to be like chronic offenders, people who are, we see cycle in and out our systems a lot. And so I think, for Mecklenburg County and the city of Charlotte, we're kind of moving a little bit into that space. Like you're seeing like, areas of that model really kind of play out with the efforts that we have at Catherine Simmons Boulevard right now. So, that's, an example there. There are other things that have happened, like Milwaukee, they have put together like councils. So when you have like a serious crime that occurs, they bring, law enforcement, community organizations, justice leaders into the fold to really like have conversations about, okay, where are the gaps, what was missed, really trying to take an understanding as to, why something occurred. And I would say like in Milwaukee specifically, over the work they've done there over the years, they've reported out, I think there was a DOJ study attached to it that actually indicated there was about a 52% reduction in violent crime, which they've attributed to like having these types of councils. But then, you can get into like programming, and I think Tacoma, Washington is a great example. They've done a variety of things there, some of that really kind of focusing on things within their justice system. So things looking at the culture within their juvenile court. They've taken a look at probation, probation being more kind of like, support focused. What are those things that you can provide while a kid's on supervision to help them be successful? But then they've also kind of branched out and have done things like supporting different kind of programs and activities that, kids have expressed interest in. So they have like a program with a local skateboarding company, and they bring kids in and teach them how to build and design skateboards. And so, you can get into like Multnomah County. They have done work over the years using like an OJJDP model to address like gang violence, which is, again, kind of partnerships with law enforcement, but also prevention and intervention type programs and services. So you're giving me the eye, so I'm going to stop right there. But I could talk about this stuff all day long. So
I know, and we appreciate it. Thank you. Hope, you've addressed it and talked about it, but can you really sort of point out to all of us to learn, how does YAP help support not only the youth, but also their families?
My favorite topic. Again, as I mentioned, we go in and we want to find out what the family needs. I have many examples. One, as an advocate, I assisted a family. There was an older brother graduating high school. He wanted to go into the military. Well, I connected him with a recruiter. I took him to the appointment. I took him to his physical appointment. I made sure that the things that he needed to get into the field of the military were completed. I've assisted with FAFSA applications for an older sister. We have parents, and to think about like the homelessness was one of the things that I didn't mention, but our families get kicked out of their homes very often because of these issues with the youth in the home, gun violence, break-ins, stealing cars from the apartment complex. They're evicting our families. And I don't know if anyone's been evicted, but it's hard when you get evicted to find somewhere else to live. And I've had families living in box trucks. So we've taken families around to apply for resources or to just look for rental properties from private landlords. We've connected with private landlords to see if they could help our families in like a second chance type of situation. If a family owes over $10,000 in debt to an apartment complex, they will not be able to move into another apartment complex. So again, just addressing the needs of the family. Food pantries, we use Nourish Up often, take them to go pick the groceries up if need be. We provide transportation to court, to just about anything that they may need. No, we're not an Uber, but we do help in those areas. So just taking that holistic approach and wrapping around the family. Mom may say, I'm tired. I don't know what to do. She's at her wit's end. We'll connect her with the therapist that can help her. We have parent groups that we work with YRC Court that helps our families with those resources as well. So we just want to see what they need and connect them to those resources.
Those real stories, Hope, are very important and very powerful when you hear it from you. So let me move to Dr. Stewart. What has been the key outcome of the Alternatives to Violence program launched by the city?
So there was a report, may have been early December, by the Urban Institute that shared that violent crime rates have declined. Fewer community members have reported experienced violence. But that's just data points. It goes back to what you just mentioned. It's the storytelling. When you think about this particular demographic, it's understanding everything that Hope just shared to better understand the impact that they make. When we think about a shooting, we don't think about what happens afterwards. So we have a partnership with Atrium. They're aware of what happens afterwards because they're helping us as well. But it's those stories where we have been able to prevent retaliation. So now I want to share a short story. So there was a young lady in one of our ATV corridors, and she was a victim of domestic violence, and she was pregnant. She wanted to call the police, but she couldn't call the police because if the police came to the home, there were some other residents who had some other issues and they would be impacted. So what she did, 8 months pregnant, had them being beaten, went into the closet and called the ATV program manager and said, I need help. I'm being beaten on. I don't want to call the police because I don't want to put my family members in any additional issues. So within about 15 minutes, the ATV program manager was able to go to the home. Now, I wouldn't put myself in that situation, right? But this is what they're trained to do. And they have the lived experience, and they know how to approach the situation. So long story short, it was a positive ending. I had an opportunity to meet the young lady, to meet the baby, and she now goes out with the YAP team to share her story, to talk about the importance of leveraging the resources. So it's stories like that that we need to get out so that we can have a better understanding of how some of our community-based partnerships are helping to move the work forward.
And you just told that story so beautifully. Thank you. Dr. Scott, your final question. In 2022, Mecklenburg County published its first strategic plan called The Way Forward. What has changed in Mecklenburg County since that plan and report was delivered?
A lot has changed. When we started The Way Forward in 2022, in fact, it was my first week with public health, first week on the job, getting that plan in place, so I remember it well. The plan was extremely lofty with big goals for how we tackle community violence. And I think it's important that we created that lofty plan because it included feedback from community, our youth, on what they wanted to see. But we also realized very quickly that a lofty plan needed lofty resources to accompany it. So we had to think over the last few years about how to scale down and figure out what was manageable for us as an office to tackle. So over the past couple of years, we've revised our work a bit to figure out what the role of the office is in implementing the plan. And outside of that convening space that we've talked about quite a bit, there are a few other areas that have risen to the top as areas that we support, including support for youth and families through our Youth Advisory Council. We partner very closely with the city to support ATV initiatives through financial resources and other capacity building supports. We work very closely with the school system. There is one particular training called Sources of Strength that we deliver in partnership with the schools. It's a suicide prevention program and also focuses on conflict resolution and things of that nature. And some of our early evaluation data is starting to show some promising trends and reduction of school suspensions and other indicators at those Sources of Strength schools that are positively trending. So we've really tried to focus on the areas where we can have impact. We know we are not direct service providers, but how can we leverage our skills as public health professionals, understanding data and the skill sets that public health professionals have to advance the work forward. The other thing that we've done, I'm really excited that we have the pictures from the Youth Violence Prevention Summit and the mural project. We worked very closely with our friends at Parks and Rec and the Arts Council and some others to create a space where after the murals were created, youth could actually engage with artists and create opportunities for other creative engagement through song development, creative arts, and poetry, to just create space to continue the conversation with youth outside of those formal settings focused on the advisory experience. So we're really proud to have served in those spaces, again, really centering the work of youth and families and also creating those platforms to look at evidence-based programs that work and investing our resources in those spaces.
All right, we're going to wrap it up here. Let me just give each of you 10 seconds to give a final message to the board and the community. Corey, I'll start with you.
Okay. I guess my message would be we work hard at what we do, and the more services we have definitely helps us out, helps out the courts and the juvenile justice system. And I would say if you're going to pay interest in anything, it's not the media, pay attention to the data.
Thank you. Sonia?
I think I'd just come back to earlier statements about, it's about availability and accessibility.
Thank you. Hope?
YAP works.
Well, there it is. Dr. Stewart.
Collaboration is key, and we are looking forward to continuing our great collaboration with the county and with our other partners in CMS so that we can continue to be intentionally impactful for the youth.
Thank you. Dr. Scott?
Youth aren't problems that we're trying to fix. They are partners in prevention.
Thank you. And with that, thank you for the participation, the information, and the conversation. I will toss that back to Derek.
Thank you, Suzette.
Thank you. How about a round of applause? Fantastic panelists. Thank you so much for your honest and candid feedback and discussion on youth violence. Before I turn the discussion over to you, Chair Jarrell, I do want to frame up a few policy questions that county staff would appreciate receiving from the board as you engage in a dialogue with our panelists today. First, as you've heard, youth violence is a very complex issue involving the state, local governments, community partners, and others to tackle, with programs ranging from programs servicing all youth to programs serving only at-risk or justice-involved youth. As of now, as you know, the youth crime or addressing youth crime is not a specific board priority, and we don't have a specific SMART goal attached to our balanced scorecard to date. So in terms of questions to consider, first, what is the most appropriate role for the county to play in addressing youth violence? Second, are existing programs considered effective by the community in improving outcomes for our youth? Third, based on what you heard today, what partnerships or collaborations between stakeholders do you think may be needed to help improve service delivery and outcomes? And finally, are we tracking and measuring the correct goals and KPIs for the county and other stakeholders to properly measure public safety on our balanced scorecard? Chair Jarrell, that concludes my comments. I'll now turn it to you for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Suzette. Thank you, panelists. We're going to open up to board members, the order that will go in. We're going to start with Commissioner Dunlap, then come to Commissioner Powell, Commissioner YTI, SRM, Griffin, Meyer, Leak, then Altman. So, Commissioner Dunlap, we'll start with you.
Thank you. This was very informative. I learned a lot that I did not know, and it's really interesting how much we're already doing. The question, though, is what more can we do? Because it's obvious that all of the things that are being done, we still have crime being committed by young people in our community. More than anything else, what I would like to see is the crime rate, or the murder rate, should I say, being specific, the murder rate in our community be decreased. And so with all of the programs we have in place now, it is not as effective as I would like to see it. And so what I'd like for you guys to tell me is, what is it that we're not doing that, based on your experience, we ought to be doing to simply reduce the murder rate in our community?
Growing healthy boys.
Anybody?
So while y'all thinking about that, so while you're thinking about that, let me give you another thing, and it's going back to our data collection. Can we track, for example, the kids who are youth involved today that are committing crimes and determine whether or not they were involved in any of these programs or not?
Definitely.
Okay, so we can do that.
Yes. With our program, we have data reports and we have tracking tools that we use.
So one of the things we could do is determine whether or not there's a decrease in the rate among those people who are justice involved.
I'm going to defer that question to Corey, because the state is actually the official sort of record keeper of juvenile justice data, particularly for the court-involved kids. And so I'm going to kick that one to you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Now, with the data, we can get data for just about anything with our juveniles, whether they were involved in any crimes or delinquent acts. Also, if they were JCPC involved with GAP or any other programs, we track everything with our juveniles, how often they commit crimes, if they were involved in any, what areas of town they were, we track everything in those areas. And for your other question, I want to say it in the right way. In my 20 years, the juvenile delinquent acts has always been there. It's going to be there, and that's in any city. The question is, so what are we going to do about it? And we have to make changes in how we respond to each incident year by year and with these juveniles. Today, a lot of our issues with some of our more serious crimes are juveniles that have mental health needs. and we can't legally put them places because they have mental health needs that are not addressed. And if we have placements, PRTFs that can address some of these needs, a lot of these juveniles wouldn't commit delinquent acts. If we meet with some of these juveniles earlier in age 12, 13, and 14, instead of waiting until they get 15, 16, and 17, some of this stuff has to happen in the schools. It has to happen in the communities. It has to have programs that get out and get involved. I know we have programs that come to me often that we can do this if we have funding. And that's a lot of what we have to deal with countywide, statewide is funding. And we know what we have to do with the juveniles, what they need by listening to them. But we have to get out there and get these programs started and changing year by year and not going by what happened in 2020 to see if it's going to work in 2026. It's definitely going to be different, especially with social media and live television to everyone worldwide. They can see everything on the media.
That's not for you, that's for us.
I don't like it, though.
Oh, and Mr. Chair, if I may, Commissioner Dunlap, can you share a little bit more information about, I guess, what you're hoping to get out of that data request? Because certainly we could work with our partners here, but is that something that you would like to see explored for the scorecard, or is that just more kind of contextual information?
Yeah, I keep going back to what Mr. Griffin keeps talking about when it comes to SMART goals. Mm-hmm. And one of the goals is to reduce the rate of homicides, youth violence in our community. Mm-hmm. So the question is, how do we track that? Yep. And if we have the ability to collect the data, then we could determine whether or not this person was youth involved or whether they were not involved and still committed a crime, those kinds of things.
And I also heard you say, well, you implied it also helps measure the effectiveness of the programs.
Absolutely.
In terms of them participating and repeating crimes also. That's what I heard you imply.
So if I can just kind of add, I think, yeah, if there's a specific analysis that we want run, I mean, DJJ has always been a great partner, and they will run that analysis to us because we are talking about kids. There are some restrictions on them being able to provide us like identifiable data. But they've always been a great partner to run analyses if there's, again, data that they can't directly provide to us. I would say, like, when we're looking at juvenile justice data, and I think, you know, this was touched on a bit in your presentation at the fall retreat, is that when we're looking at data and we start looking at, you know, gun-related crimes, there's something that happens around the age of 15 or 16. That seems to be whenever we see, you know, when we look at, you know, again, kids involved in the system. When we look at gun crimes, like it is that there tends to be like a cluster there at the age of 15 and 16. For some reason, guns come into the picture at that age. So, and then, you know, when we look at like the younger kids, when we're looking at like that 12 up to 15, you know, that's where we right now, well, at least right now, we're seeing more kind of like property type offenses. And even that's a little different than when we look at historical data. We're seeing like less type drug crimes and, you know, drug sales crimes and things. We saw some of that more like in earlier data sets, but as kind of time has gone on, it's, you know, we're seeing property crime and then kind of graduating into gun crime. So I do think there's opportunity to kind of delve into the data a little bit more to kind of understand like what's happening in that window there. I think, you know, when we look at, you know, programming and services, and I mean, you've heard us all say, like, you know, there are certainly program and service gaps. Like, there are things that we just don't have. And, you know, and I know, you know, Corey and his team at DJJ, I mean, have always been advocating for, like, short-term residential placements or, you know, behavioral health type placements. And I will say with the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council, you know, when they release their solicitation each year, and that solicitation is active right now, you know, they are, you know, specifically looking, you know, for folks to apply for programming, to apply to provide services for the types of programs that we're seeing are identified as being risk or needs within the data. So, you know, again, we're, you know, there's tracking all year round. So we kind of have a good idea of, like, particularly those kids that are touching the courts, you know, again, what they're at risk of and what their needs are. But what I will kind of say with that is like year after year, we have a very difficult time attracting programs to apply for a lot of these more kind of intensive services, particularly the residential services. So even though there is, funding being made available, we just are not seeing that many, programs in the community that provide certain types of services. And, but I mean, again, there's always efforts, being put forth to really kind of, solicit applications from programs that provide these types of services that we know are missing from just the service continuum in general.
Thank you.
Commissioner Powell.
I just walked back in, so I have to read my questions again. How do you think, what is your idea on how we could most, and maybe this was already asked, we keep hearing about the increased need for expanding access to mental health care. What would be the smartest way to do that?
So I think one thing that we can do is continue to invest in the evidence-based programs that we know work. As mentioned, Sources of Strength is one that we've invested in over the past year in partnership with schools. There's opportunities to scale up to make it more widely available. And essentially, it's a peer educator model where peers are trained on how to support other youth who might be facing just challenges with suicide ideation and other mediation support needs. So there's opportunities. We know those programs are working based on some of our preliminary data to scale up and make them more widely available. Additionally, I mentioned that we've invested in Talkspace. We're still waiting on some of our initial evaluation reports there, but that's a direct recommendation from the youth who are engaged in our Youth Advisory Council as far as a need for therapy and other resources outside of what's available within our community ecosystem.
And thank you for that part, but beyond that, one of the speakers was talking about, maybe it was the YAP person, talking about the mental health of the family. And so, when you're talking about the peer support, that's an excellent idea, but how, how do we do better on expanding help for the family?
So I definitely think that's a gap opportunity, and there's certainly space with the work that's happening with our countywide behavioral health plan to link some of those strategies that focus on providing expanded services to family more intentionally to connect it to some of the violence prevention work that's happening within community.
And so, and you'll hear me say it a lot, there's such a need for human touch points, that I think could help before problems get worse, whether it's for homelessness or for juvenile crime prevention. And do you guys have any ideas? Because I'm thinking you're so committed and dedicated to making a difference that surely when you're driving around and you at a stoplight, you're thinking, this would be a great idea. Do you have any ideas that you haven't talked about? Something new, because somebody was talking about being open to change, and does anyone have an idea up there of something that we're not doing?
Say we're also hesitant to speak up. I think, when you kind of look at other places across the country, and I think going back to the question earlier, what works and, what appears to be working, one of the things, and I think this also kind of ties back to that sort of, coordination and connectedness, is that, you do see in a lot of places where they have, sort of, it'd be kind of similar to our CRC models, where it's just sort of, you've got kind of like a hub, like an assessment center. So like if a kid comes into contact with the system, there's one centralized place that you can go. So you go to that center, you can get, whatever, assessment it is that you need. And at that place there, you can also be connected with the different types of programs and services that align with what your identified, needs may be. And in some of those places, you do have those providers, community providers, organizations that are based in that center. So again, you're kind of bringing, you just kind of have one place to go. But again, you still need to be able to have like those things accessible within communities. But again, just like at the very front end of the system, kind of having a centralized place to, again, to a place to start and a place to, again, receive, to get assessed and be able to have those initial connections. So that way you're not kind of losing time or, creating sort of additional, gaps from the time that you have like your first touch with the system till, some point further down the line.
Thank you.
Commissioner Townsend Ingram.
Thanks so much for this. Kids are my jam. Everybody knows that, education. And I've got like an entire page that you can't possibly answer. It's more of like, so in putting it into the context of what the county can do and what the county's role is, I wanted to put it into two categories, preventative and restorative, right? Obviously, I'm Black. I have two sons. I literally laid awake at night thinking about what I could have done better. Anytime my sons entered some kind of, in school that didn't happen, and I blame myself or what we could have done differently. It occurred to me, and this is after teaching school for 2 years, what I found out then, and I know it's changed since, it's incredible. What I found out is that, you talked about around the age of 15, there comes this need for guns and things of that nature. Well, there's several different caveats to that of why. My son, according to my son, who's 22 now, that gun gives them a respect without, more than anything else. Oh, you looked at me wrong. You disrespected me. I'm like, what's a look gonna do? So they feel like there's desensitization with social media. They wanna know what that gun feels like. They feel like it gives them power. When there's no power anywhere else in their life, when they don't have control over anything else, that gun gives them control. So at the age of 15, yeah, I can see that, because I've seen it even in my household, where this fascination with guns came up, and it doesn't really matter what the ethnicity is. That gun stuff, it's out there. And I haven't heard that much about gang violence and how that into that restorative side. Is there still a gang task force? Is there any intervention with gang force, preventative measures with that? And then the most positive thing I heard is mental health, mental health, mental health. That has always been one of my rallying cries, and that goes towards the preventative side. Because if we can start even earlier, there's predictive behaviors in kids, right, that can tell you whether they're gonna head down one path or another, and you can kind of head it off, possibly. But I think if we have more data, if we were given more information about where that lies, like what is the most critical thing that you can do now to prevent this from happening. And there has to be some predictive data out there that says if you follow down this path at the age of 3rd grade, then they won't go this way. Additionally, like, impulse control. We know kids' development, we're asking them really, like you talked about the ACE, adult childhood experiences that they go through the roof. And, and I hear people talk all the time about, well, they don't have any home training. Yeah, that's kind of like the old school way, and we have to get into, a new way of doing things and addressing things. So preventative versus restorative, earlier intervention, starting at like in elementary school, giving them a pathway to where they feel like they have some control over something, where they are taught sensitivity to life, because they have been desensitized to life. They think that taking a life is nothing. That attractiveness and power that a gun gives you in your hand. I don't know what the answer is, but there's definitely an attraction there. So can you speak to all of those things and put that in a KPI?
Put it where?
Key performance indicators, yeah.
Oh, who's taking that? I see the mental hot potato.
Well, I would like to say that, that was a lot.
Sorry.
No, I understand. The gun violence is definitely a problem. And it is around that age. I'm sorry, I got a little
Can't hear
choked
you
up.
over here.
I know, I got a little choked up. I'm sorry. But it's hard trying to figure out. I think a lot of it is social media. A lot of it is about respect. And just to be honest, I've lost a few kids off of social media just because they said something about a dead person, gunned down 15 times. So it's real. And then when we get into those situations, it's the mediation of it. They don't want to give us the information that we need to mediate. They don't want, because it's like, I'm an op, I'm going to call the police. They're not going to trust us. It's so many layers to that. I think education, and even with the mental health, sometimes it's cultural. Sometimes we go in homes and parents are like, I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't need that. And that's because of how we grew up. Things that happen in the home stay in the home.
That's right.
And so we battle with that. So it's education. I think a lot of the mental health stuff could be education from inside the families. Also making sure that we're providing services for our youth and families, providers that look like our youth or families, providers that are relatable, providers that can understand their struggles and what their challenges are. I've had several situations where my families are so confused. My kid got caught with a gun and the police dropped him off at home. I don't know what that looks like legally. I don't know the law, but it happens a lot. And then 2 weeks later, that kid's shot up a house or something else has happened. So there's so many layers to that. And the gun, I don't know where they're getting these guns from. I mean, all of my kids, most of the 18 youth that I'm working with right now have gun charges. So I think that's the bigger part of the issue is where they're getting them from. Some of them are breaking in cars and stealing them, but for the most part, there's got to be some other way that they're getting them. Gang violence, so many different realms to that because so many different areas, so many different sets that they're claiming that we don't even understand. It's not just Bloods and Crips anymore, like growing up my age, but areas of town. And when you don't have the buy-in and wanting the mediation part of it, we get stuck. We get stuck. But I think it's more so education in our families about mental health and then trying to figure out what we need to do about these guns.
I'll speak too. I could speak for 2 days on this, but just to get focused, a lot of this is me and one of my supervisors is back there. We're up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week dealing with this. We see police reports often, whether it's just from CMPD, Pineville, Matthews, Mint Hill, Cornelius, and the other neighboring towns. In the reports, most of them say that juveniles had a gun. If we don't speak to them in detention, we see the reports, and they're getting these guns a lot from these stolen vehicles. And now with social media, if they want to respond to something immediately, all they have to do is walk down the street, open a couple of cars, and they're going to have a gun. We have to get more serious about keeping our guns locked up, keeping our guns stored away and out of the vehicles. And it's an everyday event where a juvenile would just pull 6 or 7 doors and come up with 1 or 2 guns. They'll sell one, keep one. We have juveniles that carry 8 or 9. It's that easy for them to obtain a weapon faster than I can get one, and I have a permit. We just have to do better. I don't know if we need to change laws about these gun owners, about doing something that we keep our guns safe and not leaving them available so juveniles can get them. Even in the homes, we need to keep them locked up. And if you guys need gun locks, I got thousands of them you can have. Gun boxes, I got thousands of them you guys can have. But we got to do something to keep the guns locked up. And a lot of our charges, our more serious charges, come from guns, whether it's shooting and occupied dwellings, robbery with a dangerous weapon, murder, assault with a deadly weapon, assault, pick any of them. We get them daily, and it's mainly because we don't keep guns locked up. I don't blame the kids, I blame the adults. We got to do better. When we had babies, we locked the cabinet so kids won't get in it.
Right.
Now that we have teenagers, we got to lock the guns up so the teenagers don't get them. But if we don't do that, we'll have this discussion every year. That's my piece on it.
So maybe that's a KPI that we can look at within our county, is just seeing, how many people have guns that have been stolen, or how many have gun locks or whatever, I don't know.
And then if I can just add a piece, it goes back to what we talked about earlier about just the importance of having the youth's voice at the table. Because if they have what we call, like within ATV, a credible messenger, someone that looks like them, someone that has lived experiences, can say, hey, that's not cool. That's not going to get you to where you need to be. It's all about the message and the messenger as well. So if we have them at the table, we have the right person in front of them, they'll give us the information. It depends on who they're talking to. The first time I went in, I had a suit on, and I got cursed out. It would have been appropriate to curse back, so I did not do that, but I understood that the suit was almost like a barrier. They needed to see someone in jeans and tennis shoes and not coming in with a City of Charlotte badge that they could relate to and feel free to talk to. So that would be a great opportunity as well. I know that some of the community-based partners that we have do mentorship, so I think that's very important as well. But again, the message and the messenger are going to be key, because that's how we're going to get the information that we need so that we'll know how to respond.
I absolutely agree with that.
I want to quickly add one additional point regarding the data and metrics for gun lock distribution. The Office of Violence Prevention currently does track gun lock distribution through the office. That happens through the office. So we do have those measures in place, and we also track by zip code. So if there's an interest in digging into some of that data, we do have it available.
Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gosh, I hardly even know where to go here. Some of the things that jump out to me is that what worked 5 years ago may not work today. And I really think that, drilling down into that, what really is working, and now this is like a new thing. Like we don't want to let go of the things that we were doing that may appear to be ineffective because we have these high statistics right now, because maybe they would be even higher without the things that we are doing, right? So we don't want to stop doing the things that, may appear ineffective, because you can't really measure what doesn't happen, right? I mean, or can you? I'm interested in what, Sonia, what you said about Milwaukee, and that they have a council to look at the why of the different, violent crimes. And do we not have that? Is that something that we don't already have? I know, like in child fatality, we have the whole council that comes together to talk about each, death of a child. Do we not have that with serious crimes? I'm curious to know about that. Also, the JCPC, the $2 million of state money, that just seems like a pittance. And it sounds like that's a really inadequate number. Tell me if I'm wrong there. I'm really interested in how YAP always has a waiting list. I think that, definitely when you have an intensive home component, that's going to be super, super, important, and probably one of the most effective things you can do is by, addressing the entire family at once. But one thing I haven't heard mentioned, and help me understand, I haven't heard alliance being mentioned at all, is, with mental health being the concern I'm hearing over and over and over again from you guys, shouldn't alliance be part of the conversation? Or am I not seeing what their proper role is? And do you guys think that mental health, wasn't as much of a thing before? It wasn't as much of a key that it is now. Is that the difference between now and, previously? what worked previously. I'm really interested in also, and I know this is not going to be a very popular thing to say, but I'm also interested in the discussion around Jail North and our juvenile detention center and what our proper role is there. And I sure would love to have more discussion around that. And especially, you know, I've attended the sheriff's, you know, different things that he's hosted. I have a lot of folks coming to me, asking me about this, and is it proper place that the county should be, not necessarily through the sheriff. And so I hate to open up, you know, a can of worms when we don't need a new can of worms, but it's not really new. You know, it's something that we used to do, that went away, then came back again, and then went away. And is that part of the puzzle that maybe we need to focus on to help a little bit here? So with that, that's kind of what I wanted to toss out there and see if anyone has any feedback.
I'm going to start with the waiting list. So, Corey, no, it's not always a waiting list, but for the most part, we have a certain amount of youth that we can service per our budget. So we have to stay within those guidelines. When we have them for 6 months. So after 6 months, they discharge, they graduate the program. If we get a couple of referrals and we're at capacity, they wait, but it may be a month, if that. But they do get in. Once they get approved, they get in and we get them serviced. So it's not like a 3-month or 3-year waiting list. It's a short period of time, but there is a waiting list, and that's just due to staff availability and then when we're at our capacity. So once we reach that number, we stay there until we discharge youth, graduate youth from the program, and then we can let more come in. Did that give you what you needed?
Yeah, are you a Mecklenburg County? Is YAP part of Mecklenburg County, or is that a separate?
It's Mecklenburg County, yes.
Okay, so all of your funding comes from?
It's a contract. So there's a contract that sits with CJS for the YAP program. And so YAP provides services for our Youth Recovery Court, for DJJ, and then YFS can also refer under that contract.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to hit a little bit on, because I was the one who mentioned being open to change, and what worked 5 years ago may not work today. So I'll give you an example based on some of the programs that we're doing with the city. So when we think about, we have peer mediation and peer clubs, and we were doing it in middle schools. But when we work with CMS and we look at the data of where the problems are, they're starting younger. So we needed to make a change. So now we're in elementary and middle schools. Then we also think about, again, the Mayor's Youth Employment Program, our internships. Some research has surfaced, and it says 63% of youth that are involved in crimes are either not attending school or not working. So we need to do a better job and change our strategy on how we provide internships to youth. So as I mentioned earlier, 6 weeks in the summer, sometimes it's just not enough. I always tell my staff they're going to go buy their school clothes with that. How do we give them something or try to find some opportunities throughout the year and make sure they understand what the longevity benefit is? Because when we think, I call them the microwave generation. They want something instant. You're going to get the instant cash, but how far is that going to go when we think about if we pour into them some financial literacy, some mental health, some peer mediation so that they know how to handle certain situations, it's going to go a longer way. So not removing the maybe the foundational program, but being open to looking at how can it be delivered differently? Am I being partnered with the right partner? Are we offering it the right way? Do we need to bring someone else to the table to help us that may be an expert? So that was my meaning when I say we need to look at things differently, because maybe what we did in the past needs to be changed to be more efficient today.
Thank you.
And just quickly to speak to Alliance, we work with them directly, of course, as providers, so making sure that we have those open referral platforms to engage with them. And they've been engaged with several of our convening groups that focus on aligned strategy as well. So we do have strong partnerships with Alliance across the board.
And then let me also add, so our youth diversion, we've had to make some changes over the past years, and our diversion starts at age 6. So we're working with 6 to 18-year-olds to make sure that they don't recommit, and we're doing really good. We have a 96% rate, but that goes, again, we had to take a look at some of the data, look at the situations, have the right people at the tables so that we can determine how we can make a change.
Commissioner Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking up something that Frederick Douglass said, it is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. I used to work with a troublemaker named Larry King here in Charlotte. And what we would try to do is look at kids who are committing crime. We pull the jacket, well, he couldn't pull the jacket on 3 boys that were being tried for murder and trying to figure out, what was a path to being a teenager that would be accused of murder. And so it's against the law to look in school records. And so, but we broke the law and looked at school records, and you saw a pattern of kids being referred for support at the elementary level. You saw kids, because of evictions in housing, were moving about every year, maybe twice a year, going to different schools and never getting the services that they were needed at that point or identified to have some assessments. And so by the time you become a teenager, you're right. It is really tough at that point. But there are things that ought to occur if we really want to get serious about this youth piece, is working with the schools, because there are flashpoints in terms of things happening at an early age. One is truancy. One of you mentioned somebody was out of school and the mother couldn't make them go to school. Truancy is still the law in North Carolina. Right. And the Department of Social Services is required to be a partner in that if it's referred to the district attorney. So there are a lot of inputs when youngsters are into the system or about to be into the system. We need to figure out how to do a comprehensive piece of grabbing that family to provide those services before they have 17 or 18 with a gun. It gets really tough at 17 or 18 with a gun. So I'd like to know, what are you trying to do to get some type of MOUs, as one of the panelists said earlier, with the school system regarding referrals for youngsters who have demonstrated a need for additional help, so that those, whether it's Alliance Health or local agencies, to provide services for that family before the kid gets off the track. Once the kid gets off the track, it's of course a lot more resources to get back on the track with that family. So what's your relationship with families or the schools? Not so much, because a lot of the kids, at least kids will tell you about other children in school, their colleagues that seem to be always talking about guns or maybe having a gun at home or something but not bringing it. So those are flashpoints or warning signs that we need to try to address. But more particularly, I sent something to my colleagues about truancy over in the Garinger area, for example. And if the kids are still hanging out in the park, it won't be long for one of those kids figure out that a gun's going to be the best thing. So when we see problems, how do we address those problems in terms of interagencies? And the final piece for you, Michael, I don't know how you do it, but for me, whatever we're trying to do, is there some record that it's been reduced? Right. If it's violent crime, is it recidivism? If it's whatever it is, based on whatever investment that we make as a community. But I'd be more interested in the prevention piece. It's on my list. But if we can't get there, maybe something on, as Mr. Dunlap said earlier, we had 8 murders last year. This year we only had 4, but it's kind of hard to kind of do that in the abstract. I just made comments, so I mean, you can react to those comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
So I think if I could, I think one of the places, I mean, there's definitely very strong involvement with the school system and the juvenile justice and the school system. And I think one of those examples is what's called the School Justice Partnership. In those partnerships, there are agreements, they exist in, throughout the state of North Carolina. In here, and Corey can speak more in detail to this, but I mean, here in Mecklenburg County, those partnerships, it's CMS, it's the schools, it's, the juvenile division of juvenile justice, it's our juvenile court judges, it's, so those relationships are there, and they're really kind of taking a look at, those kids that are touching the system and what are some of those, alternatives and options and things that can be provided for them and, and their families. I think, the other thing is like, with this conversation, and we, focus a lot, of course, on youth crime and some of, our most challenging kids. But I think, I'll go back to like the diversion program as an example. And one thing I think Mecklenburg County does a very good job of that, sometimes gets lost in conversation is we do a good job of diverting kids. And so when we've got those kids that are, having their first like contact with law enforcement or their first touch with the system in some capacity, we do a very good job of redirecting those kids. And so, those diversion programs, like I said, the one that's currently, JCPC supports in Rakeshala's office, there's over 400 kids every year that pass through diversion. So that's 400 kids that, we're not finding in juvenile court. There's 400 kids that we're connecting with other types of services and programming to again, to redirect them. And so I think, that is the one thing that sometimes we don't get the opportunity to talk a lot about is exactly, the good work that we are doing to, to really kind of help those kids and redirect those kids that are coming into that initial contact. So, but yeah, I think School Justice Partnership, I think, is a prime example of, those relationships between juvenile justice and the school systems.
Thank you, Sonia. Sonia took a lot of what I was going to say.
Corey, you got to lean in, pull that microphone to you,
I'll get right
please.
on it.
Thank you, sir.
The School Justice Partnership, and it does work well. We meet monthly, myself, the school, the judges, CMPD, and some others, and it works well. A lot of what you guys don't see is our numbers have gone down, especially with school-based offenses. A lot of the juveniles coming to them. I know Ms. Stewart takes a lot of our cases from us. I mean, our numbers are down so far. We're trying to figure out who are we going to help. We're not talking about the serious kids, but we're talking about the kids that have misdemeanors, ungovernable truancy, those type of juveniles. And I know Ms. Stewart, they work with those juveniles consistently, but a lot of that is, this is a growing county, it's a growing city, and it could be a lot worse, but we're there all the time. We're in it. Ms. Stewart's in it. We do a lot on the front end, so we don't have to do it on the back end. And a lot of what you see is, and it's those few that want to shoot, those few that make the news, that makes it sound like it's really horrible, but we do a lot in this city. We do a lot in this county. I don't take full ownership of it, but I know pretrial services does well, GAP does well, Stewart does well, JCPC does well, and that keeps those juveniles from coming to us and committing more serious or more delinquent acts that are more serious or violent. And I know 2 years ago, it was a thing, the city's out of control, the shootings crazy, the crime's up. We had one juvenile that committed 103 charges. At that time, we only had 23 juveniles that committed 33% of all the crimes. And once we got situated with those juveniles, a lot of the seriousness, you guys won't recognize it, but has come back. So I think we're doing a lot. We can do some things better, and some things we got to put more into it.
Thank you. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. Really thank all of you for being here and sharing your expertise and your time with us. I'm going to use the policy questions to guide what I want to say. First is, what's the most appropriate role for the county in addressing youth violence? It's prevention. And I want to thank Dr. Scott in particular, because I don't remember the first question, but I remember your answer. The very first thing you said was mental health. Mental health, mental health, mental health, and we have to address it. So that's my number one right now is mental health, not just through public health, but in our schools. That is where, I mean, our kids spend more time in school than any other part of the day. And so their teachers and the staff, they're seeing the kids more than anyone. And I don't know if there's a line of communication between CMS, and public health or anything else where we, and I also, you said something about sources of strength. I highly support that and just want to make that statement. Another part of the prevention would be catch them when they're early. We know there's a profile for children who are going to drop out of school, and so we know that children who drop out of school are more likely to get involved in violence or other activities such as that, so catch them early. And this is what I want to say, we need to restore the funding of communities and schools because they are there every single day with the kids. They have people designated, they have staff members designated to work with children who have been chosen, they have been profiled as possible dropouts, and they're going to work with them before they even get to that point and before they even get into the criminal justice system. So we need to restore communities and schools, and they have more data than so many organizations, Commissioner Griffin. They have all kinds of data on their kids who are graduating, and we'll never know the crimes they did not commit, but we know they're not committing crimes. And so we're saving our kids that way. And also I want to say thank you. I'm sorry, Hope Knuckles, for your work with YAP. That's another great prevention program. I love when you said that you're giving kids opportunities that they've never had, horseback riding or anything else. I love that. That is so important, and that's prevention. That's what we need to do more of is prevention. Are there existing programs considered effective in improving outcomes for the youth by the public? I don't think the public knows what we're doing, and so that's just going to take education, and that's what you talked about. What partnerships, collaborations between stakeholders are needed? Again, communities and schools, we've got to catch them early. And the detention center that we don't have anymore, Jail North, they have the GED programs, they gave art programs, they gave them opportunities that they had not before. And I'd like to see those programs come back. So I want to thank all of you. I know that was really fast, but I am kind of on a soapbox when it comes to mental health, prevention, and catching these kids early, in particular communities and schools. I really hope we can restore that funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Leek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity to be last. When I look at the panel that we've had each day, today, we maybe had one male that looked like the gentleman on the end, but we had women. And I'm speaking from the perspective of our kids have nothing to look forward to unless they have somebody in the community who's going to take care of them and love them and teach them. And I'm talking about black men. The law, you look at statistics, we had it. We're the drug dealers. We hate women. We kill off our own people. So something is wrong with the system. The system has penalized our black men. And our women have helped to do it from one perspective. By always talking about what you don't do, can't do, won't do. And I went to a home off of Batesford Road where a 16-year-old was killed just leaving McDonald's restaurant. And the mother had him out there working to pay the rent and the telephone bill. So I'm speaking not as a negative person, but I'm talking about facts. Look at the percentage, I said, of our high school graduates. Our teachers don't know how to deal with some of our kids. They're not prepared for it. So we have to do a better job as health carers and those who care about children. And the first question I always would write on my board as a teacher, who am I, where am I going, and how am I going to get there? And you should read some of the papers that I received. And I've kept many of them today. So women have a good way of getting through, but our brothers do not. You ain't there in jail. Many people have moved to Charlotte, and why? because they say it's a safe place to live. But what they brought with them from the North is that mentality and that process of how to take care of each other, and that's with a weapon. And women have not been good at rearing boys. So I'm saying to us, what can we do differently to change the quality of thought for those whom are males in our community? The percentage of them in jail are black males, drug dealers, and women who own drugs. How do we change that philosophy and that thinking process? Who's in college? Females. So we've got to do a better job. My question is, what do we do to change it? I started a program called Project Motivation, Inspiration, and Independence. And that program was geared around kids who dropped out of school, were getting ready to drop out, didn't come to school, was late for school, and they still let them in. I had a problem with that. If you got rules for everybody. Not somebody, but everybody. And my paper is full of it. I'm just so sad to sit here and to live this long and to not see a change in the culture of our people when it comes to jobs, promotions, or even just given a job. So hear what I'm saying? If I can't get you one way, I'll get you another. And if you're killing off black people, you're killing off the bloodline. And there are men in this community that don't like women, and especially black women who are strong and will speak up and stand up. Thank you for the opportunity. Answer those questions for me. I'm waiting.
We'll just go down the line.
I
You
guess
can
I'll
say
go
pass or answer.
I'll go first.
I want to hear you, son.
I'm going to get right on this mic. Commissioner Lee, you're 100% correct. I agree with everything.
Say it again.
You're 100% correct with everything you say. And we have to do something different than what we've been doing. Certain things I can't bring up, I shouldn't bring up, but I know we got to take care of our youth in our county and not look for someone else to do it. Sometimes we have to follow the data, like I say, and not the media, and listen to what we have to say and what the juveniles have to say. We're not going to change if we keep doing the same thing over and over. But a lot of this, I think we just have to get together and start doing it. My daughter always say, my youngest one, stop talking about it and be about it. And a lot of times I go to meeting after meeting and we have these conversations, but we don't do anything about it. As long as we do that, the juveniles will continue to do what they're doing. The media will put what they're going to say. The data's going to show what it's going to show. But we have to start doing something in this county and not just talk about it. That's my piece, I guess. That's you, Sonia.
Anyone else?
I'll just add, it goes back to, that's why it's so important to have those conversations to identify gaps and identify areas of opportunity. So if there's an opportunity that we need to be more present for young men, then we need to.
I can't hear you. Speak in the mic, please.
Yes, ma'am. I was saying it goes back to what I mentioned earlier about being able to identify gaps in areas of opportunity. So if there is an area of opportunity where we need to have more focus on our young men across the county, then we need to make sure that that partner or that program has a seat at the table so that we can continue to address the issues holistically.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll just quickly add, it's an extremely complex issue, and I wish we had one answer that could help us come to a resolve. But one thing that I think we need to constantly think about and consider is that violence prevention is food security. Violence prevention is making sure that people have health insurance. Violence prevention is access to mental health. Violence prevention is all of the conditions that shape our community. So it's so much broader than one program or one solution. You know, there's so many opportunities for policy, not only from a local level, but beyond, to really shape our communities. So I think we need to keep that central when we think about what violence is and how it impacts our community. We can't think of it as a single issue, but think about the entirety of all of those conditions that shape us. One thing I'll quickly reference is that I forgot to share earlier is that we've been trying to invest in community health workers that look like the communities we serve, to make sure that they have tools to be able to stand in the gap for some of our families that don't have connection to people within their households, that might be able to be positive mentors and sources of support. So that's one thing that we're trying to do. We know it's a small piece of the work, and we know it's a complex question that needs thoughtful responses to how we approach it. But that is one thing I want to uplift, that we're also thinking about from a lens of mentorship and support at the individual level.
And I just wanted to add that I appreciate everything that you said, because it's true. Working in the nonprofit realm, the work that we do, I have more females that step up and want to do the work than males. It's hard to find good, solid male advocates to do this work, and 98% of my participants are males. So we have to make it work, because my one mission is, this is my purpose. We need our youth. Who's going to take care of us? If we're not taking care of them, pouring into them to make sure that they're successful. So I just truly appreciate that comment, because it's hard. I don't have an answer. I recruit at any place I go where I see people that look like my participants that may want to do the work, but it's tedious and it's stressful and it's dangerous. And that's the hard part, but we do that hard work. So thank you so much for that, for those statements.
I hope I don't be penalized because I said it.
I hope not either.
Probably will, though.
Commissioner Altman.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the candid talk. It's very helpful for us as we do the work. So looking at the policy question, what is the most appropriate role for the county in addressing youth violence? I'm thinking about it with two things coming off. One is suicide prevention and access for mental health. And we may already be doing this, Mr. Manager, but I know that I just posted about the 8 free mental health visits at our community resource centers. And I got more engagement with that social media post than anything I've put up in a year. People really want that kind of resource. And I wonder if, our Park and Rec facilities are much more spread, in the community. We have our CRCs, but they would just have a few, but we've got Park and Rec facilities everywhere. What if we had a screen available for telehealth so that a kid could come into a Park and Rec facility and remote in to speak to a mental health person at a CRC on a walk-in basis or something like that? Also, our wonderful, I hate to put more burden on Park and Rec, but, programming at night, programming for kids. Last time I tried to program something cool for my teenagers, it fell flat. But I imagine if we, partnered with youth to understand what they wanted, to have resources for, the kinds of activities maybe at night, in the summer when there's less structure, yet more resources to try to give them in the neighborhoods more constructive resources. So suicide prevention, trying to get maybe more mental health out in the community through our Park and Rec facilities. The other side of it is addressing justice-involved youth and preventing that. And Dr. Coville, will you stand, please? Is the manager's new point person for upward economic mobility and workforce development. And when we ask kids, are you going to college or trade school, I'm reminded of a counselor who told me that when she asks kids that question in her high school, every single one, 100%, say they're going to college, even though it's not true. The parents don't want to admit it, the kids don't want to admit it, and they roll off the conveyor belt of being in our high schools with no plan. And so we need to talk to kids, I think, about not college or trade school, but more like, what do you enjoy doing? And what, how do you want to spend your time and your talents, your God-given talents? And do that work with Dr. Coville and all the job opportunities come in here, because I think part of the problem is that kids don't see an outcome that's obtainable for them, or they don't see an outcome that's desirable. But maybe that's because we could talk about it in a way that speaks to them and their desire to be independent and self-supporting, with a label that they can access, and that seems attractive to them. So I am really excited, not to put a ton of pressure on you, but I do see you as a part of answering this question and the work that the manager has charged you with. I do think, to the Commissioner Dunlap's point, again, a scorecard around increase, decrease of children who are just as involved, increase, decrease, God willing, around suicide. And also, I would like for us to maybe spend some money advertising the fact that it is a crime in the state of North Carolina to fail to secure your gun. Parents ought to have, not parents, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say parents, adults ought to be afraid of being prosecuted if their gun is stolen. And for them to have do have criminal liability. I think, our lawyer can correct me, but I'm pretty sure there's a criminal statute for people who fail to secure their gun and it gets in the hands of a juvenile. So people don't appreciate that, and we ought to inspire some fear around that, I think. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. So I know there was colleagues that had some additional comments that they wanted to make, and so I'm going to go to the top of the order. I'll start with Commissioner Dunlap.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan brought up the issue that I plan to talk about in my second round, and that is the detention center. And so I think most of this community would agree that we would want to service children in our community. The disagreement comes with who's going to pay the $14 million, because we've been told it costs $14 million to run that program. No. And so should Mecklenburg County pay the $14 million when the responsibility is really that of the states? We need to talk about that. The sheriff said that to recruit law enforcement people, and I think he said he needed 90-something people. People don't realize that, as he stated, we're all pulling from the same pool of people. Mm-hmm. Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, every town in Mecklenburg County, other law enforcement agencies, all pulling on the same people. And so they're not here, which is why people provide incentives to attract people from outside our community to come and be a part of the law enforcement community. So my question for the panel is, number one, should we service our youth in our community? And I know this is a political question. Who should pay?
Everybody.
Sonia, come on.
I mean, I guess I'll just start kind of reiterating with something that was already said, is that when it comes to juvenile detention, that is in fact the responsibility of the state. The statute in North Carolina indicates that counties are responsible for the funding of adult jails. State is responsible for the funding of juvenile detention centers. And so I think, definitely, I think you've heard across, that we all support and advocate for our kids being served in our communities. But I think, when it comes to detention, there's pieces of that conversation that have maybe been missing from the narrative that's been out in the open. And I think, Corey kind of touched on this earlier, is that, I think we really kind of need to have more conversation about how detention is utilized, because when we look at who's in juvenile detention, what we find is we have kids in there that are not risks to public safety. Now, these kids that are out there that, again, that are out there victimizing people, these kids that are committing homicides, like those are the kids that we need to have in, that need to be in lockup.
Thank you.
But whenever we're taking a look at, the fact, like when we have a kid who has, something going on with mental health, but there's not a placement, this kid needs like a therapeutic placement, and there's not placement available, and then that kid ends up in detention. That's not an appropriate use of detention. And though what happens to those kids is they tend to decompensate in lockup, and then we end up, with that kid being in a much worse situation than where we started. So I think, there's definitely room for conversation about, again, how we're utilizing detention. But I think, again, it goes back to the fact that juvenile detention is, in fact, the responsibility of the state. And I think, again, when you've touched on talking about staffing and, staffing, public safety is the one area in government that has not rebounded with staffing post-COVID. And particularly when we get in and start looking at carceral facilities, that's juvenile detention, that's adult jails, that is state and federal prisons, they're all struggling for staff. People did not return, that we had a mass exodus of people leaving those positions. So like CO and correctional officer and detention officer positions, people left those positions at pretty high rates as we got into the pandemic, and they didn't return. And so even when we kind of look at, again, kind of step back and look at systemically what's happening, when we look at incarceration, again, both juvenile or adult, is that, we have got now, I think even like the state right now is reporting, and Corey, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think right now the state is reporting with both their adult and juvenile facilities of vacancy rates of up to 30%. And so, that's the challenge across the board is with any, carceral facility right now. I'm not aware of very many that are fully staffed. And so I think, that right there, brings on another challenge in addition to, how we're using incarceration, in addition to whose responsibility is it? And again, and when it comes to juveniles, that is the responsibility of the North Carolina Department of Public Safety.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I want to hitch a ride to that response. Sure. The board will recall that our budget director shared with you that in our budget, you're currently funding $484 million in state responsibilities as well. Regarding the opening of Jail North, that conversation, I totally agree. As I shared with you all at the fall retreat, I used to serve as a court counselor as well, so I too understand and recognize the benefits of having a local detention center as well. I know that Commissioner Meyer mentioned the programming, the GED programming, the vocational. That was Keith Cradle that ran those programs. You all remember that well. Yep. And at that time, as Commissioner Dunlap mentioned, that there were staffing challenges because there were staffing issues at Jail Central, and there was also challenges at Jail North as well, and the cost. The number that I'm aware of, I recall, is actually $15 million instead of $14 million that we were running a deficit in terms of keeping that facility open. So it was the sheriff's decision at that time to close it. Since then, with respect to the sheriff having conversations publicly, I've had no conversations with him regarding an ask or consideration of reopening that facility. In addition to that, I understand from secondhand conversations now the state has an interest. But from those same secondhand conversations, I'm not aware if the state is willing to fund the operating costs associated with it. And whether the dollars are there or not, it doesn't change, to Sonia's point, the staffing challenges, because that plays a major part in reopening the facility because we all are competing for the same resources.
That's right.
So that is where we stand now in response to your question, Commissioner SRM. I've had no conversation with the sheriff about it. I understand there's an interest with the state as well. We have not had a conversation. However, funding and staffing was the issue back then and remained the challenge now. I just want to be very clear about that.
Right. And before I go to Commissioner YT, I want to add one thing to this conversation. And I just think as colleagues, we should all keep in mind, not only is the ask to open up Jail North, and I think it's coming from a good space, but we're being asked to use a model that is used, and I believe, I think it's Guilford County uses it. There's 2 counties that use the model where it's run, facilities run by the county, and we staff it. So that's another part of the ask that's on the table. And so when you look at, in my conversation, because I did have a conversation with the external group around it. When I look at the vacancies that we have across and staffing issues that we have with, other departments and critical needs, this is another piece that we're being, an option that we're being asked to explore. So I'm going to leave that right there.
And I want to use this as an opportunity. We talk about fiscal discipline. Again, you think about the conversation this morning regarding affordable housing. The question you all asked regarding this topic, what more can we do? We're going to have conversations on Friday as well. There's a cost associated when you want to do something different unless we stop doing something as well.
Yeah.
So this is why we're having these conversations now. In addition to your wish list, I need to also know in terms of where you are with looking at other services and things that we're doing. Because we cannot continue to, like I told you in my remarks this morning, we have to rethink how we budget. And I get it, it's nothing new. You're always going to have more needs that exceed what you have, right? And that's where we find ourselves as well. Now, we just cannot sustain that. Exactly. I just want you to keep that in mind when you're having these conversations with these panels, because that's the guidance I'm looking for from you. And the answer is not always to throw more money at it. You heard the panel clearly say that communication, collaboration, and coordination is part of the issue. There's no cost associated with that, but it requires the partners coming together to work through this. My preference is that we work on that to see what benefits are gained before we add more money to it. Because you add more money to it, it's just going to add to the gray and some of the confusion and challenges that they're experiencing. So I just want you to keep that in mind when we're having these conversations regarding your interest to add more. Because we're strapped for resources, unless you give me some other guidance when Adrian covers his topic on Friday.
Let me go to Commissioner YTI, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you. I've just got two questions, I think. Is there a spectrum of severity when it comes to, because going back to the comment that you made about us putting nonviolent individual youth in detention centers when there could be another place for them, and that could also go to solving the issue. And then my other question, and to just clarify the question, is there a dashboard that'll tell us, okay, this is the spectrum of severity. We have this number of youth on this side from age this to this, or however you want to define it. I would like to see a spectrum and then see where we can put the resources to best use. And that goes back to my preventative versus restorative. And then with regard to the other political hot button of the detention center or anything actually that we're doing, is there any coordination that you have with your state legislatures? Because now is the time to put it out there where we can tell the community, if this, then that. But we need to be able to really work with our delegation to say, these are our needs in Mecklenburg County, and I'm here to get it. On the housing committee, I was looking at this morning from that. We've got at least 3 people from Mecklenburg County on the housing committee. I don't have a lot of confidence in those 3 people, maybe one of them, but who do we have that is really, do you communicate with those individuals? Do you have somebody on your team that works with lobbyists or anyone within the state government to get that $500 million that we supplement the state for?
I think that would be more for the manager as far as, because you're asking about our lobbyists and who's working with us to supplement that piece.
Right, but do they have, with all of the programs, the city, individuals that coordinate with anybody at the state? And then the question about the spectrum of severity. Okay, I always have the hard questions. You can pass, and we'll answer those later.
Well, Adrian's got the takeaways. You're doing the follow-up questions or something?
That's right. We're collecting
Okay.
everything, and we'll be following back up, so we got it.
All right. Before I go to Commissioner SRM, Commissioner Altman had something quick.
Yeah, I would like to ask if we can find out from the district attorney if there have been any prosecutions for negligent storage of guns. Number two, if there's a ask on the table, Mr. Manager, regarding juvenile detention center, I would like to understand why it hasn't been provided to you, because I don't want to figure these things out, through the media. It needs to come through the manager's office in a thoughtful way. And number three, and finally, Ms. Harper, where is the closest juvenile detention center? How much of a burden is it to our children? Because last I heard it was in an immediately adjacent county. I'm not sure.
So yes, the closest state-run juvenile detention center is just across the county line in Cabarrus County. And most of the kids that are housed at Cabarrus County are in fact Mecklenburg County kids. And again, not to steal thunder, correct me if I'm wrong, Corey, but the Division of Juvenile Justice, like their intention is always when a kid is taken into custody to try to keep them at the detention center that's closest to their home county. And so, again, for Mecklenburg County kids that are taken into custody, Cabarrus County is where they are typically sent to. So on any given day, the vast majority of the kids that are housed at the Cabarrus Detention Center are kids from Mecklenburg County. So again, they're right across the county line.
So how would you classify the burden?
I think maybe I would defer to maybe the courts. I mean, what I can say is from what we hear is that, for defense attorneys, it is further for them to travel, to go meet with their kids. A lot of court proceedings, again, you correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of court proceedings are virtual and remote, so that technology is there, and there has been a greater acceptance of utilization of that technology in the courts, again, post-COVID. But I think, at least in my space, the most that I hear about is that, yeah, it is further for defense attorneys to travel to meet with their kids.
Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I appreciate this discussion around Jail North. I definitely don't want to add to our already strained, resources, but I do feel that, I would love to see, and I don't know if this is an easy thing or a hard thing. Is it an easy thing to show us what are we paying now to send our kids to a different county versus what it would be if we had kids in our county and we were taking in kids from outside of the county? My understanding of the situation in Cabarrus is that it's not a quality situation. Kids there's too many, it's overcrowded, and they don't have the same kind of programs that our kids had when they were here in Mecklenburg. So I don't want to just let that go so easily, because I don't think it's, something that's just going to go away. We have to have some sort of long-term plan or objective, in my view. Having said that, I also think that how we are using incarceration in this country is a massive problem right now, and I see that it's on the rise and that the current administration wants to throw everybody in jail, and that's a money-making proposition. So I definitely don't want to feed into that narrative. And so I think that's a huge problem, and I think, you can see the staffing challenges, when they can just bring in billions and billions of dollars from the federal government to do what they want to do in that space, i.e. ICE, Border Patrol, those kinds of things, and just set up these mass incarceration, warehouses. I can't not talk about that. I just touch on it. But I didn't get an answer to my question about the councils around crime in Milwaukee.
Milwaukee example.
Do we have that?
To my knowledge, I'm not aware that we've got a council similar to what they have there. I mean, I can certainly follow up, but not to my knowledge, not that same type model. But I can get back with you on some more details on that.
Thank you.
And on the cost, I'm sure we can work with our partners to get a ballpark number on the cost regarding the detention center, and we'll be certain to carve out specifically the county's cost as well. And again, don't forget about the staffing piece, as you alluded to. It's one thing to have the dollars available, but are we able to fill the positions? But I think we can work with our partners to get some ballpark number for the board's information on that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Griffin. Did you have anything? You didn't?
Nope.
Okay, Commissioner Leek, did you have anything else?
I think I do, if you don't mind.
You good? Okay.
Students who age out of the regular school system. I've had a conference with Livingstone College, and they're going to provide us with at least 25 students who may have that problem. And I met Friday with the president of Johnson C. Smith University, and that conversation is plus. So I'm talking about making sure that those who've aged out will have an opportunity to get a quality education through the support of those two colleges, two universities. And I wanted the chairman and the manager to hear what they had to say. And the president's going to talk with you some more about the social worker program. They have a master's degree program there, and we were working on that. And it stopped, not because of Mecklenburg County, but because of the department chair was having some issues at that time and couldn't follow through. And they're anxious to come back and communicate with us about expanding the social workers department through Johnson C. Smith, and considering opening the School of Education again, which is most needed. So she's going to be getting in touch with you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Leek. And actually, I too met with the president last week, and we had a conversation regarding creating a path.
I can't hear you. You're going to have to speak up, dear.
I too had a meeting with the president over at J.C. Smith University last week, and we had a conversation regarding their MSW, their Master Social Work Program, and creating a pathway. And we're getting to put those conversations in motion. Dr. Campbell will be leading that conversation on behalf of the county with a contact from J.C. Smith. Dr. Campbell.
The lady in red.
Yes, but there is a mutual excitement about the opportunity to create that pathway, because it gives their students obviously experience.
Exactly.
And it provides us more resources to provide that, support that department.
Thank you so much. I just want the body to know it and the community to know that leak is still not leaking but working.
Thank you. So let me say thank you to all board members for the comments and the questions. To the panelists, thank you for being here. Thank you for providing your expertise. I hope people that are watching, obviously everyone in the room can pick this up, but if you're watching, not only do we have a cross-sector of knowledge and expertise, but even in the previous panel, not only did you have county staff or a city representative, but we have a community representative, and then also a state representative. And so I want to thank staff for putting this together, because we're getting, typically when we come to retreat, we will have our staff experts present, which is great. But oftentimes we have not had the community perspective or state perspective or, other subject matter experts. So I do think that is phenomenal. And then also in the way that, Suzette, I think you did a phenomenal job in moderating, and Derek teeing it up. And so to be able to leverage the expertise of the talent that we have internally, Mr. Manager, which you speak to all the time, is critically important. I'm happy that residents in Mecklenburg County and beyond can see the talent that we have here internally and within this community. So with that being said, I do want to address a few things that I did here today, because I think this conversation is really critical. It goes into and cuts into a lot of different areas that are important. To to answer the policy questions, Mr. Manager, question number one, what's the most appropriate role for us? I do think it is the mental health perspective. And to be specific, delivery of service to children, adults, and the entire family is what the takeaway that I'm getting. I think we have a problem that I want to put out in the atmosphere. And I think that problem is this is another huge issue for our community where we don't have a quarterback. We have a lot of different entities and organizations and people running around, and they're doing work in whatever lane that they're in. And we're all hoping, like we don't even have an idea if we're all touching the same people. For example, we have a youth that touches the criminal justice system, let's say with law enforcement. Is that family being serviced? Do we know if that family has any connection to public health services or resources that we provide from a county perspective? Do we know that when that kid is when that child is being touched, that we need to back in to say, okay, this family needs additional supports, right? So they might be getting some level of public assistance, but obviously there needs to be more. Like where are those, and Commissioner Powell says this, touch points. We're not, there's not a quarterback there. And absent that, Mr. Manager, because I do think that as a community, we're gonna have to start rethinking roles. The way we're addressing these issues, it seems like we're behind the 8 ball to me. Social media is outpacing us. This new generation of child, I don't know, what are we, Gen Y? What
Microwave.
Microwave generation. I mean, they're just way ahead of us, right? Like we keep going from the 70s and 80s and maybe 90s perspective, but it doesn't resonate with them. It does not resonate with these kids. And so I feel like we're behind, but absent, us being, because I do believe, Mr. Manager, a role for us in some of these situations, I would love for us to explore being the convener, the entity that creates a structure and creates buy-in with all different organizations and groups so that there is an entity that quarterbacks. And so there's a level of structure where things roll up and we can figure out where we need to intervene. So that was one thought, but we don't have that. And so mental health. To the second part question, are existing programs considered effective in improving outcomes for youth by the public? I would say no, because what I hear subjectively from community members is that there's not enough programming for youth, and which is always baffling to me because I always say that the community doesn't lack programming. I mean, everybody that I know has some level of program or nonprofit, but are we connecting the families to those programs? But I would say overall the community is not feeling it. Partnerships or collaborations between stakeholders may be needed to help improve service delivery and outcomes for youth. Absolutely. At some point, this board has to get an update on Alliance.
Yeah.
Where are we, right? Does anybody have a clue if we're getting lift? I mean, are there more providers in the network? Is the service delivery for the residents meeting the growth, meeting the expectations? I have no clue, Mr. Manager. And so Alliance needs to get here and help educate us on where we are. And I'd like to understand relative to where we were as well. And then the final piece to this is, are we measuring the correct goals and targets for the county and other stakeholders in our balanced scorecard? I think if we narrow our focus down to specifically, if we say the resources, what I'm suggesting, should be poured into mental health and certainly providers that are out here doing the work. I think, we should look at whatever their capacity is. What is our capacity through the funding? to really tell what the metrics should be on the scorecard, right? Because what I don't want to do, Michael, I don't want to just put an arbitrary number up there and say we're supposed to service 1,000 folks if $10 million can't get you 1,000. If $10 million is supposed to get us 100, because that means they get to go to therapy once a week for a year or whatever that frequency is, then that's the way I want to back into that number. I don't want to just put something, pie in the sky. So I hope that's helpful.
It's really helpful, Mr. Chair, and I just want to point out, I do agree that the board is overdue for an update from Alliance.
Can't hear you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Leak. I could not agree more that the board is overdue for an update from Alliance. I want to remind you that, of course, Commissioner Griffin represents the county on their board. In addition to that, I don't have my calendar in front of me, but within the next week or so, myself, Commissioner Griffin, and I believe you, Chair, are meeting with the representatives from Alliance to begin having those conversations with the expectation of bringing them forward at some point in the near future to brief the board as well, collectively. So I'm excited to move forward with having those conversations and eventually have a full update come before this board as well, with that conversation, initial conversation being scheduled either next week or the week after.
Fantastic. Thank you. Sure.
Just because you asked so that we can all be educated, from 2010 to 2024, the name of that generation is Alpha.
Gen Alpha, that's right.
Gen Alpha.
Thank you. I didn't think it was microwave, but, it sounded good. It sounded, Commissioner Griffin.
Yeah, just to follow what the manager said, that a letter's been sent forth, and we're going to get a real comprehensive review in terms of Alliance Health. The little bit that I've learned, though, the two plans, the Medicaid and the tailored plan, that we just need to figure out about utilization. We have about 400,000 residents on Medicaid, of which there's a mental health strand of benefits available there, and then tailored plan in terms of people who are not on the Medicaid program. There's help available. I don't know what the utilization is. It'd be really nice to find out how well are residents of Mecklenburg County being served through the Alliance program, either through the Medicaid program or the tailored plan.
Agreed.
I think the private providers service the tailored plan.
Yeah.
It's a great point.
Yeah.
Anything else? You guys good? All right. All right. That leads us right up into dinner.
Yeah, I'm going to have Adrian give you an update on where we are with our dinner and the next session.
Sounds good.
All right, so dinner should be available a little bit before 5 o'clock. We do have a break scheduled between now and dinner, so hopefully everything should follow along with your agenda.
All right, we'll be back. We're scheduled to be back after dinner at 5:55. All right, we're on break.
Thank you, panel.
Thank you, panelists. Let's get everybody take their seats so we can start this last session of the day. Now, why does Ken Joyner get to sit down up front? You're older. Who's kicking this thing off? Brandon, you're kicking us off?
Yes, sir.
All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and get started. I will turn it over to Brandon at this point for our economic update.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me? All right. Great. So, I can see it here. All right. So, start off with some population and demographics data. The U.S. population grew by 1% in 2024. This was the fastest growth that we've seen since the year 2000. The South remained the most populous region in the U.S. with 132.7 million people. South grew its population by 1.7 million in 2024 and remains the fastest growing region in the U.S. Although if you do look down at the numbers between 23 and 24, you'll see that the South actually is, if you go to that third digit, the growth rate decreased slightly, whereas the other regions increased. Looking at the states, we have 11 million people in North Carolina and remain the 9th largest state in the nation. Last year, North Carolina added 164,835 new residents. It's ranked as 4th by the most number of people added. We had the 5th fastest growth rate at 1.5%. As we could dive down further to Mecklenburg County, population in 24 was 1.2 million. We added a little over 30,000 people. Growth rate was 2.6% over the prior year. This comes out to around 82.3 new residents a day. I know you guys heard 150 earlier. That's the metro region. So when we're talking just Mecklenburg County, it's this 82 number here. The county is the 40th largest in the U.S. by population, and in 2025, U-Haul reported that North Carolina was the 3rd most moved to state, with Charlotte listed at 4th as the most moved to metro area. Raleigh was 8th. And that, they do that by one-way destinations, basically load up from one point and where you drop off. We'll break down our components of population change. This is really three different things that we're talking about. We're talking about births minus deaths, or the natural rate, international migration, and domestic migration. So international migration was our largest component of population change. It accounted for 65.5% of the total population change. The natural change, or births minus deaths, account for 26.5% of the total population change. And domestic migration, this includes those that are moving from other counties in North Carolina as well as other states. They accounted for 7.9% of the population. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about the international migration piece, because over the past 3 years, this has become a predominant driver of our growth. But I also wanted you to note that the last year of data that we have is 24. President Biden was still in office during that time. So our next year, we'll be talking about 2025, which is going to be Trump's first year in office. When he got into office, there was over 181 executive actions that curbed or reduced international migration. Kind of backing this as 24 being the high point was Brookings estimated that net migration was between negative 10,000 to negative 295,000 for the U.S. In 2025. And this would be the first time in about 50 years that the number of international migrants has been negative. When we look at the age cohorts, I'm breaking this down by 65 and up. That's the gray line up at the top. They have a growth rate starting around 4.5%, and when you get all the way out to 2060, they're still growing at 2%. By far our fastest age cohort growth. We have the prime age there in green down below it. This is between 18 and 64. And that they basically grow just a little bit under 1.5 to 1% in the long term, which is very close to our overall average, which is that dotted line. The baby blue line is our 0 to 17-year-olds. Growth here starts out flat and stays a little bit under 1% all the way through 2060. This graph right here just breaks out the total population, shows you the numbers. By about 2035, we'll be adding about 200,000 more people. I have another one here for the individuals aged 0 to 17. Don't be confused by the scale on the right. It's a little bit different. It looks like it's growing high, but as you can see, that line it really gets above 1% in terms of growth. All right, so shifting gears, talk about some economic factors. We'll start with our GDP forecast. 2025, we're expected to come in around 2.3%. This is a revision over what the slide says. For next year, we're expecting this to come in around 1.9 to 2.6%. Consumer spending, investment in AI, and the tax reductions from the One Big Beautiful Bill are all going to kind of push the economy along in 2026. Headwinds to the economy will include higher inflation or a weaker labor force. This really depends on the Fed's actions. We expect that the first half of 2026 to be stronger, basically due to tax refund-induced spending. I have some of the changes in the One Big Beautiful Bill that are in the tax code. You see a $200 increase in the child tax credit. There's tip deductions on, as well as overtime deductions. These three are going to be primary drivers in the larger refunds this year. Most estimates that I'm seeing say that in 2024 and 2025, everyone got back about $3,138, and in 2026, we're expecting that number to be $600 to $1,000 higher this year. So That's one thing that we need to look for in our sales tax. When we look at Mecklenburg GDP, we're a $192 billion economy. That accounts for 21.2% of the state's total GDP. We grew at 5.5% last year, so coming down slightly off of the prior 2 years' growth. What's contributing most to that is we have finance and insurance, real estate and leasing, and then professional, scientific, and technical service. Those three account for 47.6% of the county's GDP. Then you have the rest of the top 10 listed here on the chart. Those account for 82.3%. There in total, there's 21 of these two-digit NAICS codes or sector codes out there, and those will then make up the remaining bit. Of course, finance and insurance been our largest at $40.1 billion. So I said consumer spending has been a primary driver of the economy of late. A lot of this is driven through the wealth effect. Over the past 5 years, the S&P 500 is up 86%. According to data from Moody's Analytics, top 10% of earners are those earning $250,000 or more. They're accounting for 50% of the total spending in the economy, which equates to roughly around 1/3 of the GDP number. In the 90s, the wealthiest accounted for roughly 1/3 of spending in the total economy. So you can see rich get richer over time. And the 6% of households that are earning $250,000 or more, they own 79% of all stock out there. Wow. On the flip side, talk about poverty. A few typos to correct here. So the percentage of population in poverty in Mecklenburg has declined from a high of 16.9 to 9.9 in 2023. According to small area income poverty estimates, there's a total of 116,447, I should say, individuals in poverty, with 36,000 of those being under the age of 18. In terms of economic mobility, we're ranked 38th out of 50, but we're rated 3rd of 50 in terms of economic mobility progress. So let's go back. 38th out of 50 was our ranking in terms of economic mobility, but in progress, we're 3rd of 50.
We made the 3rd most progress.
Yeah, and in the prior year to this, I think we were dead last. So we're really picking up the pace in terms of upward economic mobility. All right, on the unemployment, the unemployment rate is moving higher. The overall labor market is softening. Reasons for the weaker job market can be attributed to tariffs, post-pandemic adjustment, slowing demand, and technology advances like AI that's displacing workers. In November, the U.S. added 64,000 new jobs, and this brought the overall unemployment rate to 4.6% adjusted. As you can see from May, the overall shifts up and down are kind of canceling each other out. So we've not really added many jobs since really May. And then to put this unemployment rate in perspective, a 1% increase in unemployment for the county is roughly 6,700 people. We look at state data from Q2 to Q3. Only 34 states added to their payrolls. This was the lowest since the pandemic and is also as slow as it was in about 2010 following the Great Recession. And then finally, I have some more data here. On the chart on the left, job openings and hirings. You can see that both job openings are downward trending as well as the hirings, and you see that dashed line, that's the unemployment. That's slowly creeping up as those numbers kind of narrow down and close. On the other hand, you have quits and layoffs. Quit rate is down. That is, we typically see that whenever the overall job market starts to soften. And because companies are no longer shedding people naturally, they tend to rely more on layoffs. So we're going to look to see if that number of layoffs starts to rise. So overall, a pretty weak, outlook for the job market, and which is one of the primary considerations of the Fed. On the other hand, they have to look at inflation. I'm going to talk about that. So the largest source of inflation has really come from our services. That's that blue line. So you see, really in summer of 22 was when the inflation on goods spiked. That's following the pandemic, people out there buying their new office setups at home. Once those restrictions, the stay-at-home restrictions ended, you had people shift more to a service-based spend. And then you see that blue line start to creep up. It kind of peaks out at the start of 2023. And because a lot of services depend on wages and things, they tend to stay sticky. And so that service component has remained elevated and kind of continues to. I've listed out some of the notable changes over the year in both goods and services. So if you're a Starbucks and steak person, pretty rough year for you, up almost 20% with coffee and 16% with beef. Electricity's up 6.7%. A lot of this has been due to AI databases out there. Overall, energy prices are down, but the cost of electricity's up. And some places up in Northern Virginia, utility rates are projected to increase by as much as around 25 to 27%. Televisions are down, which is great for a Super Bowl season, and eggs, the big topics, down 21%. When we look at notable changes in services, care of elderly at home stood out to me, which is up 10.7% this year. You have a few others listed there. Airlines are down. I wanted to touch a little bit more on the elderly care. This is our projection of the elderly population. By 2032, we're going to add roughly 50,000 new 65 and up individuals in the county. That's a 33% growth over a relatively short amount of time. This is the inflation for nursing homes and adult daycare. You can see it's definitely outpaced the overall CPI. The baby boomers, they were born between 46 and 64. This puts the first baby boomer that turned 65, and they turned 65 in 2011. They would be 80 years old today. The latest of them are around 62 years old today. So kind of driving this inflation has been a shortage in healthcare workers. And which is, a problem presents itself, but there's also an opportunity here because this is one of those career fields that individuals can really get into quite easily with some of the resources we have. CPCC with certifications and some associate's degree. You can get the foot in the door. Nurse practitioners is currently the fastest growing occupation in the county at 4.2% growth, and registered nurses had one of the highest overall numbers of needed, with 197 new registered nurses needed next year alone. So good. It's overall it's a good problem for Generation Alpha. Generation Microwave, you'll be for Gen X.
You couldn't resist. I knew it.
And looking at our last PCE inflation here, our personal consumer expenditures, it was last at 2.8, which is above the Fed's target. Overall, like I said, they have two choices this year, and they either help the labor market by reducing the Fed funds rate or keep rates as is to kind of tamp down the inflation level. Overall, they're expected to make two cuts this year, so inflationary pressures will probably rise. So be on the lookout for that. And consumer sentiment. is currently, it's at a real low point here. High prices, fear of job loss is weighing heavily on consumers. November reached levels of pessimism on the economy, worse than that of the 2008 recession, and really right at about the level that we've seen at the worst following the post-pandemic period. That chart on the bottom there shows that higher prices are kind of being blamed for the worsening of personal finances. The year that starts at is 2021. That was the big year that we've seen almost 21% increase in rents, housing prices going up by about the same amount. Compared to a year ago, 18% of people are saying that they're better off now, 30% saying they're about the same, but 52% say they're worse off now than they were 1 year prior. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to our county assessor, Ken Joyner.
Well, he already stole the microwave joke, so I'll have to come up with something else. So Brandon's laid out the economy really great, and we just want to take a few minutes and focus on the tax base, knowing that we had a much larger discussion last year about the changes and the shifts and all of that. So your first three columns here, I wouldn't expect you to really hone in on anything, but the first column is the 2011 reval, the second one is 2019, and the third column is 2023. So you can see how apartments just went crazy as a segment of the commercial base going back over, what, a 12-year period. So that was a big driver in the commercial values going up. And we can see the next three columns are the 3 years following the reval as part of our cycle, with the last two both being forecast, because we're still looking at FY27 and then the reval being FY28. So I just want you to notice, as we leave this reval, apartments are going down. They were growing at a significant rate as we were going through the reval, but they're going to come down. There is hope, though, that our retail and our industrial have both increased over the last year since our presentation, and we'll talk about how that helps just a little bit later. All right, so here again, we've got the office just isolated because that was the big discussion last year. And you can see as we go into the 27 reval, that second from the right on your screen, that is this coming fiscal year. And we're still seeing some increase in office due to the last project that we've got coming on board. But you can see it's still going down. The latest data says that offices are improving, but they're going to take a lot longer to get back to where they were compared to how quickly they changed with the pandemic. So again, some optimism there. We've been talking with CoStar, Mr. McSwain, that was here last year, and discussing those and trying to make sure that what we're seeing is the same indications that he is seeing. So here we've got our breakout in the real property tax base. This was that focus. And as you'll see, when we started in the 2011 year, it was 65-35, with 35% representing the commercial. We had the huge jump in commercial, mainly coming out of those apartments for the 2019 reval, and got a 62-38 split, seeing that tax base, the burden shifting more from residential towards commercial. We took a hit to that in 2023 as it moved 2% from 64-36. And right now, our forecast is 1% better than what we were talking about last year at the retreat. it's looking more like a 66-34 split. Still will be the lowest that we've had as a percentage, but anything is better than what we were looking at. So here again, we've got our residential and commercial showing how they have grown, with the last 2 years being the coming fiscal year and the last one being the 2027 reval. And you can see we are projecting commercial values as a whole to go up, or the real property base to go up about 10%. As you can see from the commercial, it's a much smaller percentage from what we see in the second column from the right and the final column there. But it is positive that we are seeing some increase there. And, you know, I would say as a assessor, this will be the first reval that I've done here where we've had more typical growth as far as the percentage increases, because 2019 had the recovery from the low point probably around 2013, 2014. Then we had the pandemic and we saw unprecedented growth. So this one is a little more what we would expect to see probably prior to 2011 and what you would expect to see from a 4-year reval, a much more subtle increase, whereas we saw 21% just in 1 year during the last reval. So that is my portion, just to kind of give you, as he goes into the U.S. commercial, just giving you an idea of what we're looking at here. Still not good, but better than we were a year ago when we were trying to project out. So let's hope a year from now it's even better still. And I will still be around if there's questions.
It's a joke. It's a joke. They clapped.
It was not a joke.
Yes.
Good look,
Love it. It's a good look.
I thought that applause was for me.
We can give you yours, man. All right, he's back, everybody.
All right, let's
He's here all week.
get back into this with U.S. commercial construction starts. Here, 2022 was really the peak of commercial construction starts. After that, the pipeline started to dry up, and we've seen less and less. Moving up to the most recent quarter, we had a slight bump. So I expect this might be the low point, or near the low point of construction, where it starts to turn back on. One of the reasons our rates are now 150 basis points lower than the prior year. And we're starting to see some indications, like locally here as well. So as we look at our office market, this is a picture of Queensbridge Collective. It's a 42-story mixed-use tower currently under construction. Also our only office project under construction right now. When we look at the office market, this chart here shows the 12 largest markets plus Charlotte and Raleigh. The size of the circle is how big in square footage that each of these markets are. We're ranked 33rd largest with 310 million square foot of office space. There's roughly, I think, 92 cities in this study. You see that rents year over year are up 1.7%, with the most recent quarter up 0.4%. When we look at the supply side, we had delivered 847,000 square foot in the first quarter. Now by Q2, we end a 25-year streak of ongoing office construction, so the pipeline's completely dry at this point. Third quarter, Queensbridge Collective comes on, now with 356,000 of new office space. But at 356,000 under construction, that still ranks us 22 nationally in terms of ongoing construction. So as you can see, a lot of cities out there, they're not building at all. We look at demand, a lot of really strong demand. We leased 3.1 million square foot of space through the third quarter. And overall, that ranked us 26th in the nation in terms of leasing activity. Absorption levels is basically, you'd have the leasing, you subtract out the vacated space, you subtract out any new supply that's added to the market. If it's positive, you're filling the space. If it's negative, you're basically losing it, or your vacancy rate's going to increase. As you can see, we're a positive number. It's over 150,000 square foot of absorption rate. And so both of these metrics show that there's a lot of interest, high interest in the market. We look at our vacancy rate. Now, this is where the kind of not good news is. We're at 25.4% vacancy. We're just off the high a quarter ago where we were at 25.7, and that was one of the first quarters in quite a long span that we've seen a decrease. The run-up in vacancy has been due to basically an overwhelming amount of new supply that hit the market right as the pandemic was underway. So these projects, they typically take 3 to 5 years to build out. So once the pandemic hit, they have to continue building. Then you had the shifts in work from home. Over that duration, a lot of these companies downsized. Most of that's been taken care of in the market as well. So not only do you have this kind of shift in change of need in office space, you have nothing new being delivered until 2028. That's when Cranesbridge Collective is supposed to be built. So overall, I'm expecting this vacancy rate to start to, improve and improve quite rapidly. Another driver of this has been return to office. You can see here, I have the national rate along with Charlotte. We pair very closely to the national rate. It's currently at a low point. It's because it's December. A lot of people are not in the office in December. But if you look back between September and October, we're around 70% of pre-pandemic levels. New York is currently leading the return to office movement. In September, they hit 83% of their pre-pandemic vacancy, and a lot of their return to office movement was triggered through the finance and insurance industries, kind of leading the charge on that. The next slide here, this shows the individual sub-markets. So if there's one that you're curious of, you can take a look there and kind of see what's going on. But I'm going to go ahead and touch on the industrial and warehouse market. As Ken talked about, this is one that we're kind of hoping that does well. And the good news is that it is definitely a bright point within the county. This shows by inventory 11 through 22. We're ranked 16 with 315.2 million square foot. Now, our market here includes some additional counties. There is a slide at the end of this section where I just break out what the county looks like. But all the metrics here is going to be including that overall area. We see that rents are up 3.1% with quarter over quarter up 0.8. National average is year over year was at 1.7. So a lot faster growth than the national average. More demand in this area. We look at the vacancy rate. We're at 8.2%. That puts us 58th out of 83 cities. Vacancy rates have fallen. There's been a lot of supply added. And I'll touch on that a little bit on the next slide, but vacancy rates are also set to improve. We have a lot coming, especially large deals with Walmart, other types of big companies that need a lot of space. When we look at the supply side, last year the market had about 839,000 square foot under construction. That number is now blown up to over 7 million square foot of new construction, with 67.5 of that being speculative. Speculative means that they're basically building a box, setting it somewhere, and hoping someone comes. There's so much demand for these warehouse spaces that's more or less become the go-to. And e-commerce, big driver of this, 16.3% of total sales are coming now through the internet. It's just, and with the share of people coming to the counties, more and more of a need for warehouse space. So here's that view. If you look at that gray line, kind of in the middle, that shows the county statistics. Overall, pretty close to the, the overall averages. A retail space, this is another, really positive story here. You can tell by the rents, the way the rents increase. We're up 2.3% over from the second quarter and up 5.9% year over year. So that's an indication of the overall demand in this space. We're the 26th largest market out of 81 cities. Vacancy rate here, we're sixth lowest in the nation. Raleigh also 2.9%. They were ranked first. So this is also a story more so on North Carolina's growth, and we need more retail space as our population grows. So filling that need, we have ongoing construction. As of the third quarter, we had 207,000 new square foot of space that was delivered. That put us 11th in the nation, and we have another ongoing 357,000 square foot being built. Okay, glad that section is over. Housing. All right, so every year we talk to you guys, and we often start this conversation with, what Zillow is ranking us. So I want to touch back on kind of what that has been. In 22, we were 5th place. 2023, we took the gold, 1st place. 24 and 25, our market was ranked 7th, hottest out there in terms of residential space. This is out of 50 metro areas. This year, we're ranked 22nd. It's not a bad thing. I'll tell you why. It depends on who you're looking at it from. So we'll go through the metrics first. I wanted to touch on these two charts here. I've changed up how the slides look this year. There's going to be a chart on the left, and that shows kind of that where it says December. So this is comparing December of this year to December before. And then you have the year-to-date chart on the right-hand side. So when you look at these charts here, the one on the left is going to more closely reflect that month-to-month data, whereas the one on the right is going to be more comparable to what you're seeing on the right-hand side of that overall chart. So if we start with sales, overall sales, it's really, if you look on that right-hand side, 23, 24, 25, we're still kind of flat throughout this period. We reached a 10-year low in sales for February, March, August, and November this year. High interest rates and home prices have been a major drag on overall home buying. And in 2025, sales were only up 0.5% over the prior year. We look at listings, they're up 6.7% over the prior year. And really and it's all due to the activity that we've seen at the beginning of the year. If you look at that left-hand chart, you see that we get really close to that 10-year average. And now as we shifted into the winter months, we're back down fresh new lows in the amount of listings that's going on in the market. And due to basically you having a high amount of new listings and a low amount of sales, the inventory of homes out there has kind of ballooned to new highs. October, November, December, seen 10-year highs in the level of inventory. Slow sales, yes, I'd already said that. All right, so Month supply of inventory, this is if no new supply comes on the market, how long does it take to clear out what's out there? And you currently see that at an all-time high. We're roughly a little bit over 2.5, it would take roughly 2.5 months to clear out what's currently here at the level of sales that we currently have. The percentage of original price at sale, so this has also been coming down. As these houses are sitting longer and longer on the market, there's more and more competition for them. The owners of the home are reducing their original sale price and making concessions, currently standing at around 95.1% of the original asking price. And we were at an all-time, or a 10-year low this December. Look at median sales price. The chart on the right kind of shows this best. As you've seen, like leading up to around 21, 22, really high rate of growth. And then you get, just in the past year or so, that growth in home prices have really kind of become more flat. It's only up 1.6% from the prior year. We look at average sales price, it's up 3.1%. $616,218 is the average price. And I don't think I mentioned the median price, but that's $450,000. Homes on the market are, they're sitting for about 56 days right now. This is a new high that we've seen. And really, you have to go back to around 2015 when we were still kind of recovering from the 2008 recession. That was a long recovery for the housing to find a similar amount of time that homes were taking this long to sell. With housing affordability, this is looking at the Charlotte metro areas from the National Association of Realtors, and it's based on that 30% income level. We show that a household income of $100,000 could roughly afford 31.3% of the available homes out there. Household making $50,000 could afford only about 2.6% of the available listings. In Mecklenburg County, our median household income is roughly $84,800. I wanted to bring this up because this is one of the, hidden side of home ownership that people often gloss over. This is homeowner insurance, and as you can see, that it really goes up. It goes north right at the end of the data set there. In North Carolina, there was a overall 15% hike in homeowner insurance rates. Now, what this means for Mecklenburg, last year, in I think it was July, we received a 9.3% increase, and then this year, around the same time, expecting to see another 9.2% increase. It affected different counties differently. Coastal counties seen a much higher increase of like almost 15-16% both years, whereas Orange County was only about 3% increase each year, respectively. We have Fed funds rates and the 30-year mortgage rate. 30-year mortgage rate's that blue one there. It's been it's come off the highs that it was at. That's encouraged people to get out there and start making a little bit more purchases. And hopefully it continues to come down. The kind of forecast right now is don't expect much out of this. Around 6% is about where it's going to be for the entire year. When we look at rents, last two slides, our average rent is $10 more than the U.S. average, so we're very close there. Year over year, we're down 2.5%, and you can see here from, if I can get my slides straight, that the decreases in rents in both North Carolina is less than that, is more there's been more of a decrease in North Carolina than the nation, and Charlotte's been, more of a decline than even North Carolina. We look at kind of how this looks year over year. We had the big run up, like I said, in 21 and 22, up almost 20% in 21, another 5 or so added in 22. But then every year after that, rents have been coming down, but it's only about 2.6% per year. So it's, there's still, if you look at where, what the actual number is, it's much, it's never got back below that run up that it's seen in 21 and 22. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ken to answer all your economic questions.
All right. So with that being said, let me start with Commissioner Griffin, then we'll go to Mr. YTI.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On slide 16, you gave us an overview of the wealth piece in the nation. Is there the same kind of analysis for the state or the county? I hope I got the right slide. 16?
Would it, I'm going to drive back on these here. I broke it.
All right.
No, okay.
He broke it.
Yeah, could someone, I need tech support. Get me to that slide, please.
Stop the clock, Madam Clerk, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Reclaiming your time.
Reclaiming my time. All righty.
Reclaiming my time.
Yay.
So this is the slide on wealth effect, right? Was
On
that
the wealth piece, yeah.
Right, so, no, we don't have anything at the county level. This was large-scale data that was done by Moody's. As far as I'm, there is not, it doesn't divide it out by location.
All right. Slide 17. Can you provide for my colleagues a listing of the annual earnings for Chetty 1 and Chetty 2 by subgroups? I think that would be interesting as it relates to the previous presentations today about housing and housing affordability. There's actually a chart for what the annual earnings were for Chetty 1 by subgroups, and then there's a listing of annual earnings for Chetty 2 by subgroups.
Okay, I'll have to pull that data and give it to you at a later time.
All right. But it's available.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Townsend Ingram.
Is there any possible way statutorily that we could alter our investments to improve the 3 to 4% growth that we've seen with regard to our investments? That's one question. I'm going to get all my questions out because I know I'm going to run out of time. There was a slide where we talked about the percentage increase in services, and I just wonder, the one about the elderly care is definitely significant to us, and I really want to delve into that more later on or get additional information on it. But is there a correlation between the video subscriptions and the dry cleaning? Do we care about that?
There's not. I just picked some things that I found interesting.
All right. I just wanted to make sure there was something can you give us a kind of like a brief education of the way we assess corporate, commercial property tax rate versus the personal property tax rate? And the reason that I ask that is because I know that we can't assess them differently, if I'm understanding correctly. But for North Carolina, the state that sets the income tax, the corporate income tax will be 0 by 2030 or 2035. Ours will go down maybe, the personal income tax will go down maybe a percentage point. So helping people to understand why, because we have people that'll say, oh, no, we're going to freeze taxes for seniors or something like that. Explaining the difference between those two and who sets them and what correlation they have with the our ability to own things. That's one thing. And then the other thing was the insurance. And you talked about how homeowner insurance was on the rise. And this is also impacting me. So House Bill 488, I know that's a state thing, that they were calling for a 42% increase, and I think they negotiated it down to a 7.5% increase. I don't live anywhere near the coast.
That's right.
But State Farm literally dropped my homeowner's insurance. And then when I tried to get more insurance, they said for my zip code, which is 28214, it's not a bad area, but it's not on, on the lake or whatever. So can you give us any indication of why there is a trend for, is there a correlation between, I don't know what, and them determining whether or not they're going to insure certain properties? Because I don't live in a bad area.
So, okay, we have a lot of questions to go through. So your first one was on the investment. I think that one would be one that would be better answered tomorrow by David Boyd, but we are limited into what they can do. That's going to be his answer there. I'm going to let Ken answer the one on assessed values.
So in North Carolina, all 100 counties are under the same statutes established by the North Carolina General Assembly. They're in Chapter 105. It's called the Machinery Act, and it does dictate that everything is at 100% of market value. There are states that have fractional assessments, but the same people that are lowering those corporate rates are the ones that establish those same levels for us. And there has not been a major overhaul since 1973. And, I've talked with Mike that, if I can, as my leaving, if I can help update those statutes and work, that's a big deal to me to try to improve the process.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, you got more questions, I apologize.
Well,
Insurance rates.
The insurance rates, and then the question about about our investments and our growth rate. Is that something that?
All right,
The insurance rate question.
Yeah, so with insurance rate, I'm not sure what kind of modeling they use on that. It's probably more based on storm predictions and just susceptibility to damages. That's one that we'd have to probably reach out to more of an expert in that field.
And on the investment, I'm looking at David. I don't believe we have a lot of flexibility. Is that accurate, David?
I'm going to cover our investment portfolio tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
On Friday.
All right. But yeah, that insurance thing is just so troubling because we weren't hit by Helene. I expect those rates to go up based on that in some areas. But it impacts the qualitative home ownership. It impacts that, what we've been talking about. So that's included. Sorry, thank you.
Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. I just have one question, and this might have to wait till Friday, but on slide 46, the retail rent growth, it says we're one of the top 12, correct? So is that indicative of an increase in sales tax revenue forecasted at all?
I don't think there's a correlation there.
There's no correlation.
David can probably talk better than that tomorrow.
Talk about sales tax tomorrow, too.
Okay, that's all then. Thank you. Friday.
They're coming to prep tomorrow, and
Yeah, so with sales tax, I think the biggest driver of that next year that we're going to see is through the increased refunds that we're going to see through the tax bill. That's what's going to push us a little bit higher next year.
But that's not an extended period. I mean, that's that's going to be a little shot of growth.
It is. It's going to, well, from what we've seen in prior stimulus, it does have a carryover for about, 3 or so months. And we know a lot of that money pretty much gets spent in the economy, and then there's a multiplier effect on that. I mean, when you're talking about 1.2 million people in the county, and the average, 600 to 1,000, that's a lot of extra money that's been pumped in. So it can make a meaningful increase in, over those first 2 quarters that'll, kind of carry us along through the rest of the year.
Thank you.
Commissioner Leek.
No question. The only concern I have is we be able to meet the bills that we have. Of the askings of the various groups that we're asking for money for.
Ask your question again. I want to make sure I understand what you're asking.
Got to balance.
Are we going to have the economic growth to take care of the askings of the people who are asking us to finance their programs?
Well, I'm comfortable saying there is more ask than revenue growth that we're anticipating. You will get more information pertaining to that in terms of what we're forecasting in the form of growth on Friday.
All right.
Between Adrian and David, our CFO, they're going to provide you that. But I can tell you now, there's more need than revenue to support.
That's what I'm trying to make sure I understand, and that the 9 of us understand that.
Sure.
Commissioner Powell.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. It's something that jumps out at me, I think I see the world differently. Is all of this industrial warehouse market? Can you speak to, speak a little bit more in depth to what you're seeing about the industrial warehouse market? Because you called it speculative, so just speak a little bit more about that.
Right. So there's 2 different types of buildings out there. You have built-to-suit, which is a company knows exactly what they want. They build their building. Then you have a speculative build. And it works well for these warehouse spaces because the only thing you need is a giant box to put things in. They're mostly warehouse space. So these, the builders will go in, they'll build, this giant box, and then whenever a company moves in, there's not a lot of changes that really needs to be done to make this, an optimal warehouse for them, for their needs and their distribution. So that's, I guess, the gist of it.
So what you're saying is this, as far as financially, and maybe I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it felt like you were saying this was positive.
It is positive. As soon as these things are built, they're paying taxes on them. And I mean, with 7 million square foot being built, that's a good increase in that tax base in that.
So based on what I'm seeing in my district and in District 2 from these industrial sightings, if you were at the first retreat, you saw how much of the county is paved. It was 23% at the end of 2024. This is major impervious, so it might be good money-wise, but the deforestation and the impact on the environment is huge, and they're just everywhere. And I didn't know that they were speculative.
Yes, a lot of them are. The one that I have pictured at the start of that section, that was the latest one that was built. It was a speculative build. Overall, I think I said 7 million. There's roughly about 1.2 million square foot being built in the county. If you go to that sub-market slide, you can kind of tune in on that. But the north and southwest is portions of the county are where most of these are being built.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Ken?
Thank you.
On the industrial, I think the biggest driver is the airport expansion, 77, 85. It's just a corridor where Amazon and Lowe's and Best Buy and all of these companies are putting their distribution centers. We got the train leaving out of here. We've got the planes coming in and out. So I think that that's probably the largest driver. If you're as old as me and you remember, houses in the 90s were built speculative because people were coming and buying them. They could build out a neighborhood, and over time, over 6 to 12 months, those houses would sell. We don't see speculative houses very often anymore, maybe one or two, but we are starting to see, because of the demand, if the builder can have it ready when they get there, you know, it just makes a world of difference in the site selection. Can we move in and start putting the business personal property up, the racks, buying the equipment, backing up the trucks? All of those things are a big driver in it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rodriguez-McDowell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm struggling with slide 9, and at the risk of being really stupid, I don't understand the 65 it's saying it's expected to continue to grow, but the line to me looks like it's going down. So I don't understand. Like, I thought we were getting more 65 and up. Why is the line going down?
So it's the growth rate. Instead of earning, like, if, let's say it's a bank account, right? Instead of earning 4.5% interest, you're earning 2%. You're still earning money. That growth rate's just not as high. So if you look to that other slide, I think it's right before the elderly slide, it combines this growth rate with the overall population in the bars. And you can see that even a 2% growth rate is far exceeds the county's level at 1%. It's the rate, the pace of that growth slows over time, but it's still faster than any other component that we have.
Okay. So we're not going to have less 65 and older people. We're just going to get more of them slower.
Right. Yep. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So instead of like four coming a year, there's 2 or so coming in later, and it's growing faster than anyone else. Like I think the bar chart on that one page would.
The slide 22. Yeah, I was looking at both of those, going, what? Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you. That's it.
That's it?
Mm-hmm.
So, a few questions that I have. When you look at the projections, obviously it's from Mecklenburg County. When you're looking at it, though, how we're comparing to the state, you think about the silver tsunami that's coming. It's not just hitting Mecklenburg County, but it's hitting, all 100 counties, other 99 counties. So, is anybody else seem to be in a better position or data going in a different direction than what we're seeing in most of the key indicators, not, just the big rocks?
County-wise, I have not looked at that data to make those comparisons, so I'm unable to say at this point.
But what I would be interested in just to know about, when we look at cost of housing, the big economic factors, and I would need to just list them out, but in particular, housing, income, those types of things. I'm curious how we are trending against other, at least peer counties, because I think some of the decisions, and what I'm driving towards is, I think some of the decisions in Raleigh, even though we're hurting, I think it's hurting every county similarly. It's proportional, obviously, but it's going to be hurting everybody in a way that's going to be really interesting. When you think about us being 21% of the economic driver here in the state, all of these decisions are there's going to be there's a cliff coming. There's a huge cliff coming. And I think as we are looking at the decisions that we have to make, we shouldn't just be looking at FY27. I think, Mr. Manager, I think it would be prudent for us to be looking at FY30 as well, because we're going to have to put ourselves in a position to be able to absorb what's coming at the end of that cliff. So being able to take all of the economic outlook and really pay attention to it because our decision can't just be for today. We really need to be forward-thinking, and that means, you know, Commissioner Mark Jarrell having discipline on teeing up some bright idea on a program, right, that I want to see. It might be in place. It just may not be timely, particularly with what's coming when you think about the corporate tax cuts that are coming, the rates going to zero. That's going to have, I mean, David, you'll touch on that, but I think it's going to have just a significant impact on our overall economy, and I don't know how you make up the delta. It's going to be very difficult times, and we've got all of these folks retiring. They're going to be on fixed income. It's a huge 30,000, was the number 30,000 that are moving into that by?
I think I said it was an additional 50,000 by
50,000.
2032.
Yeah. So
Yep, you factor the medium household, the sales, the rent, I mean, all those things.
Right, exactly. So I think the board is going to have to make sure that we are making good decisions for future boards that are going to have to deal with those issues. So I just wanted to sort of tee that up. I don't know how to facilitate those conversations, Mr. Manager, or how staff would look at it, but I'd like us to do something around that.
Well, Adrian has already started looking at some of the data that we can share with the board collectively that is responding to some of the information you're requesting.
Okay. George?
So just a reminder, when you have substantial number of seniors moving in, one of the other things you have to figure in is the fact that we now have these policies that say that if you're at a certain age and your income level is at a certain amount, you get these reductions in your tax. So that means the revenue is going to be even less.
That's right. Exactly. And then when you factor in, I'm glad you brought that up, not only ones that are moving in, but the ones that are already here on top of the ones that are coming in, right? So we just, you know, there's a cascading web of complexity that continues to build when you look at all the layers that we are going to have to deal with. So, I mean, I'm glad, you know, even on Friday, the discussions that we're going to have, because we are going to have to make some decisions. I think you teed it up perfectly, Mr. Manager, in your comments. We are going to have to make some really difficult decisions, particularly around fund balance and, you know, how we look at that and how we invest in the future. So thanks for that, George, too, for bringing that up. Anybody else?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Any response? No? We're good? All right.
Mr. Chair, that conclude all the agenda items that were scheduled for today.
All right. Well, with that being said, we'll go into recess until Friday morning. Breakfast at 8 o'clock.
Amen.
Mark. We can leave our.
It was kind of a downer, sorry.